today I'm just going to be working through the Glicko 2 rating system to see if it's a good fit for botland. Okay, does this work? Nice. Oh yeah, and there's the Adam Hack emote, which now I have used. I saw chat earlier. It's pretty good. Pretty good. So, Adam Hack is available. Hideo. Yeah, this is one of those wacky titles. I should probably just change at some point. Oh well. Okay, so there's some news that I don't think is worth sharing with everybody here. So I'll just say it now. I got permission to use. Hang on, let me just show you guys. Hey Echo, hey Patternmaster. Okay, so I got permission to use. Oh, wait a second. Hang on a second. Yeah, this is gonna. Oh, I was afraid of that. Yeah, so we gotta search for this too, like random integer. There. So that's gonna take quite some time, but that's okay. Hey Fatality. I'm using a different chat system today. You see this open here. I'm just testing this out. We'll see if I like it or not. So he basically said CC because it's cool, but I won't pick a specific one. Well, I told him in the email, I'm like, hey, I told him the thing about if you haven't picked a license, then it's subject to copyright laws, which means that people can't use it. So I said, thanks for telling me this, but, and hey, a programming host. I said, thanks for telling me this, but the problem is no one else is going to know if they can use this or not. And I think that's a big issue, but it's not really for me to worry about. Do you have whispers in this app? Yeah, I do. How do they show? Okay, so mentions show in red. Whispers show in like dark gray. That's actually not obvious. Hang on, let me change the appearance of this thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I can show you guys this UI, which I couldn't really show you this before because it might have contained something you guys couldn't see. Well, actually, that's not even true, is it? So yeah, here's the chat client that I'm using now. I have just a still image here, which shows how many viewers and how many followers there are, I guess. It tells me who's in chat, and then it's got chat pane, which is nice. So I'll see if I like this over the course of the next probably like week or so. One of the nice things about this, and Hideo, I don't know if you want to know this or not if you end up using it, but /R in Better Twitch TV should have worked and didn't, and it does work in this program. So /R will immediately type in whatever the name is of the person you whispered last. Mostly what you'd expect there. You emailed the hero patterns guy? Thanks for finding that out. I was thinking of using one too. Yeah. So he did say you're free to use whatever ones you want, no terms. So the one I'm using, which you guys saw, is this, which I don't think I checked in yet. Did I? No, I didn't. Wait, this isn't correct. It says background color to... Whoa, look at that. Watch this, guys. You see what's happening right here? This Tortoise Git is using invisible ink. Crazy. I don't know what triggered that. Maybe it's one of the bugs they're fixing in this update. I don't see it there, not that I'm trying to. Oh, bug fixes here there. Yeah, weird. I'll say remind me later for this though. Hey Jack. Secret background image. Hey Epixator, hey noob. And hey Resi Tortoise. Yeah, so now we have this. We have a cadre of emotes. Adam, hack, Adam, bro. So we have 4 of these. Found the new code style for Botland. Fibonacci tabbing. This actually looks pretty cool. Okay, so added a circuit board background SVG to the login page. I got permission from the creator of Hero Patterns to use this. Yeah, so the next 2 emotes that should be in, I emailed Twitch. Well, I'll tell you guys about the news in just a second, actually. Hey, Lepko. Okay, so one of these things was this, which is, like I said, I emailed the guy from Hero Patterns. I have permission to use this stuff. I just wanted to mention that on stream. I have an email. Get someone with a Unicode name to try Lunch BRB. Yeah, that's going to have to happen at some point. I'm now trying out the TC chat client. I showed you guys that. That's the thing that looks like this. Tabs versus spaces. Hot dogs. Oh man, that was not expected. So I read through these articles. I did not read through this. And there was some other news I wanted to tell you guys about. What was the other news? What was the other news? Oh no, I don't remember. Oh yeah, I gotta open up my email at some point. I gotta be able to see. Did Twitch respond to this thing yet? No. Okay. Well, we'll check it throughout the day. So you have permission, that's cool, but did he say something about what the actual license is? I may push a PR to his repo, including a license on MD. He didn't. I sent an email yesterday saying, actually, let me just open this up again. Let me show you the email. I said that does clarify things. He told me about that I could use it. I said I wasn't planning on reselling them as my own, although I will be using those backgrounds in a commercial project. Want to make sure that's okay with you. By the way, you may want to add a license to the GitHub stating something along these lines. It's just such an easy thing to do. I don't know what the GitHub page is anymore. Hero Patterns GitHub. It was SM something something. Well, I guess we could just go to Hero Patterns and it probably links to his GitHub. And hey, I'll lie. Yeah, I don't know how to find this. Yeah, I don't remember where this is. Oh well. Your thumbnail is you preferred indent based on Fibonacci. Hey, Jay. Yeah, it shows me my thumbnail over here, which is actually pretty interesting. I never had a way to see this before. But so far, I'm pretty happy with this. This program you told me about, EJ. Looks nice. Looks very nice. Okay, so I studied the Glicko systems, and I want to read this. I want to find out, there were 3 major problems with Glicko that I could determine. One was there's no easy way to know what your true rating is, since you have a rating and a deviation. There are systems to try to reconcile these into single values. 2 is that the PDF suggests having a rating period of 10 to 15 matches. Ah, there you go. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to see if he modified it. No. Oh well. Got a question, could you answer? Whoa, hey, the cheering system's working. My lights just flashed purple. Thanks, Echo. And yeah, sure, Red is a tortoise. Oh, wait. Sorry. Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so Echo, sorry, I was paying attention to a couple different things there. I don't know if you saw yesterday, but I implemented the flashbang system. So on cheers and on subscriptions now, my lights should flash a certain color. And yeah, outline it's on subscribing for the or it's on following for the first time. The first time you sub, it's not. Yeah, there's the by lights command actually. It should work. Let me try that out by the way and make sure that that's working. Yeah, it is working. And hey, TJ. Yeah, so this is what you get when you follow. You get a link to this page and you can just click through these things and raise my lights to like max and red if you want. I'm gonna set them back to normal. Oh, you didn't see that? Okay. Did you see it flash on stream when you cheered? Because it flashed my lights purple twice, which was something I just worked on. And if you want, subscribers now have access to the flashbang command. So you can type something like flashbang pink. Let's check this out. There, that's all it does. Okay, cool, Echo. Check out the demos. What is this? Also, you linked the same thing twice, didn't you? Oh, the flashbang thing's gonna be interesting. Flashbang is too expensive. So it actually has a variable cost, TJ. It costs somewhere between 5 to 25 points, but you need 25 in order to even run it because it might cost you 25. You need a flashbang option to turn lights off. I'm not gonna have them be. I'm not gonna have that as an option. And Outlies is kind of tempting to sub. Reality O is burning through his points, which by the way, hi. Yeah, it's a random amount. Yeah, I should really add like a help for that. 24 points spent. So wait, what is this? Syntonic? Meant to link to the GitHub. What is this thing though? What is this? Deep learning library for Python. Oh, okay. Huh. Hacking the system. It's just random when you type a color that's not recognized. Okay, so yeah, it suggests having a rating period of 10 to 15 matches. I don't know whether I need to take all matches into account for this or just the ones concerning a particular user. Even then, what do I need to keep track of? If there was a scare function, I'd sub for sure. I'm not adding that in. Someone, Tiburon's advocating for a shock collar function where I wear a shock collar all day and people get to electrocute me. I don't think I'm going to ever do that. No, TJ, I'm not going to be adjusting points. The way I look at it is the points are basically just little fun things for you to do. So if you don't have points, then that's fine. Like other people will do the fun stuff and you'll eventually earn enough points to do that. Yeah, Echo, a lot of people do something like gambling or Russian roulette. I don't really want there to be tons of chat spam. Okay. So there's no easy way to see what your true rating is, and there are ways to reconcile this. The PDFs had a rating period, and then there's a third one here, which is, oh yeah, decay. I need to figure out how best to implement decay. The PDF actually has a note about this, but keep in mind that I may need to scale the what's it called, volatility value. Yep, you control the economy. Darn right. Alright, so let's try to move these windows around on my other screen so that I can actually see everything at once. So what we're going to be working on today is figuring out how we can solve all of these problems. And no, I haven't seen the larger streams outlie. So Glicko 2, there's a thing on here somewhere that I just looked at this morning, which talks about all these different rating systems. And some random forums. How did I find this though? Maybe it's still on my phone. What do you have in mind when talking about system to reconcile? It's some other research. I'll show you if I can find it. I might have this open still. Oh, nice, I do. Okay, so it's something on a site called smogon.com. This? Is it this one? Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Hey, Liver Dove Trying. How's it going? Couldn't you move the commands and the responses to whispers? I could to some extent. And I have done that for points in time. No, reality, you can do it as much as you want. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so they talk about two different things in here. Rating estimates. They talk about acre and GXE. So Glicko X act X estimate. Glicko X. Oh, I guess it's supposed to be exact, not exact. Okay. Click sorry. Oh boy. As you probably noticed from my posts, conservative rating estimate. Okay, the formula to calculate it is basically rating minus 4 times deviation. This is interesting. So typically, if your rating is something like 1500 and your rating deviation is something like 100, then with 95% confidence, we can know that you're supposed to be between, I think, what, 1400 to 1600? That you're between these. But I don't, well, maybe it's 2 standard deviations, actually. That probably makes sense. At work, excited to be here. How are you today? Oh, that's good, Liver Dev Trying. And I'm doing well. I only have been streaming for like 20 minutes right now. And how goes the skeleton war? What the hell's he? Adam can see the dish out. Okay, antimatter too. Kaitai says, hi, what's happening? So I'm working on a rating system for my game Botland. So here's a video you can check out about what Botland is. The rating system is, oh, all right, see a reality, the rating system is going to be for, in the game, you will have both an attacker and a defender rating, basically. And this all needs to affect matchmaking and kind of what shows up. And can you tell me what you're working on with STD Dev? What do you mean by the last part? Can you tell me what you're working on with STD Dev? Oh yeah, sure. Hideo. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this new chat client. It's still a little bit tough for me to read everything. In fact, maybe I should just decrease the size of this. Zoom level 125%. Oh, with standard deviation. Okay, so yeah, I'm working on the Glicko system, which is a means of determining someone's rating based on these things. You have a rating value, you have a rating deviation, and then you have a volatility value. So your rating might be something like I said, 1500, your deviation might be 100, and the volatility might be something like 0.06, which is how much your rating is expected to change by essentially. So the higher your rating deviation is, the more the more we're unconfident about your skill level. So if you consistently perform, the deviation will go down and so will the volatility. And then over time, if you want decay in this system, you can increase the volatility value based on time. So I think this is perhaps the easiest part of this. The thing I wanted to look into was, what are they suggesting here as a way of estimating your actual rating? And yeah, LiverDev trying. I think it's interesting. I have a lot of testing to do today about this just to make sure that this will actually work. This is one of those things where I can do my best shot at this, and then I feel like once there's 10,000 players in the system, there's going to be problems, and at that point it's going to be really hard to fix them. All right, so rating changes are too slow. You'll need to beat quite a lot of players in order to see your rating change acceptably. The higher the rating deviation of the player, the more the player's true skill is underestimated. Yeah, that's true. But that's part of their skill. It provides horribly incorrect ratings for people whose rating deviation is very high. For example, just visit this page. Oh, 404. That's great. Yep, excellent. Can you just do a standard linear regression? So no, you can't know how the metagame is going to change so that you could figure out exactly how their rating should be adjusted. But they have a way of computing this time decay value. Although you've got a lot of variables you can tweak here. So that's part of what I need to look into now. If you don't create a bot to monitor daily active users and distribution of botcoin as well as the price of commands. Okay. Anti-meditate. These messages are super long. Their ranking level feels completely random. Hey, Surfing Ninjas. Alright, so let's take a look at this. It's simple to calculate. Let's have to find a better way. Yesterday. Huh, I did not read this. He provides an equation that essentially calculates the probability that a player with rating R1 and deviation RD1 beats another player. I then simulated 250 players, each with their own rating and deviation. Found the probability of every player beating every other player. How can you find out the probability of them winning unless you're using this formula? What is this even based on? Possibly real world data. A progressive tax system. uh, huh. Yeah, I want to read that League of Legends paper, which, by the way, I can zoom in on this so you guys can read along with me. Strenuous effort to do. I wanted to approximate this probability. Okay, this sounds fair so far. After considering various possibilities, it dawned on me. Okay, sure. When the deviation of the player was high, it's confirmed yet again the players that have a rating deviation is too high shouldn't even be listed on the leaderboard. This is what I propose for the estimated rating to be done. Yeah, this is going to be crazy. This is just going to be crazy. Because there are things that I can do here that some will be obvious right away. Some won't be obvious until the system has had time to settle. And all of them are going to change players' perceptions of the game. So, yeah, that's another thing, EJ, that I have to worry about here. There's a rating period that you're supposed to use for the Glicko system. And I don't even understand how this was supposed to apply to chess. Because in a chess tournament, I was mentioning this yesterday or 2 days ago or something, you would have everyone in the tournament playing against only people in the tournament. And sure, one person might get knocked out in the first round and then not play again. But at least you know that those players are going to be, it's going to be a pool of, let's say, 32 players or something like that. In Botland, unless we actually have tournaments, you're going to have any player playing against any number of, 10,000 players. And so how exactly is this going to work? And so I could think of a way to kind of get this to work, but then ratings are going to reset after some time. Actually, that's another thing to consider. Another thing to consider here is that your immediate rank will eventually have to be informed by your delayed rank. And that may cause huge jumps every 10 to 15 games. Or not huge maybe, but big jumps. Make the deviation less severe. And heavily modified Glicko 2 system. Yeah, this is what makes me wonder what's best to do here. You'd run an ELO system personally? So what is this? Hey Skynet. So an ELO system could be done, but let's, I guess, go read this article about why did League of Legends switch from ELO to Glicko. Had the same division system. Can you normalize the Glicko data to get a true rating? So part of this is like there's no way to know a true rating. So they're all just approximations. But I suppose you could do something like that. Part of what I need to do is figure out what's going to be feasible here. Like how long, who's going to do this calculation? What server basically? How long will it take? When does it get run? How does that change someone's rating? Law is not using Glicko? Oh wait, what is this then? And when was this written? January. What? How do you read this? January 20th, 2013. Yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, so this is from 2013. Why they switch from raw ELO to a deviated number to display to the user so it feels better. Oh, I see. Got it. Oh, yeah. Okay, got it, Hideo. Thank you. And yeah, Kai Tai, a lot's changed. There's this video that I've been linking to people. The recap video about the game design pivot. Okay, so League of Legends uses ELO and leagues to split the player base up. Hey, Superman. Matches you by skill level, but this rating is no longer visible. It's not going to be bearing on your seasonal rewards or ladder standing. Your standing in the league is now determined by your tier, division, and league points, not your matchmaking rating. Oh boy. Okay. And part of me wonders, should I just do something like what Hearthstone did, where every time you get a win, you get a star, and every time you lose a star, and at some point, you will just settle in your ranking based on where everybody else is in the game. And it's super easy to implement, and it's super easy to know where you are, but then there are a lot of other problems of climbing is annoying, and you can purposely tank your level. I say it as ELO because I originally thought it was an acronym. I've since learned that it wasn't, but I never stopped saying it ELO. Is it ELO? ELO? I don't know. should probably look that up at some point. Hmm. Matchmaking isn't affected by your league. You'll still be competing against all components of your skill level, all opponents. Okay, so the league is really just a way. So you have a okay. So use just for matchmaking, but there's a separate rank that shows that is related to game achievements. What did they say this is based on? Tier, division, and league points. I'm guessing tier is what number you are in your division, which is probably like bronze or gold. And league points, I don't know what league points are. League points. Each ranked game you win earns you league points, while each loss decreases your league points. The exact amount of lost or earned points depends on your hidden matchmaking rating. Oh, this is silly. Because all of this ELO, you can tank your ranking regardless of system. Yeah, that's true. Although I would say it's much harder to do it in a game like Hearthstone, where you have to play like a million matches. If you lose, I don't know, 50 straight StarCraft matches, do you just go back down to Bronze League? I don't know how it works. ELO versus Glicko, and why Glicko was built as a replacement. I actually did check that out this morning, and I've apparently forgotten it. League points are a scale of 1 to 100. When you hit 100, you qualify for promotion. Interesting. Hey, Berens. Nice way of representing your ranking in your current tier. Oh, I see. I see how this works. At least I think. Well, for League of Legends. Anyway, this is it. So that's Glickman, by the way. I've read this article now. I know who Glickman is. The world famous Glickman of the Glicko Glicker system. So I think what they said. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, one of the reasons to use Glicko is to have a rating estimate instead of one rating. And there's time decay. And they also say, and then your opponent's ratings and deviations. Okay, so Glicko versus ELO. Glicko has a time decay. Glicko takes your opponent's rating into account, and Glicko is not a single value to show your skill. It's a range essentially. Tiers how you compare to every other player, and league points how you compare to other players at your level. Oh. So wait a second. I thought they said, let me copy paste this. So I thought they said that in this, if you knew you were rank 300,000 basically, you don't want to know that you've got, 299 whatever opponents above you. But that's what your tier is it is telling you that you're ranked 290,000 in the world, right? And then your division tells you that you're bronze, and then your league points tells you kind of where you are in bronze. Is that correct? side-by-side comparison I linked previously. I don't know if I still have that. Is it this? Might be this. Which players must have published rating needs to be determined? Oh man. Yeah, this is going to be tough. $10 to $25, so if you have really high MMR, you'll get more LP per win and lose less until your MMR and LP in league are on the same level. Huh, interesting. Tier tells you what percentage of players you fall under. So you can tell there are X tiers above me, but there are many instances of each tier. Okay. What is it? Did they do something like there's bronze 1, bronze 2, bronze 3? So your division is really like a medal and then a level. I guess this doesn't really matter too much. I want to figure out what I have to do for botland here. But yeah, leagues and league points are just a visual representation of your MMR. Yeah, that I figured as much. Oh man. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Yeah, and there are hundreds of bronze 5s. I see. And no problem, Liverdove, trying. Okay. So I asked if there was bronze 1, bronze 2, etc. So got it. It's all a fancy wrapper on MMR. And their MMR is ELO. So they're apparently happy with this system. So it sounds like people are frustrated by the CSGO ranking system, at least in this chat. And people are generally happy with League's system? Or what? Because the way I take this, my understanding based on just Reddit is that nobody likes any of the matchmaking systems in any of the games that are out there ever. And that they all have problems and that no one's totally on board with any of them. CSGO ranking system sucks. Botland doesn't need that. I think the important thing, I'm gonna put this all here. Put this there too. Okay. People complain when they're bad at the game. Hey again, Reborn. Welcome back. Today I'm actually working on my game, or at least I should be. So, I'm not gonna say that. Glicko and ratings.txt. I really don't like CSGO because you get a rank that doesn't represent your skill very well, and then it's hard to change. Rankings mean a lot more in team games, and solo games doesn't matter. Yeah, I think it matters still. I think in botland you shouldn't be pitted against someone who is just way better than you, I think. Although even then, it doesn't matter so much. Glicko's MMR and represent the data with leagues like League of Legends. There's even a petition to get Glicko and League of Legends MMR. League system, I'm not sure which one is perfect. Hey, Digite. Digite, there's word on the street that you're the first person to use Adam Hack. I don't know if it's true. Oh man. So the important things for botland promos are relative to League of Legends system not sucking, but that isn't a mechanic you can introduce in botland. Promos. You mean between like bronze and gold or something? Or bronze 2 and bronze 1? How many emojis do you get? I can have 2 more right now. So I have like 85 subscribers, I think. So another 15 and I'd get 2 more on top of that. But I don't have any real ideas at that point. The next 2 emotes are going to be one about the lights and then one about, what's the other thing? The boat. Adam boat for Boatland. So the important things for Botland, one of them is I don't know how much it's going to matter if you do get pitted against the person who's got the best defense in the world. It's probably going to be tough to beat them. I want to make it so that it's tough to beat them. A bot emote? Oh yeah, I asked actually. There's nothing stopping me from using the sub icon as an emote. You have more subs than concurrent viewers. Yeah, the support's been pretty good. Oh, man. It's in every tier from bronze 5 to 4. You need to win 2 or 3 games. Yeah, I think having that system eventually can be good. You know what? I might try to come up with something that... will like mostly work, and then maybe we add on leagues later. I think leaderboards can be interesting. I'm not sure. There's a promo system that makes you play 5 games in a row and you only advance if you win a majority of them. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to be. So here I avoid matching players whose games will almost always have the same outcome. I.e., try to find players of equal skill. If you could battle people in chat using bot emotes. I'd need a lot of emotes for that, I think. You need to win 2 out of 3. Oh. So avoid matching players whose games will almost always have the same outcome. I think that's pretty good. I don't think it's important. Like, I'd like to be able to show you a rank of how well you're doing relative to everybody else in the world. I'd like to show each player a rank of how well they're doing, even if it's not absolute. This could just be CRE, or what was the other one? Glicko, exact. Where did that thing go? Exact rating estimate. GXARE. Glicker. That I bucketize. Yeah, TJ, I'm not going to be doing a gambling kind of thing or like huge point spam stuff. Calculate the rank based on wins or losses. Yeah. I mean, that's... So Hearthstone kind of uses that system of your wins... Well, it 100% uses that system for ranks like 25 to 1. So until you hit Legend, the only way to go up in rank is to get 3 wins, then 4 wins, and 5 wins, etc. It doesn't work exactly like that. It's like 3 wins, 3 wins, 3 wins, and 4, 4, 4, 4, then 5, 5, 5, 5 or something. But you have a hidden rating that gets you paired up against players who might be beyond your rank or even in Legend. So it sounds like basically every game is going to have this hidden rating. I need to pick whether I'm going with Glicko or Elo. Oh, thanks, Liverdev trying. Yeah, I saw that they're green. I just didn't know who changed them green. Oh, well, now they're red. It's hard because if you just randomly get a match, they're better. Yeah, Godik, I agree with that. Also, hi. yeah, I think I think if you just base it on wins and losses, you could have two players who are of wildly different skills who just happen to be winning at the same rate at first. Eventually, it should level out. Oh, that's you. We made a rainbow. Okay, got it. I don't know the internals. It never played, but are you sure Hearthstone is only using stars, not hidden rating? Oh no, it's using a hidden rating, definitely. And hey, Game Dev Company. Oh, see, EJ just. Yeah, I should probably have it not do that, huh? If you determine skill level based on win loss ratio, then it isn't a good way to match people per game. Yeah, I don't think so. So let me think about this. What are the other important things that I want here? Yeah, thanks, Liverdev, trying. It took quite some time to do. Also, I just worked on something yesterday. Is Delzy, is flashbang not working for you? Huh. Yeah, what are your points, Delzy? I'm curious about this. You currently have 12 points. Oh, that's why. Yeah, you need 25 to use flashbang. And you also need to be a subscriber, which you are, but I'm just telling that for people who don't know that. Okay, so yeah, try to match people of equal skill level. Try to show a rank. So there's no reason I can't use either system here. According to the above, I could use either Elo or Glicko at this point. I think I'd like to go with Glicko here. I think the only problem I have with that is, like I said, okay, so if I use Elo, I need to build in my own time decay. If I use Glicko, I've got to do a bunch of stuff. Those other problems, these ones at the top, I have to address the problems at the top of this list. Alright. Okay, so I want to do some testing here too. Did I write down what the testing is that I wanted to try? Thought I had. Apparently not. What? Oh, right. I know where I wrote this. I wrote this all in here. Right. Yeah, so in conclusions, I wrote look into the Glicko 2 system if I can implement it. And then I wrote write some tests. Hey, Official Bazaar. I'm doing pretty well. Aw, Simon, that's nice of you. Giving points to Thalzy. Satisfy the flashbang addiction. So I think the biggest thing that I want to test of these problems up here, we should kind of write this out, is the rating period system. I don't know how exactly this is going to work. So things to test. Figure out how much a rating, how necessary a rating period is. And hit dig down deep. So if I have this, what do I do about an immediate ranking and a delayed ranking? Then figure out how time decay will work. And then figure out how I'll get someone's true rating. Out of curiosity, what happens when I search for this? Nothing. So I guess no one's really done this, and that's fine. I'll look this up. I still want to finish reading this article. So given a player rating R and rating deviation RD, okay, so this is all pretty straightforward math. Otherwise. What's the otherwise for? What? Wait a second. What? What is this supposed to mean? Round this. Everything in parentheses is here. So it says round x divided by 100, comma, otherwise. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. What determines the cost? Is it random within a certain range? Yeah, it is. And hey, Wouter. Table below shows the top 50 of 250 players I've tested, ranked according to the true percentage they had of winning against the other players. Next to them is a rank they would have obtained as CRE was used, and the rank they would have obtained if Glicker was used. Okay, so CRE, but the C in CRE means conservative, so of course it's going to rate them lower than what they are. Oh, I guess it's when the deviation is too high that this thing is totally wrong. Okay. Yeah, so today's going to be a lot of like studying and testing. And we'll get to the testing part soon, hopefully. I just want to continue to read through this and find out. It isn't a mathematical one or factual one at all. Further, the rating listing is done. Hey, Mr. Cheap. Okay, well, here's one thing we could do. So here's what their ratings were on the top. We actually don't even need this CRE. Well, it'd be helpful probably, but the CRE for all these players, let's just copy this data. Can I even do that? Yeah. That did not work. Not the way I wanted to, at least. Hey, Smooth Dog. Okay. So here are the ratings listed from top to bottom. And then the ranks that this guy's system is proposing of GXE puts them in roughly the same ranks based on their ratings. That's what makes me think, what's the point of even having GXE? This tells you... Yeah. And so let's say I use these, and then I bucketize these. So there are a bunch of people above 1,700 here. You can see them. They're mostly... Actually, yeah, they're all in the top 16 here. But then there are a couple of people who worked their way up here, but their deviation is too high. Yeah, the ones who aren't in the top 15, who don't have 1,700 ratings, have a deviation much higher than 50. This is 80, this is 99, and this is 96. So I think we can use the CRE and then just bucketize it so it's not exact, and we don't tell you that you're rank 1. We just tell you that you're in the Masters League or something like that. All right, see you, TJ. Huh. I'll get someone's true rating. I could just use CRE and bucketize everything. All right, so we need to figure this part out though, because this is really crucial to the Glicko system of a rating period, and I have no idea whether it's necessary or whether it's just suggested. So how do we even test this? I guess I've got to come up with what, like 10 or 100 players who I've kind of ranked beforehand and should win games to that extent. Like if I say that a player's rank 1, then they're going to have a win ratio of like 70% regardless of who they play against. I just hope I don't do something where statistically I'm testing the wrong thing, so then I think I've got the right answer, but I don't because my testing means were flawed. And I guess that's what's nice about ELO is that it sounds like it's super easy to implement. Okay. Test out ELO and figure out if that's better. Oh, the blue one got stuck. Skynet. And remember, there's flashbang colors, although this is what I was worried about here. I'm pretty sure you can whisper your flashbang commands. Botland bot. Let me test that out. Does it spam chat? Yeah, okay. It still tells you that I bought it. I should probably just turn that off too. Build a rating system to rate the rating systems. I'm actually gonna, if you whisper Botland bot, flashbang, it should respond via whisper. Yeah, the command's only for subscribers. No, Wouter. No need to tell us about that. You need to know how many points you spent. But I guess that can be something that's just whispered to you. I can go do that really fast. That way it's not spamming chat the rest of the day. Scripts, commands, Atom command, flashbang. So I'll just have it whisper you. You just spent this many points and now have this many points. There. Perfect. Why not just have a global static decay and have a session-based rank comparison? If you lose to a high level, you lose less ELO. ELO, vice versa. And no noob, the points aren't the same every time. It's somewhere between 5 and 25. I haven't published any like doc about that yet. So global static decay wouldn't be needed if I implement Glicko. Glicko has a way of decaying, and I think it's written directly into that document. Where is it? There's a PDF right here. Yeah. So in this section right here, they say a player's rating and volatility remain the same, but your deviation increases. So basically, did you not participate in the last like month of playing? Okay, cool. Well, your deviation is going to go up. So your rating is still going to look the same, but we're going to be less certain about that rating, which means that your CRE would go down because we're less certain. So that implements the decay. And I think that's nice. I just need to test this, and I'm still not sure the best way to do so. I think what you should also consider is provisioning of a new player. Yeah, and I think that's where you just start a player out at a particular score. And I think most of them suggest, what, 1,500 rating and like 200 deviation. Okay, so let's go into Glicko to light test. I meant as an alternative to using Glicko. But then what's computing the rankings? Oh, ELO is. Okay, that's what you're saying. They run 10 ranking games where you level up and down incredibly quickly. Yeah, there are placement matches for a lot of games. And I could have something like that too for Botland, but after the placement matches are done, you're going to be put into just the world of ranking. And I need to figure out what that looks like. Afterward, placement matches, I feel like you could pretty much do something like this in placement matches. Placement matches could be 10 matches. If you win one, you go to the lowest league. If you win two, you go to the second lowest league. You could just look at it like that almost. And then once you've been placed, as long as you can fluctuate from there. So example, if you win all 10 and you get placed in the highest league, then your rating deviation should still be relatively large so that you'll decrease quickly too. Or you just say, instead of lowest league, second lowest league, the highest league you could end up in if you win all 10 is like halfway to the best league. And then you work your way up from there or something. So yeah, I could do this on top of the system that I do. I do want to just figure out what normal progression looks like. So what I start players out with here, 1500 rating deviation of this. Oh, this is one of the things I'm missing for better Twitch TV actually, is a way of viewing pictures without having to open them. Too soon. You gonna have a rank for offense and defense? Yeah, I am. Okay, so how are we gonna test this? First, figure out how I'm going to test any of this. I have the Glicko system. I can make players. I just don't know which scenarios to try out. Because here's what I'm thinking. I could make something where it's like, hey, I want a really powerful player and I want a not so powerful player. Maybe I just give them win ratings. Like, one idea, create player objects that have a built-in win ratio against everyone and try to match that ratio. E.g., if a player has a 75% chance to win, just roll a number from 1 to 100, and if it's less than 75, give them the win. The weird thing is, so this might be the best way to do things. I don't know. This is at least an idea, and I might want to test this out. So I could just create 100 players, and I give them random win ratios from like 30 to 70 probably, or 20 to 80 or something like that. So maybe create 100 players and have them and give them win ratios of 20 to 80%. Then try matching those players against each other based on their ratings, and then see how the ratings fluctuate. This is the best thing I can think of. Which newspaper in your country you can say? I'm so proud to have this newspaper. I don't get a newspaper, so I don't know, Spark. Yeah, I think this is a good way to start things out at least. So we need this concept of a player. So a player, okay, let's start this out. So class player. A player is going to have a win ratio that we're just going to build in. So this is this idea that I'm talking about here. And then they're going to need their starting stats. So they'll have a rating, which I guess we'll say starting rating equals 1500. Starting rating deviation equals 200. And starting volatility equals 0.06. We'll just need to test these things out. So rating equals starting rating. This dot rating deviation equals starting rating deviation. And this dot volatility equals starting volatility. And then the win ratio equals the win ratio. Okay, cool. So we're going to make a whole bunch of these. And I wonder if I should like branch this out into, yeah, I might as well code this correctly. So let's go make a totally different, system here. Let's do this in my actual code base here. So let's write Glicko2 test npm init-y and then npm install. We need lodash and we need Glicko, what's it called? Glicko2-lite. Yeah. All right. So let's wait for that to finish up. There we go. So we end up with a main and we end up with a player.js. So player is going to look like this. And then we say modules.exports equal module.exports equals player. Cool. So let's go get lodash. Let's get the Glicko library. Let's get yeah, I definitely like left-going directories. So function main, and then down here we'll just call it main. So what we're gonna do is say const num players equal, let's just say 2 for right now. I don't want this to be too crazy. So hey Zebra, how's it going? So for num players times, make a new player. So const players equals this. We probably need an ID for each player, now that I think about it. That way we can at least tell who's who. So ID comma ratio, and we'll just save this off here. So player equals new player. We need an ID, so this is just ID. And a win ratio. So let's randomly generate a win ratio. Underscore dot, do we have a function to do this? Random lower number floating point. Yeah, so let's try this out. ld.random 0.2 0.8 true. Yeah, perfect. Whoops. Looks good. So random 0.2, we can just put this up here. Const min win ratio equals 0.2, and max win ratio is going to be 0.8. Min win, max win. Cool. We pass that into here. And then let's add it to players. So now we've got 2 players that have been created. We're probably going to want a toString for these things so that I can print them out pretty easily. So let's return ID equals ID, win ratio equals win ratio, and then Glicko equals this dot rating, comma, this dot rating deviation, this dot volatility. So let's just print them both out. Why did that act so weird? So let's try that. LD is not defined, yeah. Wait, what? LD? ID is not defined. Does times not work that way? Oh, wow. Itery is invoked with 1. Yeah, no, that is the index. What am I doing wrong then? Oh, whoops, it's this.id, that's what. Yeah, my bad. How to use Linux and Windows? Which program to use? Well, so I'm not sure if you're talking about the new thing that Windows 10 has just incorporated, in which case I don't know the answer to that. But if you're talking about something I'm using, I can definitely answer that. Like I have some Unix tools on here like ls and cat, and those typically wouldn't be on Windows. Hey, Dracklin. Okay, so we produced 2 different players, and their win ratios are printing out terribly here. So let's go find, where did I do this? I made a program the other day for Botcoin Modeler. There it is. Does this print out percentages? It doesn't. Something prints out percentages. There we go. Percent chance. Okay, cool. So that's an overall statistic. So we just need to look at main.js. Percent chance. What did I say? Percent chance. Yeah. So there's just a round function. I just need to figure out what this looks like. Yeah, there we go. Looks good. So get lodash. Let's try this out. ratio percent. This dot win ratio 2. So I guess we need to multiply it by 100. So let's try that out. Cool. And then we just put a percentage after that. Win ratio percent. And actually, I don't want any. Yeah. So win ratio is 58% here. And then we have this stuff, which we should also probably be rounding. Yeah, let's round it all. Const rounded rating equals this dot rating. We don't have a times 100, so we'll just say 1 here. Rounded rating deviation. And rounded volatility. I don't know what kind of numbers volatility is going to be, so I'll just round it to 5 decimal places. And then we'll just use all of these things. So there, and there. Okay, so how does that look now? Pretty good. Great, so all we've done is we've generated 2 players like this. Now we need a way for these 2 players to play against each other. And we're just going to try the straightforward way of like have each player play 5 matches against random players. But the players had to be based on the skill level that we have. Okay, let's make this a class. This will go here. This dot players. And then everything in here, we can just create the players. Cool. Okay. Oh, you're leaving Resitors? Alright, see ya. And I'll check my email later. Alright, so things we're going to need. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm going to write this, that's all. We can get rid of this and this. So try matching those players against each other based on their ratings. So we need a matchmake function. So given a particular player, Jacob, thanks for following. So we need to matchmake for a particular player. So find a player of roughly even skill level who is not this player. We could save these by IDs if we wanted to. I don't know how important that's going to be. Also, we could have like a player dot equals other player. Const other ID equals get other player ID. Return this dot ID equals other ID. Okay, so to matchmake against another player, we need to find someone who's relatively the same ranking. So let's write get CRE here. So this gets, what is that thing called? Conservative rating estimate. Oops. I think I could type. Gets a player's conservative rating estimate. This is just a number. Alright, and then this is rating minus 4 times deviation. So return this dot rating rating minus 4 times this dot rating deviation. And we'll put this in parentheses just to make it obvious, but order of operations obviously covers that for us. So now we have the CRE, which we should probably include in this little report that we have here. I think I'm gonna totally butcher how this looks. Yeah, let's do that. So ID win ratio Glicko. And let's put CRE here, I guess. CRE equals this dot get CRE. So now we can see that their CRE is 700. So this is what their actual rating should be. So when we matchmake them against somebody else, we're going to try to find someone who's got a roughly similar CRE. And we've got to determine what the bounds for this are. It really should be based on like everybody else that we have. But for now, we can just do who's closest to them or get the pool of, let's do it that way. I'm not going to try to make this performant yet. But how I'm going to do this is, let's say, list all players by CRE, find the 5 closest players to them, and randomly choose one. So I think that's the best way of doing this. So we need to sort all players by CRE. So const, actually we could save this off here, right? Sort players by CRE. So let's say this dot sorted players equals just an array, and then this dot sort players by CRE. So in here, we'll just say that this dot sorted players equals underscore dot order by. So we'll take all of our players and we'll sort each one by their CRE, player dot get CRE. And then we want to sort them ascending. Right? Actually, it doesn't really matter how we sort them. Added more sellout features. Okay, so we have all the players by their CRE already. And then this needs to be called anytime a player object changes, it will sort the players by their CRE. So we've got all the players by their CRE right here. Sorted players. Cool. Now we need to find the 5 closest ones to them that aren't equal to them and randomly choose one. The flashbang is worth $5 I paid. I just have to make it a little less spammy. I don't know though, I have a feeling that people want others to know who caused the flashbang. List commands non-subscribers can use. There is that already. It's called commands. There are only 3 commands that subscribers have access to. Viewbot, welcome, and flashbang. That's it. And these are basically useless. And this is the only thing that actually does something. And I just added that yesterday. And even followers, like I don't know if Jacob saw this, but followers can change the lights as well. Yeah, I created a token for Jacob. Okay, so find the 5 closest players to them. That aren't equal to them. So we have this sorted thing. I guess we can find the index. We have a way of doing this in Lodash actually. Index, find index. It's like find except that it returns the index of the first element. That's not right. There's something like order by index. Order by, man, there's something that does this. What is it called though? And where did I use this before? Bandyax. Hey. Oh, what is the name of this? Sorted index? Is that what it is? Yeah, that's it. Sorted index. Uses a binary search to determine the lowest index at which a value should be inserted into an array to maintain its sort order. Yeah, great. So we can get this, and then we can start iterating forward and backward in the array to find out any users. Well, there's probably a better way to do this, but wait a second, sorted index won't even work in this way, will it? Because there's no way to pass in a function here. No, sorted index by. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Versace. All right, so const index in sorted array equals this dot sorted players, and then the player that we have, and then the itery is going to be player dot get CRE. Hey, Lokiamavano Bother. Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you doing? So sort player by CRE, or sort by CRE function. I know I don't need to call it function because it is a function, but I feel like I'm gonna do that anyway. So this takes in a player and just returns player.getCRE, and that way I can just do this. How do I want to write this? Yeah, it doesn't need to be bound to anything in particular. Okay. Okay. So we get where they are in the array, and now we need to find a certain number of players to match them against. So now search from that index to find players to find equals 5. Oh, nice Ferenc. Amount of pixels. Took 10 seconds. Huh. Nice. So we might not even have this many players to find. So I guess players to find equals this, const actual num players equals math dot min between this dot sorted players, well, the size of that, -1, and then players to find. So we can only find as many players as we have, and we have to discount u. Get CRE for player. Yeah, I don't even know if anyway, the function name of this doesn't matter. This is for me just testing the Glicko system. So actual number of players, and then the number of players that we found so far. So player, like valid players. So now we search I equals index minus players to find. No, actual num players. I is less than or equal to index plus actual num players. I plus plus. Const player to compare equals. Is there a get that will do this? Actually, it doesn't really matter. We can just say sorted players I. If is nil player to compare, then just continue. Otherwise, well, or if player to compare dot equals player. Otherwise, we just add them to valid players. And then at the end of this, we should have a pool of valid players, and we return one of them. We don't care who. So here's how this is going to work. We're going to need to say, like, play matches, num matches. And down here, we're going to say main.play matches. Let's say play one match. So now each match that we have, num matches, this dot play match. And then play match is going to do match make. So how should this work exactly? Should we just randomly pick a player and have them play a match? So let's do that for now. Randomly pick a player and have them play a match. So player equals sample random players, or this dot players. And then find a match for them. So now const opponent equals this dot match make for player. And then we need to actually play the match. But for right now, since we don't have that, we could just say something like console.log player.id is playing against opponent.id. So let's just see if that part works. That is not the right program to even run. I has already been declared where let I equals that. Oh yeah, it's in the times, isn't it? Yeah, whatever, let's just find this. I is less than or equal to sorted. Oops, that should have been a semicolon. Okay, so 1 is playing against 0, so it should just randomly choose these. And if we have a bunch of other players, so if I say num players equals 20, we'll see 12 is playing against 2, 7 is playing against 5. So any of these players can play against any other one at the very beginning because they're all of the same skill level by default. But eventually they're going to deviate from that. So now we need a way of actually implementing the Glicko system here. So when we say game played, I guess the way this is going to work is we run Glicko2 here. So player and then opponent. And we actually need to know who wins here. So we have to pass in ahead of time the winning player and the losing player. Not really, actually, we don't. So figure out who's going to win based on the... Actually, we should really like figure this out based on both of their win ratios, right? Here's what we can do. Here's a system that sounds very silly, but we have a win ratio built into each player. So let's say player 1's is 50%, and let's say player 2's is 75%. What we can do is we can generate a random number from I was gonna say from 1 to 50, and then generate one from 1 to 75, and whoever's is higher will win. So if you have 100%, it's not actually guaranteed that you win, I guess. That's not correct. Oh, I guess what we could do is generate a number from this as your lower bound to 100 as your upper bound. So we could say generate a number from your win ratio to 100. Then whoever has the higher one wins. Started a test adventure game. Let's take a look. Oh, pretty nice. What are you making this in? Yeah, looks good. Hey, Andoran. Yeah, we now have Adam Hack. So yeah, let's do that. So const, well, let's call this player 1 and player 2, I guess. Player 2. So player 1 role equals, well, let's just write like a get roll dice. So win ratio as percent, or I guess just percent, equals math.seal this dot win ratio times 100. So if they have a 20%, this will turn it into exactly the number 20. Then we just return, we have Lodash here, random from win ratio percent to, is this inclusive or exclusive? Inclusive lower and upper bounds. So the max is going to be that. So we have both players roll the dice because we don't have real skill to go off of here. Gotta bother. Hey, Dev Bowser. How's life? Life's going well. How are you doing? And that Adam Hack emote. So now, if player 1, we'll favor this person. So we'll put a greater than or equal to sign. Then we'll say that they're the winner. So let win value, let did win equals false, and did win, oh, we could just say it's this. This should be called player 1, 1, player 11. Oh, good to hear that, Bowser. And yeah, Lokiamavano, I think that you could always consider going to Unity. I don't think it's like a project needs to be big enough or small enough to do something. Just whatever fits best. So here's what we'll do. We need the winner output and the loser output. So the winner output is going to be, this is actually always going to be player 1 output. So Glicko 2, run it with this particular player. It'd be nice to have a function that does this. Run Glicko for players. Player 1, player 2. Or winner, loser. Is that a better idea? I don't know. We'll just figure this out. Okay, so what we need to do here is return Glicko 2. And player 1 output has what exactly in it? I don't know. Rating, RD, and vol, apparently. So we need winner rating deviation, and winner.volatility. But there's only one match that's ever played here. That's what I'm not sure if this is going to work. And then it's always a 1 indicating that they have won that match. So now const player 1 output equals this dot run Glicko for players. Yeah, no, sure. And Lokiamavano, I think that you can always pick whatever it is you want to work in or you think is best. I'm just saying I don't think there's any requirement to have a certain, I don't know, like scope for your project before you feel that Unity is necessary. So run Glicko for players. Let's run it for player 1 and then player 2. And this will be player 2, player 1. At the end of all of this game played, we're going to need to sort this again. It's not sort players by CRE. I thought, Cam. Well, if you want to learn, you can always learn. And feel free to ask in chat or ask me. I don't mind helping out with any of that stuff. So in this case, we're just going to swap these players. That's it. What was your first programming experience? Yeah, so Jacqueline, I haven't been answering pretty much any of that. Sorry. Certain things I'm keeping private. I know that seems like I should be answering that. Okay, so player 1 output, player 2 output. So now we need to adjust these. Now set the player's stats correctly. So player 1 dot set Glicko stats to player 1 output, and player 2 dot set to player 2 output. So now we need this function in here, Glicko stats. This dot rating equals Glicko stats dot, what's it called again? Rating, RD, and vol. Rating, RD, and vol. There. Hey, Marbury Marbles. Yeah. Can't answer a normal question from 1 of 60 viewers. No, so River, or Mr. Ivor, I don't know actually which one you want your name pronounced as. That's one of those things that I haven't been answering my age or anything that leads you to my age for this entirety of the stream, pretty much. I am usually pretty interactive with chat, and I try to answer almost every other question that I don't deem private, but there are a couple of them that I do. And, like, I get those questions actually pretty frequently, so, yeah, I'm sorry, but I have to disappoint here. Alright, so we have this set Glicko stats. Antimatter tape, are there just millions of files in the zip, or what? So set player stats correctly, then sort the players again. Man, I'm sick of those notifications. Yeah, Godik, I agree with that. But I think that once you do get to the graphical part, Unity can help a lot there. Can you answer your first programming language? It was some variant of Basic. What's the most viewers you've had at once? I think about 130. We're not here for anyone review bots. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we have a player, we have an opponent. We can say who won here. Player, we'll just say verb equals won or lost. And now console.log player ID verb against opponent ID. One time Adam had a viewer that was not a view bot. Okay, so there. So now we just say this dot play, what I call this function? Game played. Player opponent. It's not really game played, it's play game. There. Okay, so there. We're just gonna play a match. So let's see what happens now. Player's not defined. Excellent. Stop play game. Player 1, player 2. So somewhere I'm using player, oh yeah, here. So one against, okay, we can say it this way. Emery, no, everyone is. So at the end of all of this, I think we should try to print out the leaderboard maybe. And we have the sorted players, so we can just kind of say this. So print all player stats. Hey Dirk, haven't seen you in forever. Actually, I guess you showed up, what, a couple of months ago. But then I hadn't seen you in forever. So it still has kind of been forever, but welcome back. So we're going to go through each of these. For each this dot sorted players, player, we're going to just do a console.log player.toString. ToString. Although what we can also do, does for each give us the index? It should. And what is the iterary called with? Value, comma, key. And the key for this should just be the index. How is the spying been? Is that what it sounds like? And no, ThoughtCam, that's not at all the case. Like, I'm 16 and I feel like I need to learn at a younger age. I don't think that you should ever be deterred from learning anything. I think a lot of people, this happens especially with musical instruments. I feel like people think they should start learning at 5 years old or never in their entire lives. And look at it this way. When you are 50, you could either have had 34 years of programming experience at that point, or you could have said, well, now I'm 50 and it's too late to learn. So let's do this. Console.log index player.toString. And then at the end of all of this, we'll say main.print all player stats. Cool. So let's see. CRE equals null. That means that I screwed this up. So let's take a look at what player 1 output actually is, because apparently it doesn't contain what I think it does. Rating, RD, and vol, and they're null. She's not calling the Glicko correctly. Oh man. Alright, winner.rating dev. Yep, and then volatility. Yeah, and then loser.rating dev. So what's going wrong here? Winner, loser. And why is this? Oh, I see. Win ratio, rating dev, volatility. I'm setting rating and rating dev incorrectly. And what does this contain? And how did I just forget it? I printed it like a second ago. Rating RD and vol. Yeah, that's correct. Huh. Are you happy with the amount of viewers you get, or are you kind of expecting more? I was expecting way less than this, actually. I thought I'd have like 2 viewers on my first day, and then things just kind of snowballed from there. But I think the difference between this and a gaming stream is that I'm making a product. So even if I had no viewers, I still have a goal here, and I'm accomplishing it just by doing what I'm doing. I don't even have to stream really necessarily. But I did just write a blog post on this that you might be interested in reading, at least some of the motivations behind why I'm streaming, or if anyone's interested in streaming. I just wrote this, a week ago. And so my reasons I wrote here were accountability and marketing. So the accountability part is really the biggest reason of like, hey, I'm on task most of the time. Sure, I talk to Chad every once in a while. And marketing is, I try to be as transparent as possible about this. Like, yes, I'm making a game, and yes, I will need people to buy it and play it. And yeah, ThoughtCam, you always have us to come back to too if you have any questions or how you want to learn. I highly suggest that PDF that Endor LinkedIn to you. And that was this one, which I'll just link again, even though I'm pretty sure you already saw it. But I wrote this, it's just a page and a half, that's it. And I think that it's really helpful to just read through this at least once. It doesn't have to make perfect sense or anything, but I suggest reading through this. Okay, so what I still haven't figured out here is what's going wrong. I have rating dev. This stuff sounds correct. And this is in probably, it's oh, I think I know what's going wrong here. Yeah, this all needed to be inside of one array. Problem solved. Okay, so let's go cut this out, and that should be that. So we say player 0 won against player 1. So now player 0's CRE should be higher than player 1's, and it's not. So I have set something incorrectly here. Let's see how. So player 1 won. We can just say that this is true. And we can always say that player 1 and player 2 are going to be this dot players 0 and this dot players 1. That way we can debug this at least. So let's just load up the debugger. Node inspector. Hang on a second. I forgot what the command is. It's -- web port something. Oh yeah, that's right. -- web port equals 79.6. Preload equals false. All right, cool. So now we go to this URL. Nice. And then we just run this with -- debug. So it should break in, if we're lucky here. And TJ, the game will be free to play. Oh, by the way, Galactic Flash, did you get a chance to read through those AWS notes I linked to you? And ThoughtCam, I think that a good place to start is with Python sometimes. One, because I think it's a good language, but two, because I don't really think the language choice of your first language matters. You'll eventually probably learn more, and honestly, you can change it at any time. So just to give you some direction, yeah, start with Python, and you can start with anything, really. The Python tutorial online, you can look at YouTube tutorials if you want. You can look at automate the boring stuff. You can look at any of this, and then once you've got kind of a foundation of what it means to code and what it means to be able to, like I have this text editor set up, right? Setting this up, setting up a Python environment on your machine, that's stuff that'll take a total of maybe only 10 minutes. I mean, you just go download something like Atom or Sublime. Done. Cool. Don't worry about it now. Now go download Python. And then write your first Python program of literally print hello world, save this as a file, and try executing it. And if you want to make things easier than that, you can. You can just open up Python on your computer and type print hello world. And there, that's my first Python program, and you can just work from there and keep learning new things and say something like, name equals Adam, and what's name times 5? It's Adam. And you can just keep building from that knowledge. What did you think of the video I sent you last week? I looked at it. I thought it was okay. I like what they covered. I skimmed through it, so I covered all 23 minutes in about 3 minutes because I was pressing L a whole lot on my keyboard. And I think it does an okay job of telling people kind of how to start. I think it would probably be overwhelming for a beginner though. And I think some things as a beginner you don't know. When someone's like, "Oh yeah, Atom and Sublime are more for like advanced and brackets is for someone starting out," you might think, "Okay, I'll start with brackets then." But that's not really how it works, I think. And I'm paraphrasing what they said in that video. And Schwartz, thanks for following. I don't care if the game's $100. I spent too much time watching you make the game, and hopefully you're buying the game. Okay, well, thanks, DJ. Hang on just a second. Wanted to find something. Okay. Got it. Cool. Okay, so I wanted to debug and find out why this isn't working. Let's just put a breakpoint right here. And instead of running with debug break, we'll just run with debug. There. Web design and development for obsolete with all these drag and drop online tools? No, I don't think so. And either way, the way that I think there will always be a set of people who will believe that you should know everything that's happening from top to bottom. And for that, you will need to know what's going on underneath. And you'll be able to build more tools on that or customize programs. Will it be as necessary? No, probably not. Just like in how Unity made it so that your average person doesn't need to go include their own physics engine into a game. It's just a thing that Unity gives you by default. So you can use it if you want to. Alright, so what happened here? It looked like that crashed. And something's going wrong. I know, TJ, I think Atom is actually what I would use if I were starting now. If I hadn't started with Sublime, I would have I need to customize some editor. And the reason I'm using Sublime is because I've pretty heavily customized it and learned it now. But for someone new, I would definitely just suggest start with Atom. Yes, who writes and maintains the drag and drop tools. Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong here. So let's just restart this and find out. Maybe it's, I don't know what it is. Yeah, this is still not working though. Let's put it here. What is going on right now? Am I just not? No, it's definitely supposed to do this. And I have this listening. Do I need to restart this maybe? No, I don't know how to get this to break in. It's like Node Inspector just stopped working. Let's close all of these other tabs. Let's close this too. Just close out everything. There. Alright, so now let's go to code, JavaScript, Glicko test, node main, node dash dash debug main. Yeah, this isn't working for some reason. I don't know. Let's just put a debug break then, because that's the only thing that seems to work. I don't know why that option doesn't work. And yeah, dual monitors are super helpful, but oh yeah, T just got you covered. Nice. Oh, now it works totally fine. Well, whatever. Actually, it didn't work totally fine because it still just skipped over this completely. It's quite annoying. insertion failed. Oh man, I don't know why this is so difficult. Like, why am I wrestling with this? Yeah, who knows? I can't get this to break in for some reason. Oh, it's running debug, not debug break, that's why. And that's broken. Although, it shouldn't be. Alright, well, there. So this will be broken in now. We hit play once, we hit play a second time, and now we're here. We want to step into this function. So we get their roles, we'll know who won, but we don't really care because we eventually just set it to true for player one. But out of curiosity, these are getting, yeah, they're set correctly at least. Then we run this for player one. So player one has this rating, and we pass it in as the winner and the loser. Yeah, perfect. And player one is not equal to player two, is it? Player one dot ID, player two dot ID. Yeah, they're different. So player one output should be, yep, a higher rating, and player two output should be a lower rating. And that's not for some reason, but I pass in these arguments in the right way. It's very strange. Huh. Oh, wait a second, because, oh. Okay, never mind. Because winning against someone doesn't change. Okay, that was silly. That was a bad. I did this wrong. Yep. Okay, so did win. There. So now run Glicko for players. This needs to have player 1 1, and then player not player 1 1. So not player 1 1 and then player 1 1. I mean, I guess this will always be true and then false, and this will be false and then true. Yeah. Oh man, so we don't actually need to have written things this way. We could just write it this way, and then it should work. Not quite. 1 equals true. Did win. What does 1 imply here? 1 should be that you won, is it not? Player 1 output. It looks like these things are reversed. No, it looks like these things don't even matter. Hi, Bear Droid Games. Or Beardroid. Are you injecting steroids into your facial hair? I want your opinion on this one. What do you think about Phaser game engine? Is that a decent game engine? I don't like it, but part of the reason why is because when I tried to implement my zooming system, I found it very difficult to do that. So in Botland, if you zoom in and out, this all looks totally fine now, and like you could have bots there and you could see what they look like. In Phaser, there's a game object and then a whole hierarchy of game objects underneath it. And so when you zoom, well, there is no built-in zoom. So adjusting all of this yourself ends up being relatively slow just using Phaser. So I cut Phaser out of my project after like a couple of weeks, and I just switched to using Pixie, which is what they're using for rendering. I'm actually not a huge fan of Pixie either so far. I think it's okay, and that's about it. And Inception, thanks for following. I hate Pawn. How do I get started making web-based games? I know JavaScript and C# and all that stuff. So, TJ, I think one of the easiest ways is using any sort of rendering engine, and it could just be Canvas. So, for example, I think I've linked this to you before, but my first sort of big HTML game was this. And I did everything directly in Canvas. I like learned how to draw an image in Canvas. I didn't use a rendering engine. I didn't use a game engine for this. And you could look through the code for this if you want. This game in particular is totally open source. And you can just see how I did things and how everything fits together. I think that's a good way to get started. All you really need for a game is a way to take input and a way to render stuff. And rendering stuff doesn't have to be graphics. It could just be outputting to the console if you want. Now with HTML, you have a whole bunch of different ways of rendering, which is nice. You could use Canvas, you could use WebGL, you could use just DOM elements if you want. And no problem, Bear Droid Games. Woohoo, I won. This game. Alright, so what did I screw up here? What did I screw up? No matter what I do here, it ends up... Oh no, it doesn't end up being that way. Oh, it's sorting the... Oh, whoops. Yeah, this is probably working then. Okay, that's what I expected to have happen here. So player 1 is actually the first... Okay, this is working totally fine. It's sorting them in ascending order. So the first player is actually the worst player. So we should really sort these in descending order and then not list out. So this will be, how do we want to do this? So get rid of these, get rid of that, get rid of that. Print all player stats here. So rank number index +1. There we go. So rank number 1 is going to be the first player. Got it. Excuse me. Yeah, it's glickering correctly now, I think. So now what we can do is we could have this run a whole lot more matches. So let's try this out and let's not hard code this to true. So we're going to have it run 100 matches. Let's see what happens. So player 0 has a win rate of 33%. So the majority of the time they're going to lose. So at the end of all of this, their rating should be much lower. And we can see that their rating is a little bit lower, actually, but not a ton lower. That's interesting. Unless I did win ratios wrong. Actually, excuse me. We should tally how many wins and losses every player has. We should do that. Okay, so then we need to change a couple of things. One is this is totally wrong. This should be player and opponent. Good. The other is that each player should know how many wins and losses it has. And Bear Droid Games, thanks for following. By the way, followers, you will get a whisper from BotLad. There's a reason I'm wearing lights, and there's a reason lights are pointed at my face right now, and the whisper has to do with that. Okay, so let's keep track of wins and losses. This dot num wins equals 0, num losses equals 0, and when you win or lose, so we had this set Glicko stat. So if player 1 won, player 1 dot num wins ++, player 2 dot num losses ++. Else just reverse these. There. And then we kind of want to print these out at the end too, I think. Wins equals this dot num wins. Losses equals this dot num losses. All right, so in the end, we had a 46% win ratio on this person. They lost 75 times, and their rating in the end was like 200 less than the other person. That sounds correct to me. So same thing here. We have roughly an even number of wins and losses. Yeah, sure, there's a difference of 10. That's fine, but their ratings aren't so far apart. So now let's try this with a bunch of players. And this will be a test of whether I even wrote this correctly. So we're going to have 100 players, and we're going to play 1,000 matches. Let's see what happens. So the player at the top had a win ratio of 77%, and their score is the highest. They won 70 times. So the next player is the person who has 66 wins, 25 losses. There should be like an actual win ratio. And we should figure out if that's even anywhere close to the measured win ratio. Is this really a randomizer? Okay, so Khan's measured win ratio. Hi, stupid gladiator. How's it going? This dot num wins divided by this dot num wins plus this dot num losses. That might be 0, so we actually can't do this. We say const actual or measured win ratio equals this dot num losses is greater than 0. If so, this, otherwise 0. So measured win ratio is going to be this times 100, cut down to nothing basically, and then there we go. So win ratio, we need measured win ratio. There, let's try that out. That of course does not work because I put in an extra parenthesis. That still doesn't work because I forgot to do this. There, perfect. Undefined percent. Well, that's too bad. So num wins divided by num wins plus num losses. What happened here? Oh, there. Got it. Cool. So I don't think these percentages are actually going to work at all, are they? Win ratio is 30. Measured win ratio is about 30, actually. Win ratio is 27. Measured win ratio is 38. Win ratio is 53. Measured is 67. So this person won 6 matches and lost 3. And that puts their rating at 1542. But their uncertainty is pretty high. So they're ranked really low. I guess that makes sense. Because this is actually a really good win ratio to have. Where did that go? Here. Win ratio is 67%. You're winning 2/3 of your matches. Matchmaking or high score list? What's the topic now? So what I'm working on now is trying to figure out if the Glicko system is a good choice for botland. And I wanted to... Here's roughly what I'm doing. I'm generating 100 players with random win ratios. So the win ratio is supposed to represent like how good at the game they are. But since they're not actually playing real games, it's just a number. So the person with the highest win ratio should usually end up at the top, but then we need to play a certain number of games. So I'm having them simulate 1,000 games. Let's have them simulate 10,000 games. And at some point I should have it be like 10 games for each player. So let's do 10,000 games. So there we go. Now the person at the top should have much more of a sample size here. Unless I coded this wrong. This person's skill level is 1480. We don't need to have this print out every time. Let's do 100,000. See what's going on here. Did that totally break? No, there it goes. So if you're talking about my Chrome over here, this is dark because of a theme. If you're talking about DevTools is dark because I turned on a setting. If you just go into settings and then change theme from default to dark, it'll be a dark theme. Okay, so let's take a look at this. First of all, the way I coded the test framework is probably bad because the people who were in the top seem to have more games played than anybody else, right? Like this person has 1,000 games played and that's it. So I probably did something wrong here. But in general, do these rankings look correct? And then from there, like this person, for example, they lost 2,000 games, but they only won 500. So their ranking is 972. They're actually at the bottom of the chart. And their win ratio is 22%. So it looks like this is mostly working. This person has a mostly even win ratio of 50%. But their rating is also low. But we don't know who they won or lost against, so that's not really that helpful for us. So now what I need to figure out is, what does one win in this system do? So make sure players are actually playing a roughly even number of matches. and then see what follow one player through the system at the end and have them play against each other person in the system. Maybe always have them win or always lose, and see how their rating fluctuates. Because number of games you played should only matter in determining your rating deviation. Yeah, I'm going to have to test this when I get back. Okay, let me go use the bathroom. Then I'll come back and I'll continue to work on this stuff. So yeah, be right back. All right, I'm back. You need to make sure they're playing against the same level of player also, right? Or not needed for testing? No, that is needed for testing. But I'm not sure if I have that part of the system working correctly. Okay, so make sure players are actually playing an even number of matches. So yeah, the way that this is working right now is we say just take a random player and have them play against someone, which is how actual games work. Like I might play 100 matches in a day, but it's not guaranteed that every single player plays 100 matches. But let's try to make this, well, I don't know, this isn't bad. I just need to make sure that this player is not playing too many games. Because some players are playing like 1,000 games and that's it. And some players are playing 6,000. That doesn't necessarily mean they triggered the game. So let's go figure that out. Matches started equals 0. These are matches that this player triggered. Should move this light out of my face. What are the lights around my neck? Yeah, so it's in the FAQ, but in short, when someone follows, they can control these lights. So I can show you what this looks like. I'll type flashbang red. Looks like my room just lit on fire. But anyway, when you follow, you actually get to manually control them for 45 seconds. So num matches started 0. We just need to increment this at some point. So I think we do this, player.num matches started, ++. And then let's print this out for each player. I have a feeling this is going to be much higher for the players who are in the first position here. And that's a problem. All right, let's see. It should finish pretty soon. Yep, there we go. All right, so this is too many. So we'll just do this like this. There. Hey, Rob the Swan, thanks for the host. How'd your stream go today? Also, take a look at this. All right. So first of all, it's saying percent. It's not an actual percentage. But no, this is correct. Wow. So then something here. So I'm randomly picking players. Correct. Wait, that part I obviously knew about. What am I talking about here? The number of matches is actually just. All right, let's do this. Num wins plus num losses. Like, this is wrong, I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look. Yeah. So the players in... Actually, this could just be normal variance at this point. It doesn't look like it's super skewed. Because like this player had 4,000 matches, but then this one only had 1,000. Huh. Oh, alright, see you around this one. I wonder... Yeah, this is actually... So... Huh. The match has started. Okay, so I don't think there's any problem there. So then here's what we need to do now, is this stuff. Where did I write it? So make sure players are playing, so that's done. Follow one player through the system at the end and have them play against each other person in the system. Maybe always have them win or always lose and see how their rating fluctuates. So for example, let's take the top player and let's have them play 5 matches against the player beneath them. And let's just see how their rating changes. What's the deviation for the one around 4,000? Let's go find that player. This one. So the deviation is 65.3, which actually all of these players have the same deviation. They're all about 65 or 66. But part of the reason for that is because they played 100,000 matches. So I guess in the end, this is like what I can expect from this. And the volatility levels are all around 0.06 as well. So I bet these would be very different if I only had it run, let's say 100 matches. Then some players would probably be very different here. Yeah, you can see some of the deviations now are in the 180s, 170. Some are still at 200 because they never played a match. Their volatilities are all still 0.06. Yeah. So this player who worked their way to the top has a rating of roughly 1303. And actually, well, they won a ton of games. There's that. Their win ratio is insane. Okay, I think this will probably work. What I don't get, though, is the deviation of the number 1. And what text editor do I use? I use Sublime. The deviation of number 1. What part doesn't make sense there? Because this is saying that their Glicko rating is 1745. Their deviation is 110. Also, I could probably zoom in on this like once. Also, CRE should be rounded. I, for some reason, did not do that. There. This should be more readable now. Yeah, there we go. What's the difference between win ratio and measured win ratio? So win ratio is something I came up with for the players ahead of time. I basically said, hey, I want this player to have a win ratio of about 51%. Oh, measured win ratio is 0. That's actually not correct. Total games played equals. This should have been this way, and then this way, and then this way. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, you can see here, the win ratio I set ahead of time for this player was 78%. They ended up winning 87% of the time. So in general, the ones who have the lower win ratios that I said at the bottom here, like, do we see any really low numbers? 28%. They ended up just losing all of their matches. Yeah. Okay, so I want to do this. I want to test out what happens when the player who's at the top plays against the player just beneath them. So basically, what happens if we took... No, you know what? We should just make a REPL here. This is the best way of doing things. So let's go do things that way. So let's look at cluster master. We have a REPL. We'll go get this to here. This is built into Node, so we don't need to install anything. And then how do we use this? Set up REPL. Sounds good to me. Cool. Set up REPL. Put this here at the beginning. REPL.start context.main equals this. REPL equals REPL server. What is REPL server? Oh yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so now we have a REPL going. So we can just type something like this.players. No, players? Players is not defined. What is this? Oh, what is this? Oh, it's this.main? Yeah, this.main.players. I don't think I like that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could just say REPL server.context equals this and then just get rid of these things. So now I could just type this.players. Nope. Okay, whatever. Let's just stick to what it is. So we have access to this. So now what we want to do is, okay, so we got this chart. We should probably take this chart out of here. That way I can take a look at it afterward. So here's the chart. Cool. So player one has, there's no better way to do this, is there? Let's just get rid of rank here. And let's change Glicko to just G equals. And win ratio is like measured win ratio there. Okay, so player one has 12 wins. Let's have them play against player two. So it's ID 75 versus ID 0. So this dot main dot play game. So this dot main dot play game. This dot main dot players 75. This dot main dot players. What was the other one? 0. Okay. That says undefined. That's fine. Now we want to print out the stats. Okay, so player 1 and player 2 should have changed a little bit, I guess. So what happened here? This is what things looked like before, and here's what they look like afterward. So afterward, it turns out player 0 actually won that match. So it did switch their ranks. No, wait, where's player 75? They're not even there. Oh, wow, they went down to rank 3. So then player ID equals 0 beats player ID equals 75. What color scheme do I use? I use Monokai. So fast when you know what you're doing. Alright, so you can see the person who used to be ranked number 1 in the world went down to rank number 3. Their win ratio stayed the same. No. Their measured win ratio went down by 4%. Their Glicko rating went down by like 20-something points. Their deviation went down by 3 points. So yeah, this looks pretty good. I don't know. I guess what would happen here is that every time someone in the top 10 plays a match against each other, their ratings are going to fluctuate so much. And this is why we should probably do this as a set of matches that happen. Hey, this thing is on. Hockey Jedi. Yeah, I think this is a reason. Okay, what is this? I will have to purge you there. Okay, so I think the problem here is there's going to be a lot changing. All right, fine. I guess I will just ban you from chat or timeout for 10 minutes. There we go. Hi, Sumath. Sumath. All right. Yeah, what I'm concerned with here. So added a REPL and had a player play one match against another player. It changed around the rankings a decent amount. Maybe when you get to the top like 100 for all players, maybe this works differently. Because what if I did this same sort of thing? First, let's go make an easier function for this. So let's say test single match, player ID 1, or player 1 ID. I know, I did, Sumath, and I'm going to actually go look it up. I was going to write myself a note to just do it later. Sumath, yeah. Got it. Every once in a while I forget because there's so many people in chat over the course of a week that I have to keep all this in my head. I apologize for that. Okay, so now try 100,000 matches. So let's go do that. We'll play 100,000 matches, and we'll see what happens when the top player plays the next player. So we need this test single match, and we only know kind of who won here. So let's say print outcome equals false. Down here we have this, if print outcome. There, perfect. So now all we have to do is say this dot num matches start. Let's just get rid of that. I don't like that. Gammer guy, thanks for following. Well, I find it funny. So player 1 ID, player 2 ID. What in the world did I just type? There we go. And that's it. And we pass in a true here, and that should work. So let's try it out. This should print out everyone at the end. Good. Okay, so let's just look at the top 4 are these players. Now we're going to have player 82 play against 98. So this dot main dot test single match 82 versus 98. So player 82 lost. And now let's print out the stats again. So 82 used to be rank number 1 in the world. And their rating was 17, 18 in this, and then it changed. So let's go take a look at how it changed. So their rating went down by 13 points, whereas the person who they lost to... Wait a second, there's something else I'm not taking into consideration here. It's that in botland, you're going to have an attacker rating and a defender rating. So one player's rating going down... Actually, this might be totally fine for botland then. You play a match and you win, you'll immediately go up in rank, unless you're already number 1. You play a match and lose, you go down in rank. But then the defender you played against will also go either up or down. So these things will probably fluctuate a lot. I think we just start with this and then later modify it, because I think this is okay for now. Right? People's gripes with CSGO was that your rank fluctuates a lot. And what I could do there is make it so that this is partially hidden from you. And I'm rating them based on CRE anyway. I mean, what if we have this What if we had them play another match against each other? So player 82 had previously lost. Now player 82 won. Does that put them back on top? Is player 82 on top now? Yes, they are. And their ranking went back up to... So player 82 loses to 98. So that's this stuff. Player 82 wins against 98. So in these cases, I started at 1438. I lost. I went down to 1428. And then I win and go up to 1445. Well, this is impossible. This can't happen because these players are ranked on their attack rankings. ID number 98, their defense ranking might be terrible. So these players wouldn't play against each other in that way. I'm pretty sure their fork of Glicko is run after each game. I think it has to be for the players' sake, but I think there could also be what Godik was talking about on Wednesday was a delayed rank that would take many of these matches into account in this case. And I don't know if I need to do that. And I also don't think this matters so much at first. If there are people complaining about the matchmaking here, I can change it. So, alright, comment the code I wrote. I don't think this is super necessary. Find out how I'll get someone's true rating. I think I'll just use CRE, yeah, and bucketize everything. And then find out how time decay will work. That's something I'm definitely going to need to test. So yeah, we still need to do that. So these are the things that are left. This one and this one. Also, let's run a giveaway. Spray wins. Okay. So comment the code I wrote. I mostly wanted to just write, what does this do? So finds a player who is roughly your skill level to play against. This compares by CRE. Yeah, and I think because part of this is like, okay, I've still got some things I have left to do. And then after all of that, I've got to turn this into a real system. When it's test code, it's like, well, yeah, there's some, you can cut some shortcuts or take some shortcuts. You can just kind of act like things are going to work a certain way. But I have limited resources for this. So simple wrapper around play match that does this a certain number of times. Cool. Actually calls into round Glicko 2, but that takes in player objects. True if it shouldn't be called winner and loser. It should be called player 1 and player 2. And that means that we should just call this did player 1 win. Did player 1 win. And returns an object with rating RD. I already forgot what it's called. Doesn't really matter. RD and vol. Okay. So now play game. This is act out a botland game and update all data structures. All right, see you, Hideo. Player, if true, we'll print who won. Doesn't return anything. If we have we can, whatever, that's fine. Print all player stats. Yeah, test single match, play match. So I want to write the way that all of this works. The way that this program works is by creating num players who all have a skill level, which I call their win ratio. What this really represents is a lower bound on dice rolls. This means that if you had the upper bound is always 100. This means that if you have a win ratio of 100, you'll win every game. But if you have a win ratio of 20, your dice rolls can be much lower, so you should lose more games. Although, actually, pitted against someone who has the same win ratio as you, you'll always have a 50% chance of winning. When matched against someone with the same win ratio as you will always have a 50% chance. Well, not always, actually. I think it's skewed toward the attacker. You will have roughly a 50% chance of winning. Cool. So we simulate out num matches. We don't ever have num matches, but we can write this here. Num matches. So we simulate out num matches where we randomly take a player and find an opponent for them of roughly equal skill, which we measure via CRE. CRE is the conservative rating estimate of a player. It's a very simple calculation based on their rating and their rating deviation. This is used because their rating is really a range of possible skill levels that they may be at. At the end of running this program, you can type whatever you want into the REPL, e.g. this. And this. This lets you see how the ratings will fluctuate. As future matches are played. Okay. Yeah, so there's that. Now, how does time decay work? So according to this PDF, Glicko 2 PDF, where is it? Here. Time decay is based on this formula right here. Only step 6 applies. Update the rating deviation to the new pre-rating period value. Also, what is... The last time I guessed what letter it was, I was wrong. And I think I know what this is. But I'm probably wrong on that. Yeah, it is. Okay, and that's, what is it, sigma, lowercase sigma? Yeah, great. Okay, so what do those things represent? Sigma is the volatility, I think. Where do they write that? Yep, volatility. So the formula has volatility and then this phi value, which is what? I think that's just something you set. No, what is this? Is this the rating deviation? It probably is. Convert the ratings and RDs onto the Glicko 2 scale. RD divided by... Okay, so we got to keep track of this. So time decay takes that into account, and then where's the square root formula? Here. Oh, what's that? What's that character? I don't even know what that character is. Is that just sigma prime? Yeah, I think that's what that's supposed to represent. So it's a square root of phi squared plus volatility squared. Okay, so it's just this formula. This is pretty simple. What's the time to point ratio? It's 1 point every 10 minutes. So it's basically 50 points a day. Also, chat is pretty quiet. Time to give a quote. What a quote. All right, so let's try this out. Let's say that we take this player whose deviation is 68.9. So now we divide 68.9 by this number, and we get this. So this is their phi value. Oh, it's pronounced phi. Yeah, well, shows how much I know. So now what? Do we have math.square root? Is that a function we can use? No. What's this called in Python? Is it lowercase math? Oh yeah, lowercase math. Okay, so math.square root, this squared plus volatility squared. What's their volatility? This. So that equals this, and then we need to multiply this by 173.7178, which is 69.7. So now this is their new, what does this represent? This is their new deviation. It's 6 points an hour. The reason I said 50 points a day is because I stream for roughly 8 hours. What did I screw up here? I don't think I screwed anything up, actually. Maybe I didn't at least. What is this thing equal to, though? This is their new, yeah, this is their new phi value. So that equals that. That equals that. That's going to be this. So then to get the original value, we do this times that, and we end up with this. So this is the new deviation? It's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah. So new deviation is this. So it changed by 0.78. I don't really know. I don't really know how much I should change this by every month. So we need to test this out. This is going to be a little bit hard to do. So I guess the next thing here is figure out what kind of effect this has on a system. Simulate two players playing against each other. Then do the same simulation after one round of time decay. Okay, yeah, so how should we do this? So I want to take any two players who are on here. I guess these work just fine. So I take these players. All I care about is their Glicko. Well, all we care about is this, really. Bugsy. And yeah, TJ, I don't know what's going on there. I think part of it was I got hosted, and I don't think hosting puts people into this chat. I think it keeps them in the old chat room. And also, most of those people aren't going to want to watch me anyway. And I think part of it is just what I'm working on here. This is more math than programming. So here's what I want to test out. We want to make a player with a particular Glicko rating. There needs to be something to test this, but there isn't an easy way of doing that. So I got to make another program for this. Maybe I should just make like an immediate Glicko test. So this would be like winner rating, winner. I already wrote all this. Where did I write this? Desktop, Dell, Glicko, 2 Lite. Yeah. So it's this. immediate Glicko test, winner stats, loser stats. And this returns this stuff. I think what this should do is probably log this, because the way that you'd call this is this way. So let's try this out. So we do immediate Glicko test, so this .main.immediate Glicko test with these values. Hey Kuba. So this is a rating of this, an RD of 70, and a volatility of 0.05997. Glicko intolerant. Then a rating of 1729.6, 73.3, and 0.05992. So we're going to run this, and we're going to get back the winner's output and the loser's output. Both output equals that. Yeah, I gotta type this into here. Yeah, there. Okay, let's try that out. See if that works. So we want to run this in such a way that we're not running 100,000 of these things, because I certainly don't care about that. Print all player stats. This is happening in a way that I don't want to have happen because of log info. There's no log info. This is somewhat complicated, yeah. It's not terrible. But I don't think matchmaking is like an easy thing to do. So here's what I got to paste in. Is that going to work? No, I screwed something up. What is it that I messed up though? I don't see anything that's wrong. But this is not exiting for some reason. Is this not valid JavaScript? Did I just type something wrong? Oh, it looks right to me. Oops. This .main, let's just try this. This .main.immediate Glicko test. That exists. ToString takes in 2 objects. No, I know what I'm doing right now. What I'm trying to do, okay, I can explain this. So what I'm trying to do here is this. We have a whole bunch of players who played against each other, and you can see how many games they won and whatever else happened. So let's say this was the real situation in Botland. This is what happened last season. This player, ID 58, got 8 wins, and their skill level is 1247. Now, we don't really have a reference for what these numbers mean, because 1247 in this case means that they're the best. But as we play out more matches, will they stay the best? I don't know. Now what I'm suggesting is, what happens if this player takes a month off of the game? Now think about it. As the game progresses, more strategies will be discovered, and then a player who used to be the best is probably no longer the best, even if they themselves haven't gotten any better or worse. But the game has changed. So imagine in another game like Hearthstone or StarCraft that while you're gone from the game, some crazy new strategy was discovered that now you're no longer able to be as good as you once were. So what I'm testing is Glicko has a system of decaying this, well, not this value actually, it's your deviation value, so that the next time you play a game, if you lose, you'll probably drop much more than you would have dropped. So all I'm trying to do is figure out why I can't call this function, because this should definitely be working. Yeah, it thinks that I haven't closed something for some reason. What if I just say like x equals 5? Yeah, that works. This .main.immediate click. Oh, wait a second. No, this should be right. Rating RD involved. What is going on then? I can't even invoke this function for some reason. Let's just try it with 5 and 6. This should cause an error. Well, that's a different error from what I wanted to call. Yeah, there. That's definitely an error. So for some reason I can't call this with 2 objects. Are these objects wrong? Well, they're not valid JSON, but they're valid JavaScript. And oh, they are wrong. I forgot to put numbers in there. Darn it. Okay, well, that took me entirely too long. Okay, so now we can just paste this in, and now it should work. Nice. So yeah, winner output and loser output. So what? Where did that print from? Was that a 3-hour pink flashbang? No, someone probably. Yeah, it's just for subs. And Jacob, you should have gotten a link from BotLad that lets you control the lights. It was whispered to you, but if you have whispers turned off, then you probably wouldn't have seen it. Created them for a bunch of people, actually. Yeah, so anyone who's curious, and like hers too, thank you for following, by the way. Anyone who follows, you'll get a whisper from BotLad, and it's a link that lets you control my lights. If you don't get that whisper, then you probably have whispers disabled, or you're not following BotLad bot. I don't know exactly how it works. I have whispers enabled, so I just get them from people. So immediate Glicko test. This part's fine. I guess we should print out what their stats were to begin with. Although I have those. Do you get points in chat when the stream isn't live? Only if my bot is online, which I try not to keep it online. So this is going to be, we don't need to string by this beforehand. I'll just get it from over here. We'll just take this and we'll put this over here. And we shall put these things in quotes. There. Why is this not working? What did I do wrong this time? Oh, I need to give these, okay. Winner output and loser output. Got it. Okay, so here's what things used to be, and here's what they are now. So this is a change without any sort of decay. It's also kind of hard to track, right? But you can see that the winner went from 1718 to 1732. So what I need to do now is apply a decay to their, to this RD. I know, TJ, I would ban your other accounts if you did that. I don't allow point transfers like that. If it's two people who I'm pretty sure are distinct users in chat, then you can transfer all the points you want. But if it's two people who I'm pretty sure are just logging in on, or it's one person logging in on two accounts, I don't want to allow that. Okay, so this is without time decay applied. And Lucky, thanks for following. So now with the time decay applied, we need to do this same thing. So we need a way to compute time decay. Compute time decay. So we have rating, deviation, and volatility. Can you send me the code for your lunch BRB screen? Why is that, Mike? Do you want to find out what happens when the time hits 0? Are you trying to trick me? Still working on the ranking system? Yeah, I'm going to be working on the ranking system for a while, actually. But what I'm working on now is still testing whether Glicko is the right system to use. I want to see how time decay works. So time decay is figured out just via this. So we just say const, so scaled deviation equals rating dev divided by this. Actually, we can leave that there. Wanted to add something to it? Yeah, Mike, I'm not going to let you do that. So now phi prime equals, it's really just this. So phi prime equals math.square root scaled deviation times scaled deviation plus volatility times volatility. So now we end up with that, and now we multiply that by Kahn's new deviation equals 5 prime times 173.7178. Return new deviation. Something happens at 0, 0, 0. Yeah. Something does happen at 0, 0, 0, but it's never in the entirety of the time that I've streamed hit 0. And so now people are wondering, but they'll never know. They'll never know. Okay, so compute time decay. Let's call that. So this .main compute time decay of 70 comma. What is their volatility? Where is their volatility? Here it is. And that's not a function. There, now it is. So now here's their new volatility. It goes up hardly at all. So with time decay, the winner would have this deviation. That's like nothing. I just feel like this is probably whatever. Let's just try it. So now we do this. So now instead of a volatility of 70 or a deviation of 70, we pass in this, and we see what this returns. There. So with time decay applied, this is the value that we get. So let's see what actually differs. Well, instead of going to 1732.3, you go to 1732.6. So that's hardly anything. And then the deviation is still, it's 1 higher. And the loser's ranking hardly changed too. So this is with time decay applied once. We should probably apply this something like 10 times. I'm making a little sub ticker for the lunch BRB screen. When I finish, will you add? I don't know, Mike. What do you have planned there? Because I basically decided to throw away this idea. Yeah. Is time decay so that if you don't play a while, your rating drops accordingly? It's not even that your rating drops. It's that the next time you play or when someone plays against you, your rating will probably drop more than it would have. And I don't know if I should even do this necessarily. So I was thinking like every day that you don't play, we could apply some minor decay. And Aaron, it's spelled with an E at the end. Excuse me. Who will you meet when you play the first game after being away for a while? Someone at the level you were when you left? Yeah, that's the plan right now, but it might be a good idea to just decay the ranks altogether. So for example, if you get to rank 1, actually I don't even think this system is going to work. I need to figure out how to reconcile having 2 different sets of ratings. For example, if attacker A plays against defender B, then your attack rating can go up, but defender B's attack rating won't change. You need to be able to get to a position on the attack ladder such that you can pass people who are higher ranked than you without lowering their attack rating. This screams for unit test. Well, so the implementation of the algorithm is not something that you can really unit test that well. Like, the algorithm works. I'm using exactly the math setup, how they have it set up. So I just took from the PDF. Actually, I didn't even have to do that. Someone else already did that for me. The problem is testing this in a large system of real players. I don't know exactly what I want to have happen here. And Aaron, thanks for following. Just a little bar at the top of the screen that displays subscriber names. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, lucky. Was that you who changed them? Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, so more decay than this needs to happen. What's this quote again? Oh, yeah. More decay than this would need to happen. So we could simulate this multiple times, or just increase their volatility probably. Because I wrote compute time decay here of this. Then if I take that time decay, if I take this here, whoops, 70.771, then it turns to 71, 71.5334. That's 72. So at what point does this actually have an effect? I guess that's what I'm wondering. I don't know the answer to that. So let's just try this. We ran it 3 times, and now we're going to pass in a deviation of 72.3. And the ratings that get outputted here are 1733 and 1714. So instead of 1732, it went up to 1733. That's hardly anything. I don't know. I guess this is just a low deviation, and that's all. That's why this is like hardly changing. Mike, I'm probably not going to end up using that. And if I do, I'll probably end up just writing it myself. But I don't think I'm going to end up doing it for now. So time decay is very subtle. Time decay is a very subtle effect. It doesn't really have any impact when your RD is 70 and volatility is 0.06. Even if you run it 5 times. So what if we ran it even more? Like, I don't know at what point we just stop with this thing. So 72.3. Like, what if we had this as 1,000? What would it change by? Yeah, hardly anything. I guess it's all based on your volatility here. And even then, this doesn't really seem to matter that much. 200 goes to 211. I guess it's if you have a very, very high volatility. So how does volatility change every time? Where's that PDF? Huh. Well, there is some value that they mention here. This, determine a rating in RD System constant, what is this, tau? Which constrains the change in volatility over time. Yeah, so what did they have this set to? Because I think this is the problem here. Hey, Destin. Well, in order to figure that out, we need to go into the Glicko 2 Lite code base. I don't know if they let you customize this. Just this. Do they let you change the tau? Not here, they don't. So what tau are they using? Options.tau. Oh, you can specify it. So where do options get taken in? Scale. Unscale. Export rate. Aha! Here it is. Tau is 0.5 by default. Okay, well, I don't know what to set that to, because here they say that you should pick something between 0.3 and 1.2. Smaller prevent the volatility measures from changing by large amounts, which in turn prevent enormous changes in rating based on very improbable results. Yeah, no, I think setting it to something small is fine then. I need some toys on me. Some ornaments. Okay, so part of the reason that this is subtle is because it's computed based on a constant tau. Tau is set to 0.5. When lower, it means volatility won't change by a lot. So what we could do is we could rerun this entire system, but when we include Glicko, what we can do is pass in tau of, let's say, 999. This is insane. You'd never do this. I just want to see if it's working. So now when we say node main here, Glicko 2 is not a function. Oh, you get the rate function back, and you can pass in the options as what? The fourth argument? Rating RD sigma, opponents, options. Oh, so options just comes last. Okay. Tau 500. All right, so what did that do? Volatility should be like off the charts here, but I don't think that had an impact. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, volatility ratings are all like 0.06 again. How is that possible? What if I set tau to really, really low? No, none of this seems to have an impact. I said it's a 2. I don't know what this is doing. I wonder if they're even using it correctly, or they should be. Oh, they are using it. So are they passing options everywhere? Yes, yes, yes. Alright, fine. Then, who knows? Right, or am I just passing this in wrong? Where is the sign coming from? Low dash dot assign. Yeah, that should be fine. So let's try this. Yeah. Assign equals require low dash dot assign. So options equals undefined. So cool, we got that. Now if we say options equals tau 50, yeah, that works. Okay, so they don't have a problem in their code here. Maybe it's something I'm doing wrong? I don't know how I could be doing something wrong here. What if we change rating out of curiosity? Does this have any impact? I'm just testing random stuff out at this point. No, I don't think that does have an impact. I don't know. But yeah, this doesn't seem to be having a very obvious impact, at least on the match. If I just say to play one match, and I have this tau value of 200, what happens? So who got their one match played? Here they are. Yeah, volatility didn't change at all. If I said it's really, really low, volatility still doesn't change at all. Alright, yeah, then I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I'm setting it to something really low to begin with. Maybe it should just be set to something much, much higher than that. Because in this player object, I just set it to 0.06. I don't really know what impact this had. And this is where testing this could help out a lot more. So here I set it to 1. I guess we could just test things out. So let's set this to 2, and let's run 1,000 matches. Alright, so yeah, you can see volatilities are now hovering around 1. And some of these should be lowering. Some are also getting raised. So what happens here? Yeah, this is a problem. This person played 9 matches, so we couldn't get a good read on them, but somehow they're ranked number 2 in the world after losing most of them. Not most of them, but almost half of them. I guess that's what volatility is all about. So after 100,000 matches, volatility grew to be a gigantic value. Yeah, there's a big problem with that. So we definitely can't set that to whatever it was. I guess this is fine, because I don't know what these values are. I don't know what to set it to. I don't think tau has really much of an impact at all. We could try running 2 of these like 100,000 match tests. I don't think it's going to matter too much. So let's take a quick look. So here's the rank 1 player with 100,000 matches with tau equal to 0.2. And here it is with tau equal to 2.2. Excuse me. Let's see if there's any appreciable difference. Okay, so this value is like 12 thousandths less than this one. And other than that, the rest of this looks pretty much the same. Yeah, so I don't know. Let's just leave this at 0.2 then, because based on the PDF, that's what sounds like this is correct. So I can't find any appreciable difference by setting this higher or lower. I think it makes very minute changes to the volatility. Okay, well, so time decay is something I'll just do later. In fact, the way I could do it is just make your rating deviation expand by like 20% always. That might totally break the system though. I don't know. All right, so this part, I need to reconcile having 2 different sets of ratings. For example, attacker A plays against a defender B, then your attack rating can go up, but defender B's attack rating won't change. You need to be able to get to a position on the attack ladder such that you can pass people who are higher ranked than you without lowering their attack rating, without having to lower. So basically, I want to avoid this scenario. A player gets to the top of the attack ladder and then stops playing altogether. So I think there needs to be some rank decay and some, yeah, or a ladder reset or something like that, where they eventually work their way right back up. Or if you haven't played in that season enough games, like if you haven't played at least 5 games, then you just can't be on the ladder. I think any number of those are probably fine. We need to test this in practice. We need to have some different algorithms behind this. Be able to swap out. I'm going to write this here. When writing the matchmaking algorithms, I should mostly be able to swap out different implementations without having to worry about rewriting the whole code base. Okay, so there are a bunch of mitigations for this. Prevent players from having a rating unless they've played at least 5 games in the last week, something like that. Or apply a manual decay where we just lower their rating or increase their deviation. Well, just lower their rating. Or I don't know. Those are pretty much it. That's all we really need to do. Okay, well, that was like 3 hours of testing the Glicko stuff. And I'm mostly happy with the results. I think we need to just try it in practice. Because this isn't going to mean anything at first. Even if I tell you what this CRE is, like if I tell you, hey, your skill level is 1461, that doesn't mean anything unless you have a gauge, some kind of scale for you to know, well, who's the best and who's the worst. For example, someone told me their Dota ranking, and I'm like, I have no idea what 3000 means. I think they said, oh, well, that's about a little bit above average. I said, okay, cool. I understand above average. Yeah. Okay, so what did I write here? Every time a rating is saved on the account server, we should figure out what the maximum rating across all people is so that we can share it with everyone and render their rating bars correctly on the title page. If using Glicko, this should just be the CRE, the conservative rating estimate. We're tracking players by both an attack rank and a defense rank. The matchmaker should stay as a separate entity. Yep, this is all fine. The account server needs to be able to update players' ranks and buckets on the matchmaker. Yeah, I should figure out the full flow of this. And get updated every time a game is played. Could you convert their ranking into a percentile? Would that make more sense to people? I think it would. I think at some point people would want to know exactly where they rank. And I also think that in order to convert people into a percentile, it means sorting all of the players who have ever played and have a ranking. And I'm not sure exactly how doable that's going to be. And that's part of the feasibility aspect of all of this that I need to work on. Is like, okay, I ostensibly have a matchmaking algorithm. Now I need to figure out how to turn this into practice. And one of the things I'm concerned about is I'm not just going to read, let's say, 1 million players' data from the database and then sort it all and then do something. So I'll need to figure out how this works exactly. But this whole, so, yeah, things to figure out. When you press play, what happens underneath? From client to account server to matchmaker. When a game is finished, what happens in updating ranks everywhere? I think that's mostly what I want to figure out for right now. Probably a good idea to write some tests. Yeah. Okay, I could have a visible ranking that's based on Glicko 2. Then I could have an invisible one that's based on more matches. I could do that. I don't know exactly what I want to do yet, though. I think most games have decided it's a bad idea to ever show you this score. And then it's better, at the very least, to turn this into a bucket of like, oh, the top people are in... They'll sort of like what D-Rox was saying. Like, figure out their percentile, or at least generally what their percentile is. So if your ranking is between 1,500 and 2,000, then you are a gold player. And then we kind of tell you what your ranking is there from like maybe 1 to 500 or something like that. But it doesn't mean you're the number 250th player. I'm not sure. I'll have to test this out some more. Account server needs to be able to update players' ranks and buckets on the matchmaker. Yeah. And writing the matchmaking algorithm, I should, yeah. Alright, so how will this look? When you press play, what happens underneath from client to account server to matchmaker? So you tell the account server that you want to play a game. The account server pulls your most up-to-date information from the database and sends it to the matchmaker. So how does a matchmaker find you a match? Well, the way that I had this one work was it sorted all of the players by who's at each sort of part of the Glicko rating spectrum. And then I just found some players near you and chose one of those. That's the ideal way. Is that going to be possible for me to do? That involves having basically like everybody on this system. So I think the matchmaker needs to track a list of players sorted by their CRE, but it also needs to know how frequently these players are used by the system. The ones who aren't frequently used can be paged out. Matchmaker should check the ping. So Vizio, this is not a real-time game, so there's no need to check ping. In fact, I can kind of show you guys the game. It's been a long time since I've even opened this. So in Botland, it is asymmetrical multiplayer. So what you'll do is you'll first set up a defense around your CPU. So I might set up this, for example, and then I'll save that. So let's save this. Is this not working? Uh-oh. What's going on here? I can't save this anymore for some reason. Something went very wrong. Critical error. That's not a problem. Here it is. This is the problem. Okay, yeah, so problem solved. There, yeah, close out all these things. So I just saved my defense like a million times. Alright, anyway, so you set up a defense, and then when you log into somebody else and you want to attack that player, then they're not actually there for this time. So now I can go look at their bots, and I can be like, okay, I know how to beat this. And I can put down my bots in whatever order I want, and then I can simulate out a game, and if I win, then great, they'll be notified about it later. You should highlight yourself talking about the game and link that. So EJ, this is one of the things that I like explaining to people in real time about what the game is, even though it's not the most optimal way. And I think it's just more of a personal connection with the viewers who ask about it. After some amount of time, yeah, I agree that I should be linking in a video, and I should probably have like a new. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. Maybe record a new "What is Botland" video. Instead of fixing robots smashing together, you should add a proper animation. Yeah, that is gonna have to change at some point. In fact, you're never supposed to have two of these. Yeah, and no problem, Vizio. So I think it needs to track a list of players sorted by their CRE, but it also needs to know how frequently these players are used by the system. That would probably be a least recently used data structure. The ones who aren't frequently used can be paged out, sure. If you can't find a match with the people who are paged in, then the matchmaker will need to ask the account server. Wait, does the matchmaker have... Hang on a second. Matchmaker main. Do they have a database wrapper? They don't. Yeah. Hey Carm. Hey Jupiter. Can't wait to see it on Shark Tank. I don't think that'll ever happen. So if the players aren't there for you to play against, then we need to ask the account server to find us a player whom you haven't played against recently and who is roughly your skill level. I don't know a good way to do this. In fact, I don't think I should even ever do this. I think if there's no one who's paged in for you to find, then we just use someone who you've already played against maybe. I think this should actually be avoided at all costs, and we should just expand our search. So when the or when the matchmaker starts up, this means that when the matchmaker starts up, we should get a list of people from the account server to fill our data structures with. Feels dialogue, man. So Carm, and anyone who's confused about why I even have that emote, I just wanted something that kind of represented the video I just pasted in. Kappa log. Okay, so when a game is finished, what happens in updating ranks everywhere? So when a game is done, the account server needs to tell the matchmaker. I don't know how long the Glicko thing takes to run. Probably longer than it would take for me to just tell the account server about it. Although, does that matter? Probably doesn't matter. So when a game is done, something needs to run Glicko 2 for both players. Then the account server needs to tell the matchmaker. Then the account server needs to save the updated information to both rows in the database. And the matchmaker needs to update their data structure, well, its data structures as well. So when we page out a player, okay, so I can see the system working. I can turn this all into code. The thing I can't see working necessarily is these details of, oh, players are reporting that their ranks are fluctuating too much. What do I do about it? I say, I don't know. I think it's just mitigation time at that point. We do a little cosplay for Halloween. Imagine if I came in and actually, I'm not going to tell you this. I could actually just do this idea. this is a, this is a really stupid idea. It's not even a costume. Uh, okay, I was typing that in a notepad, but I can't tell you guys what it is in case I end up doing it. I probably won't, but then I'll tell you if I don't end up doing it. Reminder, watch Adam's stream on Halloween. You can also add a dampening factor. So Godik, it's built into this. There's a volatility, and you can change how much that gets updated by, and you can start it out. Yeah, that's what tau was in the paper for updating volatility. But then you also have a starting volatility for each player. So I could always start that at lower if I want, or higher, or there are a lot of things I can do. The problem is, no, I guess this is what alpha is for. So I should just write this in a conclusion. It's not the point of this design to come up with something bulletproof. I just need something good enough at first. Because the other thing is, I think the people who will be bothered by your rank fluctuating a lot are the people at either ends of the spectrum. And new players aren't going to care too much, because if you're at the bottom end of the spectrum and you fluctuate much higher than you should, you'll be happy, probably. But if the people who will be bothered the most are the ones who are at the top, who they lose a match and they go down to rank like 72 or something. What if I just dressed up? Was Portal 2 ever a boxed product? Oh yeah, it was. What if I dressed up as the box? So not even just the character, but I had the writing and the portals and Valve and this stuff on it. Guys, I have tons of terrible costume ideas. I can go on for hours. Which is why I wrote one in Notepad. The worst costume idea, perhaps. Okay, so have the matchmaker tell you who you're going to play against. This is actually a giant set of to-do items. What's this, 11 kazoos? Whoa. That's quite the gif. The last game you bought on a disc? What's the last one I bought on a disc? I guess if you count Wii U games, then it was Xenoblade Chronicles X. But you probably don't count Wii U games. Maybe. Actually, there are digital downloads, so yeah, maybe you would. I was thinking about getting Paper Mario Color Splash. I have not typically been happy with any of the Paper Mario games. So I'm just not going to get it. But I am like 400% hyped for Ukulele. I cannot wait for that game to come out. I never feel this way anymore. Have the matchmaker tell you who you're going to play against. So what we really need to do is convert this into to-do items and then to do them. Anyway, that's what we have to do. Wait, what? Are there no... Oh, interesting. Huh. This chat thing that I'm using over here, it doesn't tell you whose channel it comes from. Any of these emotes. So like Adam Hack, you don't know that it's coming from my stream. Well, now people are talking. I work on math for like 3 hours and everyone's silent. I mentioned Paper Mario and everybody was crazy. Also review your to-do items. Yeah, the cap is pretty important there. Do you ever remove complete items or just push them to the bottom of the list? Yeah, I remove them. So what happens is you have some header here, and then you have item 1, item 2, and so you go through and you cancel and you finish this. You can actually mark the header as done. And when you do that, then you can press Control-Shift-O, and it'll archive everything underneath this header to your archive file. I'm not going to press that because it'll actually modify my archive file, but I try to do that at the end of each of the weeks. So for about 2 months, I wasn't doing that, and things got out of control. But yeah, I do move them. And the reason I use Control-Shift-O instead of just archive is because archive, everything ends up down here, and then this file just gets larger. It never gets smaller. But when you archived it to another file, then this file can now get smaller. Oh man, Spurman, even before that, like I remember installing Diablo 2, it was what, 3 discs and then an expansion? So it was 4 discs, I think. And you had to keep swapping which disc you put in each time. And there was no speeding it up. Just annoying. So here's what I'll probably do. I'll convert this to to-do items, and then I think I'll probably do them later. Okay, so first is add attack rating, attack deviation, and attack volatility. And then all of these with defense as well. To the database under users. Okay, so there needs to be a place to store this information. Start these at 1500, 200, and 0.06. What is this stuff? Windows 8.1 on floppy disk. Man. Yeah, installing Linux from 12 disks. I don't know about that stuff. Sounds pretty ridiculous. Okay, so I'm going to be doing this, sure. So when you press play, so that means the matchmaker needs on startup to get a list of people from the account server. So how will we get this list of people? I mean, we could just say like, go fetch us 500 people. And then every time you look for a person to play, no, this whole page in system should just be there. Yeah, darn it. I want the whole page in thing. And we want to just grab like up to 5,000 people probably at random. But we're going to, on a bell curve, that would eventually end up with a lot of people in the middle of that bell curve. So then higher ranked players, yeah, this won't work. EJ's reaction. Okay, the page in system is actually necessary. Otherwise high-end players will be matched against noobs when there are tons of people playing. So that means that the account server needs a way for you to get someone of a particular rating. And we probably want to store their CRE in the database as well. Fine. Hiring Adam, for instance. And it doesn't get tripled. You can't even tell if it gets tripled. It's not like this scroll bar is ever going to get that much smaller. There is a minimum size for the scroll bar at some point. Start CRE at... Maybe I should make the matchmaking stuff. I don't know. I got to figure out the responsibility of this. Before coding anything, make sure I've figured out who has which responsibilities. That way I can make modules correct. Hey, Nautical Clever. Oh yeah, I guess you can see how many tasks there are. It's not really a good estimate of how many tasks there really are. I need to go clean this up. Not even Dr. Space Atom, it was a URL. Dr.Atom. Start CRE at its correct value, which means the account server needs to be able to figure out CRE. Dig down deep. Reddit proved that it was fake. I should hope so. Every player has a ranking, 1, 2, 3, then you can take ranking modulus sample size and then take the modulus on a rotating basis. Well, so you wouldn't want to sample each of these at the same amount. Like picturing, so I guess there are a couple things I think there. One is you picture just a bell curve, which I drew poorly. But if you were to divide this up into even slices now, which I'm also going to draw poorly, then the number of... Anyway, this is silly. I think the thing is, I won't have these rankings. The best I'll be able to do is get what I have an estimate of your ranking. So while I could sort this, I don't think it's maybe that good of an idea for me to sort this. I don't know how. I need to look into how MySQL handles this stuff. If I say to MySQL, get me the first 5 users sorted by this, it can probably do that. Although I wonder how it's working underneath, because even the best sort algorithms are n log n. So would I tell it to keep it sorted by default? Is that a bad idea? Do I just randomly get users? I'm not sure how that's going to work. So add a function on the account server that lets you get a set of players around a particular CRE, ideally who have played recently. Like, I don't know how best to do this. Yeah, probably this, yeah. Use decimal ranking in one of my programs. You have less than 1 million rows, don't even worry about how MySQL handles your data. Well, no, but that's what I'm worried about is, like, how will this scale once there's more than 1 million rows? Like, imagine if there were 5 million players. But I guess, yeah, maybe I shouldn't worry about it then. An index on that column? Yeah. And I guess then the users table would probably have many indexes on it. One for attacking rating, one for defender rating, one for the unique key. If you have more than 1 million players, you can hire a DBA. DBA is just going to flip a lot of tables. Literally and figuratively. Alright, then fine. I can do that. Lets you get a set of players around a particular CRE. Well, so before I have 1 million players, I could probably load all of this into the matchmaker. The matchmaker needs a way of knowing how much memory it has available. Add a maximum number of players that the matchmaker tracks into its data structures. That way it doesn't exceed the amount of RAM available. Excuse me. Lets you get a set of players around a particular CRE for attacker or defender score. Wait a second though. The only way that this ever, you only ever need to find a defender who's got a particular score. Yeah, you don't ever need to find an attacker who has a particular score, because that's not how the game works. We never need to matchmake the other way around, i.e. find an attacker. Thanks, Nautical Clever. I know, I appreciate it, Godeek. Truncate tables. I mean, that's the database equivalent of flipping them. So when the matchmaker starts up, fetch, actually fetch nothing, right? We don't really need to do anything here. We just need to be able to call into this function. Fetch a random smattering of players. That's a, I mean, I like what Godeek said about try to find some pockets of players from the top to the bottom and sort of preload those. And I would like to preload some. I'm just not sure exactly how I'll do this. Bobby tables. Yeah. Good old XKCD. So the matchmaker starts up. Pre-populate the player data structures. I'm going to need to clean up what's already in there. I need to come up with these structures are by contacting the account server. Add a maximum for this. Alright, I think I gotta get some food. And then when I come back, I'll be able to work on some of this. No, I should finish up the to-do list at least. Alright, fine. I'll go use the bathroom, then I'll finish up the to-do list. This will probably be like 15 or 20 minutes, and then I'll get lunch. Yeah, I think that's the best idea. Alright, then I'll just go use the bathroom right now. Yeah, be right back. Alright. Wow, that's pretty crazy, EJ. And oh boy, reality. There's a lot of streams. Okay, so let's see. Right now, what data structures do we have here? There was a matchmaker queue. This queue is not going to be necessary anymore. In fact, pusher is not going to be necessary. Contacting the overseer will be. There's no account server REST client, is there? Or is that part of the matchmaker state? Account server, I have no idea. Spotlight for what? Oh, spotlight for reality. Yeah. There is no account server REST client. So that's going to be necessary. And I guess it's the kind of thing that can just sort of fail on its own. Oh, this is going to be tough. What is this REST client for? The overseer. Yeah, great. Great. All right. Excuse me. Hang on a second. All right. There we go. How's that 18 points? While the flashbang is 13? No, it's random, Endorn. I should really just indicate that they're random in that message, huh? There. So now if you type flashbang, it should tell you, yeah, you just spent 15 points decided randomly. Yeah, cool. And it's only for subscribers. So put an account server REST client on the matchmaker. So lets you get a set of players around a particular CRE. I don't know how that's supposed to work. Yeah. Figure out the best way to do this in MySQL. I would like to be able to sort from top to bottom, then take about 50 players from each section of the bell curve. 8 points, there you go. Alright, so put that there. When this starts up, pre-populate player by contacting the account server. Okay, so yeah, there will be something that lets us get just kind of everything. So add a function that lets you get a set of players around a particular CRE, and then add a function on the account server that will be used for pre-populating players on the matchmaker. It should get either all of the players if fewer than, let's say, 500 exist, or I don't know, right, test this. Now there's RNG in the stream. Yeah, you need to spend a certain amount of mana, but then you can get overloaded. But if you spend Atom points and you can get underloaded, then Yogg Saron comes out and kills himself. Or... Okay, if there are more, then it should fetch probably like, I don't know, 50 users from 10 different parts of the bell curve. I keep typing bell with an extra E. Test this with many players. Yeah, make sure it works. Add a function on the account server that lets you take in. Yep, that's fine. So this would again probably have to sort. Yeah, I should just put a. I should put an index on def CRE or def, yeah. Make an index on def CRE to make sorting on it easier. Because you're the bell of the ball. How do I even just go to that? Oh, alright. See you, Lepko. That's hilarious. EJ, I really need to see that. Oh, I look mad in that picture, TJ. Caught me at a mad time. So test this with many players, add a function for this. This probably have to sort the same way that the other function does. EJ, I really want to see this. Yeah, that's why I typed it in, because I thought chat would scroll by too fast. Oh man, I wonder how many people would actually click that emote to find out what channel it came from, and then come here. So it starts out pre-populated by contacting the account server, add a maximum number. So we need to figure out what these data structures are going to be. Your pasta, you're both going to spam that chat. People in Rectful's channel are going to be like, where's this coming from all of a sudden? I should just raid his channel with all of my subscribers at once. Use this emote. Even before a massive amount of subs. I wonder how frequently someone subscribes just for an emote. It's gotta happen. Wait, I want to copy this message, DJ. Yeah, there we go. So how are we going to keep track of players? I wrote this down over here. Visible ranking. So players who are just potential candidates. This is just player info, so that we don't need to contact the database. So we need to figure out these data structures. Rework matchmaker data structures. Some people sub to Witwix for the emotes. What are the Witwix emotes? Oh yeah, I've seen these emotes. Huh. Aw, EJ. Oh well. Feels dialogue, man. No space. You should type that. Feels dialogue. Oh man. Submit for Better Twitch TV Global. I don't think I can do that. And what's the code snippet site? It's bpaste. Oh, is it bpaste.net or .com? .net. Scale up, not out. That means using a fairly simple database structure that you can shard across the account servers. That way you can ask an account server group for a thing and one or n if you have n-way redundancy respond back, each server having done a tiny amount of work for the request. Yeah, so the way I was planning on having this be is that the database is what would be scaling in that way. The account servers are really just a means of accessing the database. So that the database is just it's just handled by AWS right now. So I wanted it to be such that any account server could contact any database node, and anyone could contact any account server. Don't you think that maybe you should send players to a lobby and wait for the others so you can avoid constant routing to the server? But there's no waiting for the others. There's only one player per game. But we need to get the information from another player for that game. My life right now. Oh. Yeah. I would just do this for them probably, because it's something you only have to do once. Just ask for access to the server. EJ. Got one. Okay, I need to copy paste this. And hey, Kettle and Web. I'm trying to copy paste this. Oh, EJ. They went sub mode. Yeah, I don't blame them. Probably people like you ruining chat. Alright, so rework the data structures. So keep track. What am I even, like, do I even need attacker information in here at all? I just need defender information. And so what attacker rating is really just used for showing how good you are in the world. It's not used for matchmaking. They're just used for showing the world how good you are. Oh, it actually is used for matchmaking, just not quite. Yeah, alright, fine. So keep track of players with their defense, CREs, because when you want to, no, and with their defense Glicko scores, including CRE, which we'll sort on. Keep track of players in an LRU cache as well to figure out when they're no longer being used. Oh, chat, you reached a new high. All right. That's quite the dad joke. All right, so once we've got this, then we need to be able to page them out. So anytime, so when it starts up pre-populate this, when a player requests a match, first check to see if, well, have it contact the account server, which it probably already does. And then how does this work exactly? So when we want to page in new users, yeah, because, okay, yeah, that's how it's gonna work. We need a way of getting a user who this person can definitely play against. So we need to know who you've played against already. Darn it, something needs to do this. Something needs to keep track of who you've recently played against. So if we can't find a user for you who you've played against, we need to just fetch more of those then? I don't have a solution yet for what happens if the matchmaker knows. Hang on a second, hang on. I'll be right back. Okay, we are moving lunchtime up to 1 minute from now. My wife has. Anyway, I'm gonna go in like a minute. So let me just finish writing this. I don't have a solution yet for what happens if the matchmaker knows about players who you could have played against but can't because you've recently played against them. Should it tell the account server? Should it just randomly pick a player who is farther away? What if no such player even exists because it's early on in botland? Salvage PC, I found a success. Nice. Yeah, that's great. Alright, so I gotta go get lunch. Sorry, this is more abrupt than normal. So bot lad lunch. There we go. Hey, Bugsy's not on the list. Uh-oh. Did Bugsy... Does anyone have the chat log from today? Darn it, I don't have time to look at this actually. Yeah, I gotta look at this later. Find out if Bugsy did BRB lunch today. Because I only have these people. But yeah, I gotta get going to lunch. When I come back from lunch, I'll be back for about 3.5 hours. Something like that. Alright, see you guys. Or what did I miss? Sorry, just reading through chat. I think Adam feels uncomfortable when people do things for him. No, it's not necessarily that. It's that there's a certain level of quality I typically expect from things. And then there are other things that I don't necessarily want features for, I guess. So emotes, that's something that I pretty much can't do myself. So I don't mind other people helping with that. But even then, I want to oversee the process to make sure it's still what I expect. And Rambo, thanks for following. Let's see what else. Yeah, thanks, Wouter. I'll check this out later. Okay, so where I left off was I was still modifying my to-do list. Also, it's interesting. I can see what my thumbnail is of the video. I couldn't ever do that before. So now that I can see that it's on the 18 minutes remaining of my BRB screen. So hopefully that gets updated pretty soon. I wonder if it gets updated by like things happening on my screen. Let's search for Paper Mario and find out. People think I'm making Paper Mario. Yeah, there. Hey, Twitch thumbnail. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So yeah, I don't have a solution yet for what happens if the matchmaker knows about players who you could have played against, but can't because you recently played against them. Should it tell the account server? Should it just randomly pick a player who's farther away in skill level? What if no such player even exists because it's early on in botland? It updated? It didn't update for me yet. So what do I do in this situation? I think in this situation we basically treat it like, hey, there's no one for you to play against. So we'll show you someone else, but we'll know that you already played against them. So we need something in the database that knows who you played against in the last day. And we need to know when you played against them. We don't need to keep track of every match that ever happened, but oh man, I'm gonna need to make another table for that. Tricking Adam by manually updating the thumbnail. So I need a way to know when you've already played against someone in the last X hours. So I could make a table of match history or something like that that looks like this. There's an ID of the record itself. There's the attacker ID, defender ID, and time of match. Then if I want to find out if you've played against someone, I can just pull all defender IDs from this table based on the attacker ID. Oh, hey again, Hideo. It did get updated? Didn't get updated for me. Oh, there it goes. Huh, maybe hovering over it is what does it. Why do you need this info? Because you're not allowed to play against someone you've already played against. Or at least you're not allowed to benefit from that. So Botland is the kind of game where if you play against someone you've already beaten, you will beat them a second time. Or at least if you wrote down how you beat them the first time, that same thing should work a second time. So if I'm like, oh, it turns out you beat this player by putting bots up here and then just pelting them with artillery, then the next time you play against them, you're going to be like, oh, they haven't changed their defense. I guess I'll put my bots up here and pelt them with artillery. So I need to keep track of which players you've already played against recently so that the matchmaker doesn't pit you against those players. And then eventually, at some point long in the future, we can probably make it so that you have multiple defenses or some other differences. I'm not sure yet. That way the matchmaker doesn't hit you against those same players. So this match history should really be... We really need to keep track of this on the matchmaker. This is going to be super annoying to do. Oh, man. Because, yeah, the matchmaker needs to take this into account, which means they need to... Okay, yeah. It's fine. Fine. We also need to track which players this person has recently played against. What if two people who know each other keep updating their scripts and layouts and play games frequently? That doesn't have an impact? Like, I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but let's say you're playing the game and I'm playing the game and we're like, hey, we know each other, we should play against each other. The game currently provides no way for you to do that. And eventually in the future, yeah, sure, maybe that'll be possible. Now, when that's possible, the first time I play against you, maybe I should get my rank higher by winning against you. I don't know, though, because that's very exploitable. So maybe I say in matches like that where you're just telling the matchmaker, oh, I'm playing against this person. The matchmaker's going to be like, okay, you don't need my help then. And then at the end of it, we would probably say, yeah, that was just a friendly match, basically. So this is sort of like... Actually, most games do things this way, I think. Where if you... Like in Hearthstone, for example, if you want to play against a friend, you can. But unless you just happen to have randomly discovered that you're playing against them one day, you're not going to go up in rank by playing against them. Same thing in StarCraft 2. If you play on the ladder, you're going to get pitted against someone random. If you want to play against your friend, then yeah, start a game with your friend, and it's not going to count because you could win trade. Can't remember. In the tab on the homepage of the new design, isn't there a history tab? There's a battle log tab. So I'm saving this stuff in the database already, but these include replays. So it's more than just did a match happen. It's also what exactly happened in the match. So I will need to make a new database table just for what matches happened. Because replays, you might want to replay even for a friendly match. But you wouldn't want to know that... Anyway, do I even want to know what the title's about? So, hey Tiburon, there's a Glicko 2 rating system, and that's what I was discovering today. And now, over the rest of today, and probably like all of Monday at least, I'm going to be implementing what it takes to use this. And I should put a comment here of like why this table is needed. I think this is going to be necessary though. If I want to find out when I played against someone, I can pull all defender IDs from this table based on the attacker ID. Anytime I touch the table, I could see if I need to delete entries from it. Or just every time you log in, maybe. Yeah. Or maybe every time you log in. But it's a very simple operation. We pull all of the things that we need from here. So we, like, let's say you have 10 rows in this, so you played 10 matches. Then we pull all those 10 rows, and we just check, hey, are all of these still valid? And if yes, then fine, keep them. And if not, then reject all the ones that are invalid. Now, match history, if you play as much as you possibly can over the course of a day, you can probably have like hundreds of rows in this database just by yourself. And I do think there needs to be a limit for how many games you can play in a day just so that people aren't botting. But no human could ever hit this limit. So for example, if you were to play a game in botland, even if you were trying to play as fast as possible, you were like trying to speed run botland. So here's how it would work. You'd go in, you'd hit the play button, it would match you with someone else, that would all happen immediately. Then you wouldn't even look at what's going on. So you just put down like, okay, 2 bots, and then you hit go. And then it would play out the thing, and then you say, okay, 2 more bots, and then you hit go. And you're like, okay, last 2 bots, and you're done. All of that took what, like 10 seconds, 12 seconds? So you basically just divide the number of seconds in a day by 10, and that's how many games we're going to allow anyone to ever play at most. And if you go beyond that, then that means that you're clearly botting. And even if you hit that amount, that means that you're doing something wrong. Like, you're not having fun playing the game if you're playing every single possible second of the day. Which, by the way, 24 hours divided by 10 seconds. What does this work out to be? Actually, it's not a very difficult So 8,640, that's still way too much. Let's say you're allowed to play 1 game a minute for every minute of the day. Yeah, I think we cap you at like 1,000 games a day. I think if you somehow get up to 1,000, then you should take a break from botland. Bots are not allowed in botland? Yeah, they're not. Not client-side bots. So yeah, if you play another match and you would have gotten to the point where you had 1,000 of these, then that's it. We stop you from playing anymore. So we don't let this go beyond 1,000 entries per day. If you get to the point where you're at 1,000, then you can no longer play botland for the day. Clever antimatter tape. But I can't be killed so easily. So we need to make a database for this. And then at some point we need to remove things from this database. I don't think it should be every time you try to play a game, although that could be relevant. But eventually there'll be so many players. And also, I need to get an average of how many games people actually play per day. Capping it at 1,000 is insane still. I don't think you'll ever be able to do that. Because if it takes you a minute per game... No, I guess that's 1,440 minutes in a day, right? But that's if you're playing for 24 hours. People at most are going to play the game for like, yeah, let's cap this at 500. Maybe you should personally congratulate anyone who manages to play 1,000 games. No, but people just, it's very easy to bot your way up to that amount. Deleting entries is based on row where the date is past now minus X hours. Yeah. Yeah. And we'd want to do this for every single row in this table, basically. So I figured when you log in, that's when we could probably do it. Yeah. Make it only for 12 hours. That should be the average for hardcore gamers. No, so part of the reason for this is because, so imagine this. I hit attack and I go play against this player and I beat them. So I put down bots in such a way that I win this game. What you're suggesting is that 12 hours later, I should be able to play against them again. That player, in order for them to not be beaten the second time, needs to log in within 12 hours of being beaten and change their defense in order to just be like, okay, yeah, let's put some extra bots here or something like that. And then it'll be different enough. So the 24 hours is actually for the defender's sake, so that they have at least a day to log in and be like, okay, yeah, my defense was bad. Okay, let me fix it. Okay, so see if I need to delete entries from it, or maybe every time you log in. I think every time you log in is fine. So if you never logged out, you'd always play against new players. Is that exploitable? Yeah, I guess so. Max is going to be 12 hours? Yeah, and even 500 is probably too high. Hardcore gamers playing for 12 hours. I don't know how many games you would get out of that time. That's the problem. So 12 hours divided by, let's say it took you 2 minutes per game, then you're going to get 360 games if you're playing like non-stop. That's why I figured, okay, just cap this at 500. Like, hopefully just no one gets to that amount. There's so many mechanics you can reference from Clash of Clans. For example, when a player is attacked and defeated, they receive a temporary shield, so they can't be raided again unless they attack, which removes their shield. Yeah, I think, Draclin, that's the kind of thing I would look into eventually. For right now, I don't want something like that. And I also still haven't played Clash of Clans yet. Hey, Tomkiss. Nice. Let us know when you're releasing your first album. Tell me that they are either a bot or they really need sleep. Imagine if there was a dialogue which is like, "Are you a human?" And it said yes, no, and if you chose yes, this went down to an option of like, then get some sleep, and just stopped you from playing the game. Because yeah, if you ended up playing 500 games over the course of 12 hours, probably should just be blocked out from the game. So this is exploitable at top ranks. You would just never log out, and it would never refresh who you could play against. Maybe this only triggers once every hour. Maybe we just throttle this. Maybe this just triggers on playing games, but it's throttled to once every hour. You don't even like metal? I mean, I will say that yes, you're right. I don't really like metal, but I still like looking at what my viewers do. You don't have to send me anything. That's fine. Alright, so make another table called match history, or matches, maybe just matches. Comment that it's separate from from what's it called? Replays. Because replays contain extra data and can exist separately from match history. Does a good job of blurring the lines between AI bots chatting and players. Yeah, the thing is, this game I think would suffer from having that. If you had a blurred line of who was a real player in this kind of game, I think you would start to wonder, is anybody real? And then I think it would detract from your appreciation of the multiplayer aspect. So I haven't played Hack Mod. They might do it well and it might work out great for them. I just don't see that kind of thing working well for me. A what version? Most popular browser games in the world? Huh. I never heard of that. And yeah, cool. I'll check this out. Antimatter tape. 4-minute video. I think you might have to create fake bots anyway just to create the illusion of activity, at least initially. I don't think I do, though. I think in a real-time game you have to do that. Like, imagine in StarCraft, if you started playing, you need someone else to play against in order to play a StarCraft game. And they need to be present. That's the important part. In Botland, they don't need to be present. So as long as there's, like 2-3 players who've signed up for an account, then you'll at least play against them. And if there aren't 2 or 3 players, then that means that I haven't signed up for 2 accounts, which means that that's just on me to go make 2 accounts. Make fake boats so people drown. Okay. So make another table called matches. It should have all of this stuff. It should probably be indexed on attacker ID. Will look up based on this. Okay. Don't let this go beyond 500 entries. So every time you log in, every time you play a game, yeah. So every time you play a game, check to see if we're throttled on searching through, on pruning matches. If not, prune them. So prevent a player from playing. This means we need to know how many matches they have here. So we should probably keep track of that in their user table, like how many matches were played, where they're the attacker, and we can just increment or decrement that. Playing if they have too many matches played in the last 24 hours. This is to prevent client-side botting. So every time you play a game, check to see if we're throttled on pruning matches. If not, prune them. We don't let this go beyond 500 entries per day. If you get to the point where you're 500, you can no longer play. Yeah, and pruning matches just involves deleting rows where the time is too long ago. Okay, so if I want to find out who you've already played against, we're going to need that. So keep track of players with a defense. We also need to track which players this person has recently played against. So then when a match is finished, have the account server update the matchmaker. And anytime we prune entries out of here, we need to tell the matchmaker about this. To prune a match, delete rows where the time is too long, and tell the matchmaker that we've pruned these. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. All right. So what did I just write here? Tell the matchmaker that we prune these. Yeah, this is, man, I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Every time you want to play a game, we could fetch every row that you have here and just tell the matchmaker about that. For most players, it'll probably be that they've played. How much do I expect most players to play? I guess if matches really took like a minute, you're probably not going to play more than about 30 on average, most players. Probably not even that much. So what I'm debating on right now is every time you play a game, should we just fetch which matches you've played? This whole thing? Fetch which matches you played and tell the matchmaker that, hey, don't match against these players. That involves another database lookup. What are we already doing for database lookups when you try to play a game? Simulate game phase, I guess what it's called. But no, it's not. That's not it. There's going to have to be a new one called like matchmake or find queue or something like that. Add to queue. Yeah. So we'll already need to look up some data about them. We'll just need to look up a little bit more, I guess. And that way the matchmaker doesn't necessarily need to track that information. Does it? If you played against them, they could still play against you. So it's not commutative. How do I want to do this? I think this is the easier way of doing it, at least, is passing this information every single time. Yeah. Can the matchmaker do this when he's looking for a match for a specific player? So here's what I'm thinking. The account server is on one machine and the matchmaker is on the other. The matchmaker has a list of players, and a player is known by their rating deviation, their volatility, and then who they've played against. It's like IDs of players who are invalid for matchmaking. Then cache that for X amount of times. I'm not sure I understand the second part, but what I'm getting at here is, so the matchmaker could have this information here, but should it? So my most recent question is, should the matchmaker actually track the IDs of invalid players? Or should the account server send those to the matchmaker every time a player wants to find a match? On average, this will probably involve sending about like somewhere between 5 to 30 IDs, which isn't very much. It could be anywhere up to 500, which is incredibly unlikely. And even then, it's only a number. So it's going to be like, well, that's actually 2 kilobytes at that point. Not the bandwidth should really factor into this too much, because this is all in AWS. Also, hang on just a second. I need to send a text. Yeah, I think this is how I'm going to do it at first. I think this is less moving parts. Fewer moving parts. So we also need to track which players. I don't think we need to do this though. Wait, right? Because we'll know who you can't play against. Yeah. Okay. If you request a history for a player A, you know he can't play versus player X, Y, and Z. So you cache A, X, A, Y, A, Z to avoid some requests. Don't know if it'd be worth it though. Yeah, and so what I was getting at is that if we just store this on the matchmaker, then that's our caching. And then every time these IDs change, we can just update them. Yeah, I know, EJ. I don't frequently do that. You really care about less/fewer? Well, I try to, but not a ton. Jobbing on the text. So when a player requests a match, have it contact the account server. The account server should send the most up-to-date information about which player IDs will be invalid by looking at the matches table, and what this player's ratings, like Glicko scores, are. The matchmaker should take this information into account to try to fetch. There's actually going to be a couple of problems here, right? There could be a timeout that happens there. Alright, the matchmaker should take this information and try to fetch a suitable defender as a match. If it can't find one, it will need to contact the account server. Actually, no, you know what? If it can't find one, it should return a certain error code. Either no, what should it be? The only reason it wouldn't be able to find one is that it doesn't know about a player who's a suitable match. If it can't find one, then the account server should treat this as an indication that it needs to send more players. Antimatter tape. I think that's an indication that you're very bored. parameters of the matchmaker before trying again. If it still fails, then well, something, wait, no, it can't still fail. The matchmaker is then forced to return someone, possibly with a flag indicating that no rank changes should occur as a result of the match. So have the account server update the matchmaker so that the defender ranks. Update the matchmaker to indicate how much the defender's Glicko scores have changed. Interesting. Okay, is this a whole to-do list? Because every single thing I add to here is like another hour or two I need to spend doing something. So yeah, this will probably take into Tuesday maybe. There's going to be testing for this, and there's, I don't know. Well, once it's all done, then we'll have a way that when you press the play button, it'll just present you with a player. Cool. We can't consider players who are invalid, which always includes you. And we have to consider players who are of similar skill levels. That's a huge part indeed. What's a huge part, Hideo? I forgot what I was talking about was a huge part. Alright. I can't because you recently played against them. Should tell the account server should just randomly pick up players farther away in skill level. What knows such player exists because it's early on in bot land. We should pick from players further away in skill level if necessary. What are you doing since this morning and continue next week? Oh yeah. Yeah. I diagnose you with boredom. Okay, is this everything? Have I written everything down yet at this point? I'm going to say no for this right now. Okay, anytime I touch the table, prune it. Looks good. Okay, well, I think that's almost everything. So then let's take a look at this list, and then we can finally start coding. I know I've coded something today at least, which was what? This stuff. The whole Glicko system. Yeah. All right. This is another thing that I could do eventually. Figure out who has the highest rating and who has the lowest rating. But we need to know the idea. No, that won't work. We just need to have to sort this because people's ratings can change. Yeah. This wouldn't even work if the person with the max rating drops, we just need to sort everyone. This should just be done once every so often. We're tracking players right both in attack and defense rank. Good, good. Yeah, good. Visible and invisible, possibly. Yeah, possibly about this too. Mr. Ranus? Thanks for following. Yeah, cool. Well, that's everything. That's everything. So I guess we can get to work now. All I need to do is just make sure I figured all of this out. So who's going to be in charge of computing the new scores? How long does Glicko take to run? I think this has a benchmark. Yeah, here it is. So I create 1,000 players and have the first player play against a match against each of these other 999 players. So how many is that? 1,000,000 operations? So 100 operations per second. So each operation takes 10 milliseconds. It's actually really long. Given this is just straight up math. So I guess the question is, do I have these 10 milliseconds take place on the matchmaker or on the account server? I think the answer is the matchmaker. Matchmaker is going to be CPU blocked. This isn't going to work. I need to worry about data replication here too. So the matchmaker is probably going to be blocked on CPU for the whole time, which is not a bad thing necessarily. But if it's got to update these scores, then that means that at most it can only match 100 players per second. So we need some way of scaling this. So I need a plan for that. Or I could just do my own benchmarking really fast. Just run this Glicko function a whole bunch of times. Alright, let's test that out. Why not? So main.js. We're just going to run this immediate Glicko test. Let's just do this here. Start time equals date.now. End time equals date.now. Time elapsed. End time minus start time. Yeah, I would do that too, I think, EJ. I need to figure out how that changes everything, because that means that either every matchmaker needs to be updated about information, and there's a lot of overhead there, or each matchmaker should be... I'm not sure. I'll have to think about this. Anyway, let's try this out. So we just do _times 10,000. So main.immediate Glicko test. And I had this written somewhere. I guess I need to come up with it again. So rating 1500. RD 200, volatility 0.06. And then we just pass the same thing in here. We get some results. Time per trial equals time elapsed divided by trials. Do you have any programming experience yet, Mr. Ness? Time per trial here is actually incredibly small, right? What is... I have to look through what they're doing in theirs. This actually doesn't look like it's bad at all. It can run 100,000. So how long does it take to run 1,000,000 of these? Yeah, I just did this backwards. No, what? And yeah, I know that about my processor being faster. What am I doing right now? Yeah, time per trial is never going to change. What am I doing? Yeah, this is fine. So that's in terms of milliseconds. So we're 0.003 milliseconds per trial. This is not a problem. We don't need the matchmaker to do this. You have the OCA. What is OCA? Orthodox Church in America. I don't know what this means. Yeah, I'm using Kanimu, Patrick. Okay, so this is not really a problem. The matchmaker probably will be blocked, even if yeah, even if Glicko stuff runs on the account server. So how will I scale matchmakers so that I don't have just a single one for all of botland? I don't know the answer to this yet. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. So, how would I scale this? If I'm planning on keeping every single thing in memory, so if I have all players in memory, no, I wouldn't need all players in memory. But if I want them to have the right ratings and not be super out of date, then I need these to be updated at some point. If I have all players in memory on the matchmaker, then they need to be updated at some point. I worry that I'll have to update too many nodes, but it would be easy to contact whatever account or whatever matchmaker I feel like contacting. There would be some times I need to contact all of them, and I guess the overseer would be responsible for routing that information. But this is the kind of thing that I don't think is really worth worrying about right now. Is your keyboard mechanical? No, it's not. And yeah, Mike, it's probably best to do that. I wanted the flashbang thing to just be like a fun thing that's mostly for subscribing and cheering. And then you guys said that, yeah, you'd probably want it for subscribers to just use as well, not for subscriptions. Oh, I see, Anis. So wait, so then you know that you said? You said you... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so as far as game design stuff after that, just try to tackle a small program. So if you already know Java, your next goal is take user input and draw something to the screen. So project number 1 for you is make a game where you move a rectangle around the screen with the arrow keys. That's it. That's all you really need to do. Then project 2 is make Pong. So this at least narrows it down for you. And if you broke this up into projects, it would be like 1A would be make it so that when you press a key on your keyboard, system.out.println hello world happens. And then 1B is draw a rectangle to the screen. And yeah, project number 3 is Ultra World of Warcraft. Expansion number whatever. No, please don't try making games that are like outside of what you've done before unless you are pretty sure you can do them. Otherwise, I think people lose motivation pretty quickly there. Yeah, so I'm not going to worry about this for right now. I think the Glicko stuff can just happen on the account server. It's such a dead simple thing to do. Yeah, so we'll have this happen on the account server. Glicko stuff can happen on the account server. It runs in 0.004 milliseconds on my machine. So even if it's 10 times longer on AWS, it'll be 0.04 of a millisecond. Thought about something like offering daily challenges. Beat this defense with no more than X bots or only with a predefined list of bots. Defense maps could be designed for you or submitted by the community. So dig down deep. I have thought of daily challenges, and those are actually in the game. You can see this missions tab. If you click it, you'll see win as an attacker by getting at least 2 kills with landmines. So there's going to be this stuff, but it's going to be generic and that you can do it against any defense. I think the problem in this game of ever having a static challenge is that all you need to do is go to YouTube and type, how do I beat challenge number 3 or something. And if this were like, hey, how do I beat, level like 900 on Tetris? Well, there's no way you're ever going to get like a YouTube video that's going to teach you how to do it because it's all about speed. So you'd have to be able to implement those strategies. In Botland, it would literally be this. It would be, I put a bot here and here, and then I put a lasers and missiles bot here and over here, and I give them these scripts, which I copy-pasted, and then I hit go, and look at that, I ended up winning. Cool. So I don't think there can ever be static challenges in Botland. No, I did points help. Did you not see the troll faces here? Okay. I think we're good. I think we're finally good. I know the responsibilities of this stuff. I have the matchmaker notes. We can finally get back to coding. So have the matchmaker tell you who you're going to play against. So add all these things into the database. Then we need to wipe the database after all of this. Create new users. Let's say wipe out the database. There. All right, so do we have any outstanding code right now? Let's go take a look. None there, and any over there. We're gonna close out of all these tabs too. I'm gonna get this stuff working. You have uncommitted changes in the Overseer and an Ansible. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. MySQL. So add all of these things to the users table. Yeah, okay. So these are not integers, and I don't think I've ever stored floating point numbers in MySQL. So let's just go look at data types over here. And let's close out of everything else. Numeric types. Decimal and numeric, float and double. Yeah, I don't think I care about exact precision. This is actually a little bit difficult because I don't know what level of precision I need for volatility. But I'm pretty sure we can just use float or double here. 4 bytes for single precision values and 8 bytes for double precision. Yeah, I think float is fine. Cool, so we just do float. Okay, so table dot float attack rating. Attack rating actually probably could just be an integer, but I don't think it matters too much. So attack rating, not nullable. There's no such thing as unsigned for this. Is there unsigned floats? It doesn't really matter if there are. That way it would be signed. Default to, so now here's where we got to figure out what these things default to. This would go into database constant, which is over here. Default attack rating 1500. Default defense rating 1500. Default attack rating deviation is 200. So this means, remember CRE, which is the, why did I already figure what this means? Conservative. That's what it is. Yeah, so CRE is the conservative rating estimate, and it's based on your rating minus 4 times deviation, I believe. So if your rating starts at 1500 and your deviation starts at 200, then your CRE starts at 700. Because it's 1500 minus 800, and that's 700. So that means everyone's starting out at rating of 700. I don't know how low they can go. Let's go take a look, because I wrote that, right? Code JavaScript, Glicko test. Oh, I never fixed that code, did I? Darn it, darn it, darn it. Yeah, so this is some timing code that I don't need any longer. Commented out some timing code for Glicko. Okay. Did I miss something in chat? What happened here? Oh, never mind. Okay. All right, so after 100,000 matches, this player has a CRE of 1400 and this player has one of 1000. Their actual rating is 1273, but their deviation went down. Their deviation actually could go up, and then when we multiply by 4. Oh, you know how we could test this? We could test this by just doing fewer matches, I think. So if we do num matches 100, then this should complete almost instantaneously. Yeah. And then the lowest ranked player will actually have a CRE of, yeah, close to 700 actually. Can it get lower than that? These players have losses, but the losses made their deviation go down. I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, how about this? Let's make someone with a win ratio of 0. Yeah. That person's going to lose a whole lot. So if ID equals 5, this dot players dot push new player ID 0. There. So player number 5 has a win ratio of 0. And let's go take a look. They should be at the very bottom of the leaderboard. But is their skill less than 700? Yeah, here they are, bottom of the leaderboard. Win ratio is 0. Measured win ratio is somehow 18%. All right, I know how I should have done this. I should have said negative a million here. There. Now they'll actually have a win ratio of 0. Yeah, that was silly. Yeah, and so their CRE is actually negative. So it's possible for this number to just totally tank. I think that's important to know. It also means it has to be a signed value. Imagine having 10,000 losses in a game with no wins. Wouldn't you stop playing after like 100 losses? Alright, so we don't need this stuff. There. So I got to write this in here. It also happens to mean that a win ratio of 0 is actually not necessarily 0. So if you truly want 0, just make it -1u9 or something. And CRE, conservative rating estimate, is a very simple calculation based on the rating and rating deviation. I'll just write, note that CRE, just like your Glicko rating, can be negative. Hey BotCLG. Welcome back. You know, there have been more viewers lately, and I think all the numbers in general have been up, but I'm surprised at just lack of people chatting. As soon as I touch anything that's not like main botland code, people just go silent. I don't know what causes that. But yeah, average view count's been up by like 6 viewers in the last 2 weeks. Oh, it's actually dropped from 90 days ago, I guess. Whatever. Okay, so good to know. So we have attack rating. We're going to default to whatever we get from here. So default attack rating. Database constants on default attack rating. Great. Next, attack deviation. Wait, 6 viewers. Where's that coming from? Oh, an increase. Never mind. What am I doing right now? So what I was working on all of this morning was testing out this thing called the Glicko 2 rating system. It's something used for matchmaking in games. Typically chess is where it started actually. But now modified versions are used for CSGO, and there's probably other games that use it too. That's good, Hideo. So this morning I was testing out what happens if you generated a whole bunch of players at different skill levels and you had them all play 100,000 games. Or well, if you had the summation of them play 100,000 games. So this person, for example, played 5,000. This person played 6,000. And you can see that they won 4,200 times, although you don't know against who. And you can see their rating in the end is 1416. So this person down here actually won. They had a slightly better win ratio, but the win ratio alone doesn't tell you what rating they should be. So they're at rate 1409, and then so on and so forth down here. So all I did is I basically determined that, yeah, I can use this system. I think this will work for matchmaking, and then I have to go implement it. So that's what I'm working on now. And these are 2 different projects, EJ. I have the shortcuts for a split screen. I just I'm not using them for this. Plus I need to be able to copy paste. Well, I guess that would happen anyway. Oh, so default attack rating deviation. We put that there. And then what else am I missing here? Volatility. Default attack volatility is 0.06. So we put that here, attack volatility. So all of those are floats, so those are done. Cool. Now we do all of these for defense. So we just do this and change attack to defense. Done. Great. And we need to copy paste these things too, right? Yeah, defense. All right, so that's done. Now we have attack CRE and defense CRE. This really, really shouldn't matter for new players. Also, it means that new players, if you can get negative ratings eventually, that means that new players could be better than players who are just really, really bad at the game. Is that a bad thing? Like, imagine if you had a ladder system in a game where it was like, this is your rank, and this right here is 700, and this is where everybody starts. Everybody starts here. So is it okay that people can go all the way down to like negative 3,000 if they're really bad? I don't think that's a problem, right? Why would that be a bad thing? I mean, most games, don't you start the worst you can possibly be and then you work your way up? Isn't it kind of weird if you work your way down? That's not a problem. Okay. Well, either way, I can mask this problem by bucketizing everything, like I said earlier. So if you're at 700, you're in the worst league. And if you're at negative 4,000, you're still in the worst league. And at that point, you probably hide your scores so you don't feel bad. I mean, it would be pretty sucky if you started playing the game and it's like, sorry, we don't even have a league low enough for you to go into. You found a negative number so low that we just don't have a string that corresponds to that. So def CRE and attack CRE. So we need these to be there too. Default attack CRE. I should probably come up with a better name for this. Rating is the Glicko rating. I want something that differentiates that, but the conservative rating estimate, maybe I call it conservative rating or true skill. Not true skill. That's probably trademarked. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't think it's such a bad thing then. Okay, what do I come up with a name for this? So we have Glicko rating, deviation, and volatility. We also have conservative rating estimate. So we could have like Glicko rating and true rating. Or estimated rating. Or I could just call it rating and CRE. CRE is going to be a confusing term, and I might end up replacing it with a different thing anyway. So I do want to come up with a better name than this. And yeah, Lokiel Mavano, I haven't played League of Legends, but people described it to me earlier. I think I understand most of how the rating system works now, or at least the broad strokes of it. What do we call this? So, yeah, I think we call it Glicko rating and estimated rating. I think that's more straightforward than this. No, I don't like this. They both have rating in the name. Estimated skill. So it'd just be rating and estimated skill. Yeah, let's do that. Estimated skill. Should we just call it rating and skill? I don't know. I have no idea. This doesn't really matter that much. Only that it's going to get put in the database and then never changed ever again for the rest of time. So this is going to be 700. This represents the CRE for now, or conservative rating estimate. Yeah. I think you have to go for a Glickman column. Glickman, Glickstein. I don't think it's worth it to actually use the real formula here. Actually, it could be. Yeah, it's a good idea to do that. Never mind. Okay, so let's do this here then. Module.exports.default estimated skill equals, so it's this minus 4 times that's not obnoxious or anything. There we go. Super Red, I still don't understand your MO in this channel. And I swear you have to be someone I know in real life. Because otherwise this makes no sense. Yeah. Or it's a bot? You a bot? Do I know you? Okay, so we have these values now. Oh, whoops, I just closed that? I think I did. I just don't understand it, right? Doesn't that not make any sense? Alright, and then this one needs to be set here. Cool. So, we have all of these. Good. Make an index on def CRE to make sorting on it easier. How do we do that? Is there only one kind of index? The index can also be used even when order by does not match the index exactly, as long as all unused portions of the index. Okay. Is Adam an ID that's compatible with all languages? Yeah, just a text editor. Although you can get plugins that makes it an IDE, basically. Yeah, so now we gotta make an index. I think this is something that I do down here. Yep. Table.index def estimated skill index. All right. Super Red, I'm just gonna time you out. I don't know how to even do this for less than 10 minutes, so I guess it's gonna be 10 minutes. And I will give you a reason. It's that I think every single time you've entered chat, it's been like 20 lines of non sequiturs and no actual contribution to chat. Alright, so we have an index, start all of these here, good, and then wipe out the database. I'll miss you, database. We had some great times together. But now you're dead. Goodbye. Can we all have a moment of silence for the Botland database? Alright, so now we have all this stuff here. Okay, so if I do select star from users, we've got nothing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Attack rating doesn't have a default value. That's a filthy lie. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I know what's going on. We forgot to publish this. Modules, infra constants, publish, and update. BLAC npm update as soon as it's done. Hey, loop control. Why does publishing this take so long? It should be contacting the Sinopia machine. Huh. Something strange is happening. Something very strange is happening. Shouldn't take this long. Also, why did I do this? Oh man, I should have wiped out the database down here, not up there. Make sure to check in database constant. Also, Caroline Brand, thanks for following. There it goes. Why does it take so long to do that? So now what? Now this all of a sudden just works. So I drop the database again. Drop database botland. We don't have enough moments of silence in the day. And then does this work? Cool. So now if I do use botland, select star from users, now we get an attack rating, a defense rating, deviation, volatility, and estimated skill. Perfect. Is this like cookie clicker? No. Realm, what even made you ask that? Out of curiosity. I kind of want to go in other game dev streams now and just ask if it's like a random game. Are you making Mario Kart? Anyway, to actually answer your question, so this is a game about, it's a strategy game about automation. It's just, I find it quite funny. Okay, so there needs to be a matches table. So let's go do that. No, it's like cookie clicker. You click some stuff and you are playing a game and you get a result. Realm is never going to answer me now. Wait, what? Realm's not even in chat anymore. Did this just happen? What? Oh my god, this is like next level trolling. Oh man. Wow. Yeah, well, you got me. Well, he wasn't even trolling, he didn't even wait for an answer, right? Unless this chat list isn't updating on this side, and it's just me who's looking like an idiot right now. No, this is next level trolling. This has to be. Wow. Good show. You linked the video before? Oh, did I miss it? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So he probably clicked the video and that made him leave the Twitch channel or something. That's just great. So do I ever have an attacker ID that doesn't correspond to, isn't referenced to another table? I guess it wouldn't be hard to do that. I'm having a panic attack. I just think it's hilarious. Like, first of all, even if it wasn't trolling on the game type, just going into someone's channel and asking a question and then immediately leaving, that alone is funny. But I want to know where this cookie clicker thing came from, and I'll never find out now. All right, so I want this. We need to look up based on the attacker ID. So that's pretty important. Unsigned, non-nullable index references. Yeah. And then this is going to be defender ID. We don't really need this to represent an index. And then time of match. That's going to be pretty important. We already have something like this. We'll just put this here. Oh man, I think you're right. I never would have made that association. All right. That's pretty great. That is quite rich. Okay, so we have both these tables set. Oh man, there are a few things on stream that made me laugh a lot. One of them was that time Capillara mistook a word for another word. I don't remember what it was. And I think that honey thing was cracking me up too. And yeah. He was just a normal guy. Now he's gone. I was trying to bully a user. You should moderate your chat more. Yeah, cookie mania. Alright, so we have all these things. I set up the table. Comment that it's separate from replays. So the matches table is separate from replays despite that they contain similar data because this table represents just the fact that a ranked match occurred, meaning that a subsequent ranked match of the same pair of attacker / defender can't occur as long as exists in this table. Okay, I don't think this is written the best way. The matches table is separate from replays despite that they contain similar data because this table represents just the fact that a ranked match occurs. We use this table to make sure that the same person multiple times. Yeah, there we go. Hey, double T's. Yeah, I feel a little bit bad about what happened. I mean, my immediate reaction was just burst out laughing, but I think I'm going to send them a message later saying, hey, sorry if I scared you off. Oh. Yeah, a little bad. Alright, this is done. Let's wipe out the database again. We should have a brand new table now. So drop database botland. Go recreate the database. Which, yeah, that'll actually work. Yeah, so we just recreate it, and then we say use botland, and then describe matches. Perfect. And describe user should now have 2 indices, right? Yep. Cool. I'll never come back to Twitch again. Threw his computer out the window. Burned his house down. Didn't even get the insurance money. Alright, so this is done. Make sure to check in database constants. Yeah. I think that's the only thing that's outstanding. Then the overseer, I guess, and Ansible. But those don't really count. Yeah, so where is it? Info constants. Gotcha. Added some constants for Glicko ratings. Cool. Prevent a player from playing botland if they have too many matches played in the last 24 hours. This is to prevent client-side botting. So there's no easy way to do this right now. Like, we could search through their entire everything in matches to see their match history. We could just do this once every hour. No. How do I want to do this? So that we don't have to look at the matches table every single time you want to. Actually, we're already doing that, aren't we? Yeah, what am I talking about? Because when you play a game, have it contact the account server, look up the player IDs. Yeah. So we'll just put this down here. Yeah. It's my money. Okay, so check to see if we're throttled on pruning matches. If not, prune them. Deleting rows where the time is too long ago. Yeah. So add a comment that we don't have to update the matchmaker when this happens, because the matchmaker doesn't keep track of this information. Okay, great. When is your 24-hour stream again? When did you say that? I said I'm very likely never doing a 24-hour stream in my entire life. So I don't know what you're talking about. But hey's fine. Just delete rows where the time is so long. And then add a comment here. Yeah, cool. All right, and play a game is really what used to be find a matchmaker or find a player to play against. So we need to know the last time that we pruned matches. Yeah, that means the users table needs another thing in it. I think you mean the 48-hour stream. Oh boy, I'm not that crazy. So we just need, actually that whole 1970 thing, let's just use this. Last time pruning matches. Hey Ricardo. 168-hour charity event. Ooh. Why no Linux? I think I'm efficient enough with Windows that I don't really have a reason to use Linux. That's generally my answer, at least. Okay. So I have this last time pruning matches thing now. This starts off such that you'll always try pruning them at first. On your first game that you play, I guess that's fine. But that means we need to drop the database again. Let's just keep dropping this thing. There we go. Alright, cool. So every time you play a game, check to see if we're throttled on pruning matches. If not, prune them. So on this server, there's going to be a add user to MMQ. Yeah, this is no longer a queue. This is going to be like find player or like matchmake for user. What is this thing called? We post to MMQ. Yeah, not anymore. Gonna delete all that. Make sure all of the old matchmaking functions are gone in the account server. They had the name MMQ. So we can put a new one here that is this dot. Actually, why am I retyping anything? There, done. So this will just be called matchmake matches. If you post to matches that tries to find a player for you, matchmaking, post to matchmaking, matchmaker. I don't know what to call this. Matchmaker. Yeah. No, matchmaking. I like that better. Yeah. Okay. How old am I anyway? I gotta add that in the FAQ that I don't answer that question. So sorry, Patrick. You can guess though. I won't confirm or deny, but it is a number. Verify token, throttle, extract user ID, ensure that the account is valid. This is actually incredibly important for this. And at the end of all of this, we'll say find match for user. Yeah. So we put this here. And we get the user ID. And so the first thing that we need to do, check to see if we're throttled on pruning matches. If not, prune them. So first, check to see if we're throttled on pruning matches. If we're not, then prune them. And XJMLN, thanks for following. You got it right. Eggs. Not a number. Trick hint. So the database wrapper needs something for checking to see whether you can even do this thing. So where do we have last pseudo money payout? Because it's going to be something similar to that. That is here. Has at least 1 day passed. Wow, I wrote a function for this. Pretty good. Okay, so how's this going to work? We are going to read this. So it's going to be read last pruning if old enough prune. Update last pruning to now and prune at the same time. Yeah. So yeah, let's do that. So we're going to say something like prune matches for player. Prune match history for player. User ID. Hey again, turnip juice. All right. So we're going to go into the user table and we're going to select it, I guess for update, yeah sure, where user ID equals this, but all we're selecting is the last time that last time pruning matches. Because that's all we really care about there. And get a response, otherwise user does not exist, cool. So then get this, I guess, last time pruning. And then if at least 1 day has, if 1 day has not passed, then we just return. Otherwise, we're going to need to update that. So now update last time pruning matches to this time. And then we also need to go get the matches, and we need to return from that actually. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Well, let's write this out. This should return all of the, no, it shouldn't. I don't know. What happened to Botland? Why are you making Glicko clicker now? Hey, bro, Chacho. You know, I'm just going to update the title for the rest of today. Let's go do that. What do I recommend for project management? I heard good things about Trello, even though I don't use it. There. You brought this upon yourself. I don't know if Bro Chacho just got here or not, or knows the newest memes. All right, so after this, we need to perform the pruning. So we've got to select. So yield matches for update, select everything. Actually, not even everything. What do we care about that? We just want time. Select time where the attacker ID equals the user ID that we were passed in. Now, iterate over everything that we find there. Is pretty good. Yeah. What does boring stream title mean? It's a literal title. Oh wait, can I change that stuff here? What does this stuff do? Sign out. No, I don't want to press that button. No, maybe you can't. I don't know. Selling out for views with a clickbait title. Is it clickbait if I say it's boring? Alright, so now we go through all the matches here. So for each db resp match db match. If, oh wait, we don't care if 1 day has passed. We care if 1 hour has passed. Also, the has at least 1 day passed I think is wrong here. Yeah, I think what we care about is 24 hours have passed, not a day. This is a mistake. So what we really want to do is if date.now minus last time pruning matches is less than 60 times 60 times 1000. So it's less than an hour, then return. Otherwise, do this. And then so if dbmatch.time, also we should probably just get current date, huh? Okay, I pressed the wrong key. There. So if current time minus this is less than, actually if it's greater than or equal to 1 hour times 24, then we're gonna delete it. Are these blocking calls? This isn't a transaction. So these are asynchronous, but the whole thing will get rolled back if it's not all completed at once. I was making fun of a cookie clicker game. I wasn't actually. There's something called Glicko, which is a rating system. If you want to look into that. Yeah, this. So you can read about this here, Bochacho. Glickbait. Yeah, Loki Amavano, that's quite a convoluted plan there. So we want to delete all of these at once. We have a .del command. So we can search for... Oh, now it's called delete as well? Oh, no, they just did it so you could search for it. Oh, that's interesting. So we want to search for where in... So basically const rows to delete. this. If this is the case, the matches to delete dot push db match dot id. And then at the end of all of this, if size matches to delete, actually we don't even care about that, right? All we really want to know is, does anything exist in here? I could just use size. Do you use WebSockets? I used to for this. This used to be a real-time game. It's no longer a real-time game. Also, I should update that today. Editcom today, Friday. Adam is currently working on implementing matchmaking into the game. Well, it was already there once, and now it's not there, but whatever. So in this case, what we're going to do is yield trx matches dot where in id comma matches to delete dot del. Do we ever use where in anywhere else here? No, but I use where in somewhere else. ID script IDs, yeah, there. Okay. And if that's not there, then we're just done pruning matches. And at that point, we don't care anymore. But we've selected all of the matches. So the ones that we don't want, I guess we're just going to call in a database again later. Why are you changing everything? Changing everything I touch? Oh, that. What did you use back then? Raw WebSockets or some library like Socket.io? Yeah, I use Socket.io. So I don't know if you saw the pivot video. I don't know if I already linked this in. I might have just done this like a second ago and I'm just forgetting right now. But this video talks about what the game used to be. So its core is still the same. There's still bot automation and the same strategy pieces of the game. But this used to be real time where you'd put something down and you'd immediately see a change to the game. So you can see here that like bots are moving and I can click them and, you know, sometimes I can change things about them. But in general, all of this real-time part of it has gone away. And now it turns more into, can you reason about a strategy ahead of time? Okay, so this will prune match history. So we're good there. So that's the first thing we should do here. Return this database wrapper dot prune match history for player dot then. So now that their match history has been pruned, check to see which players will be invalid to play against. So we want to get the list of IDs that this player can no longer play against. So get invalid matches invalid. How do I say this? I don't know. Get invalid matches per player. Thanks, Patrick. Hey, Basic. What's new? Not much is new. Yesterday, I worked on a subscriber feature called Flashbang. So if I type Flashbang red, for example, you can see my face light up. And if what are the other colors I made here? What, green? Yeah. So I did that. That's a silly thing. When people cheer or when they subscribe, it'll also flash the lights like that. And then 2 days ago, I worked on Botland. And on Botland 2 days ago, I mostly started looking into matchmaking, and I think I also got replays working. Yeah, I did. So check this out. If you log into the game right now, also I fixed up the login page in the last however long. So I don't know if you saw that. But yeah, there's a replays list right now. It's currently empty, but let's go make it have something in it. So we'll just make a couple of bots. We'll save this, and then we'll go log into somebody else, and we'll play against that player. So we'll just win the match really fast. There we go. And now when we log in as that first player again, they'll see their replay. So it says Adam2 defeated your defense 9 seconds ago. So we can click this, and we can click replay, and we can see exactly what they did against us to try to figure out how they beat us. And cool, we learned what they did. So now we could go in and modify our defense and be like, well, I guess we need more bots, or we need reflect, or we need artillery or something. And so now this is what I make into my defense. And now if I go watch my replay that I had, let's check this out. it's still going to know that this was the old defense. So replays are not tied to your new defense. It doesn't know that I got the new amount of bots. But if I go log in as the other player and try attacking this player, it'll still see the new defense. And it'll be like, oh, I don't know how to beat this anymore. Like, what am I supposed to do against this? And so they try some stuff, and maybe something works, maybe something doesn't. And now maybe that's it. Maybe they lost this one. So cool. Now Adam goes back in, they log in, and they see a second one. Adam's attack was thwarted 7 seconds ago. So they can watch this replay and find out how they beat them this time. So that's working just fine. Can I ask you a question about getting into programming? Yeah, sure. In fact, you just did. What's the range for random points for a flashbang? It's between 5 and 25. Yeah, Hideo answered that. Hideo's always one step ahead. Hideo, I've been telling my wife, I'm like, yeah, so there's this guy in France, and he's been helping out a lot with moderation. This was like weeks ago, right? So I'm like, I just made him a moderator, and she's like, yeah, whatever. And then I'm like, yeah, so the guy in France set up an alert for when I got the subscriber option, and then he subscribed, or like he tried to. I told her about the PayPal things that happened, and then I told her about the GitHub change. What was it? Oh yeah, the Better Twitch TV thing. I don't know what the point of me telling you this was. Just that I share these stories. And Nudgy, thanks for following. Are you wearing shoes? No, I'm not. I don't typically wear anything on my feet when I'm inside. I know people who wear slippers or... Does anyone wear socks at home? And yeah, EJ, she knows about you. Oh, man. I'm laughing for a reason that I shouldn't share. I've said too much. You wear socks always? Does your wife watch your stream ever? Yeah. Actually, so let's see how long she's been in chat. Oh, wait, I can't tell you guys this. No, if I tell you how long she's been in chat, you'll start checking the time of everybody. Yeah, well, she's been in chat before. She's just never typed anything. Does your wife know about me? I think I told her about the emote you made. I don't think... I'm like, hey, have you seen that green frog on the internet? And she's like, no. I tried explaining it to her. I don't think she really got it in the end, and I don't think I got to show her the emote. But it was a funny conversation for me, at least, because I'm like, you've never seen that green frog that's all over the internet? It's a meme, you know, and there was no connection there. I didn't say weird guy in France. Wanted to get into game programming, and as an end goal, learn C++ down the road and use Unreal Engine. As a first language to get programming, would learning HTML and CSS be suitable, or at least a good place to start? So I don't think anything is a bad place to start, Spartacus. I think you should check this out. So that's a PDF that I wrote for people who are in your situation, who want to learn programming and don't know where to start. So this won't teach you programming, but it will give you some direction at the very least. And then if you ever have any other questions, yeah, feel free to ask. And hey, Oliver, and hey, Habald. And your wife is on Twitch? I mean, she's got a Twitch username. She's not probably in chat right now. Well, I'll neither confirm or deny whether she's in chat, but she's never actually chatted in this chat room. I am Draclin. I'm not trash talking my mods. Fine, EJ, you want to know what I said? She said at one point, we went running in the park at one time, and I was talking about something that you did or helped with, and then she's like, hey, have you ever thought about having like a Botland meetup or something? Doesn't EJ live in California? You can invite him up here. And I'm like, wait a second though, like, what, does he stay with us? Am I streaming with him or something? Like, plus I said he didn't hang out with Programmer D that one time. Maybe he just doesn't want to meet anybody. All right, that last part I probably didn't say, but Madam13531. No, Spartacus, I think it's fine to learn it. I just think it's very easy as a beginner to not stay motivated when it comes to C++. This finds the users who you've played against too recently to play against again. The user who will be attacking. Thought EJ was my wife. Your wife wanted to invite me to stay with you? No, I mean, she didn't necessarily say that. I think she said something like, well, I don't remember. Something along those lines, probably. Maybe she didn't necessarily say that. You should just talk to her about this. Dust socks created on my feet. Kukuriku, you know there's a simple solution to this, which is to just clean your apartment. It sounds disgusting. Thanks so much for the invite. Okay, EJ, do you want to come up to Washington? Do you want to stream with me? We'll do pair programming for 8 hours. I know you quit your job. Trip to Adam's house, let's go. This will be the thing where I'm finally like, okay guys, you want to spend your points? It's 4,000 points to come to Washington and visit me. Mike is like, no, I just asked him that. All right, you know, I'm gonna write this function at some point. I got 3 lines. I got the perfect shell of a function right here. So all we need to do is the same thing we did here. Get script. Okay, so we're gonna go through matches, and we're gonna go through the ones where this is your user ID, but it's called attacker ID, and all we care about are the map dbresp defender ID. We can play with Legos or something. Alright, I'll write this down. Done. All-inclusive trip. Oh no, Mike is actually here. EJ, okay, if I was passing through LA, would you visit me? Knowing that it's like a 4-hour drive for you in traffic. Would you do that? Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot now. TJ's trying to guess the secret that shall not be guessed. So now that this is done, so now return then defender IDs, or like invalid player IDs. So if it's greater than 500, then return rest.send 400. Not even 400. Wait, Draclin, do you actually? You might, depending on the specifics. Okay. So it's not a definite. I'm disappointed. Feels bad, man. I'm being bullied by EJ. So what should we say here? Forbidden. Yeah, 403, I think is the right thing. You have played too many matches in the last... You have played too many matches recently. So if a player ever really hits this... Yeah. So lovely, Adam's making friends finally. I met 2 new people last night. I meet new people on like a regular basis, I'd say. Although you can never really say when a new person is a friend or not. Because I think it takes more than just liking someone to be a friend. 500 matches per day. Yeah, 500 games per day. Actually, this is just 500 matches. No, it's 500 games. Also, I never wrote that we have to save back to the matches database. Hey, Nucleon John. And EJ, I don't blame you on the traffic thing. And it's not you like my game too much, stop playing. It's you're very likely a bot, stop playing. So 500 matches in a day, 500 games in a day of Botland is I mean, if it takes like 2 minutes per game, that's 1,000 minutes, which works out to 16 and 2/3 hours. If you want to play for more than that, I'm totally fine just stopping you as a human and saying, no, you've gone too far. And then the reason why is because you're very likely a bot, like I said at that point. If that becomes a problem, dig down deep, and there's like more than 3 people complaining about this, I could just raise it to something like 600. And then now there's what, 1,200, it's 20 hours. That's how much you'd get. Eventually we can't really remove the cap. I don't want people botting. You'd come from Germany, 3D extended, and hey, by the way. And hey, Axon. You'll insert forfeit in your game? There will probably be a forfeit option eventually. And no, you can't just post to match. This isn't all it takes in order to... I mean, I know you're probably kidding, Reality-O, but still, this isn't all it takes in order to trigger that limit. You gotta actually play the game and either win or lose, which doesn't take you a long time if you're really just like spamming the lose button or forfeit or something like that. One hour on 405. Like I said, the 405 comes up here too, and it's not as bad here. Okay, so yeah, you played too many matches recently. Otherwise, to do pass these IDs and your updated information to the matchmaker. Hey, Shrimpy wins. Yeah, so we don't have your updated information here, and this isn't even really going to work. We'd have to throw a new error here. I don't like that. Has a timeout if you're logged in for too long? This is such a lazily written thing. Interesting though. Also, Jacqueline, did I miss your answer? Oh, you fly there monthly to the mothership. Interesting. I did miss your answer. Oh, I see, Lo Chiamavano. Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. In Botland, there's no reason why you can't be logged in forever. But there is a reason why you can't be playing matches constantly. So something needs to go fetch the rest of your user information. Sleep at the wheel. Get user. Where do we do this? Allowed columns. Extract get user columns to select. What? Is the middleware to extract the columns that the user wants? Okay, I understand. But then something, where does this get used? Get user. And then we call this here, where is it? Oh, it's get user, not get users. There, columns to select, perfect. So get user, so where's this called from? Right here, perfect. But it's got to be an allowed column for them. User. No, it doesn't have to be. Never mind. Okay. So we just need to do this. And the column that we want is going to be all of your attacker information. So that's going to be the most up to date. So we got to take that from here. ATK. So rating, deviation, volatility, and estimated skill. Is all of that really necessary? It's really just your skill, isn't it? Yeah, it's just your skill. That's all we care about. Okay. And I don't know about that, TJ. Oh, $sign is always a library that's giving you that. You could set it in JavaScript. It's just the name of a variable. So you could just say this, $ equals 5, console.log, $. This should be valid JavaScript. Yeah, it is. But it is usually used by libraries, so it's probably something Angular does. If I reverse engineer the protocol, is there anything to stop me from attacking multiple targets simultaneously? Yes, the server. So, first of all, the only API you even get is a host to matchmaking, and this is going to return someone's defense information. Then it's going to store that in your row in the database so that when you call this again, you only ever get that same information. Hey, made for you. Pawn, did you just change your color? Also, this is something I just realized. What was it that I wrote? When you play a game... Oh yeah, if you were already playing a game, we need to... If you were already playing a game when you tried to find a match, then make sure we send you that match. Okay, cool. So this needs to be done here, and then if we haven't already sent a response, then after we're done with this, what does this even return? The whole user object, DB user. So now estimated skill equals DB user dot attack estimated skill, and now pass invalid players. So pass invalid player IDs and estimated skill to the matchmaker. All right, needs to be spookier. Also, who's that? Who's that changing the lights? Rambo Faye. Gotcha. You've been discovered. All right. Okay. So what did we just do here? Every time you play a game, check to see if we're throttled on pruning matches. If not, prune them. Good. Add a comment that we don't have to update the matchmaker when this happens because the matchmaker doesn't keep track of this information. Yeah, so let's just copy paste that, and then we'll mark these things as done. So good, perfect. All right, so add a function on the account server that will be used for pre-populating players on the matchmaker. It should get either all of the players if fewer than 500 exist. I shouldn't write either there, if fewer than 500 exist. If there are more, then it should fetch 50 users from 10 different parts of the bell curve. Yeah. So how do you get the count in a MySQL database? Count. Okay, I didn't write it there. Did I write it in here? Okay, I didn't write it anywhere. Let's just search it. MySQL get count of table. Count the number of tables. I don't want that. Count rows of a table. Select count star from demos. Yeah, thanks, Mike. So select count star from users. So how does this work though? Does this always run in constant time? Because that's what I'm expecting out of this. So if it doesn't, then there's going to be a problem here. MySQL time complexity of count. what? It doesn't tell me. Is there a way to explain this? Select type simple. Select tables optimized away. Oh, nice, EJ. What were you using before OneNote? I know you already said this before to others, but I don't follow you for a long time. What are you using to create the botline game? Node.js, React, Redux, Mocha for testing, and what else? Pixie for rendering, and that's mostly it. Like the rest of it, I'm just kind of writing myself. Just use Wunderlist. Oh, I got it. Wunderlist. What's the question? The question is, hey, Technical Freak, what's the time complexity of select count star from users? Is it constant time? Can I expect this to be constant time? So how's it going, Technical Freak? Hey, Alfred. Also, I should write this down on my list over here. Let's write this up here. Setup / basic usage. Sure, basic commands. Getting the number of rows in a table. Select count star from users. Yeah, I don't think this really matters too much. I just wanted to know here. Either way, this function shouldn't be called very frequently. So we'll need to make an internal only API. So I need an internal only. Give my website a facelift. How am I? I'm doing well. And what website are you working on? Why MySQL and not Mongo? I used Mongo actually for the prototype of this. I wasn't like super happy with it, and I think my database is, or I think my information is relational anyway. So I would rather have had a relational database. For what? My ISAM? Assuming you have indexes on it, it seems like it should be constant time. What is this? Oh, and I'm not necessarily using this. But I don't think this matters too much because the API that I'm writing shouldn't be called into very frequently. It should be on like server restarts. The other thing that I need to do here is that this technically isn't ready. The matchmaker shouldn't be considered ready until its pre-populate call finishes. Right, how's that gonna work? I guess the first thing it does when it starts up should be to reach out to the account server, but then the account server is gonna reach out to the matchmaker because it can't do anything. No, it's not. The matchmaker needs the account server to be online. I suppose the matchmaker will need the account server to be online before it can start up. And I don't know, EJ. I don't know how to check that. It's not going to be constant time. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter too much. Well, all right. So we need an API here that's internal only. So internal route was only health for right now. We're also going to do something like get matchmake players, something like that. Gets a list of players to pre-populate the matchmaker's data structures. Show table status. What? Show table user status? What were you saying? EJ, I have no idea what you were suggesting to do there. You type show table status, and then you type table status. I don't know if you were amending what you said in the first one to be something like this, which is perhaps the only thing I haven't... No, I did try that. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Lokimona. So it is taking longer for more rows? Or did you test it with the same number of rows each time? Bale, you can just ask right in chat. My only request is that you use bpaste. Show table status. But, oh. Okay. Okay, so, yeah, InnoDB. So it's not going to be constant time. It's way faster with an index. That's the concern, right? It's not really a super huge concern. I was just curious about this because either way, I'm going to have to search through all of these rows anyway. It's Oven. Okay. Yeah, I think the way that I'm going to have to do this is like I could. So what EJ was saying is if I have like fewer than 1 million rows, I could do something here and not really worry about how it's stored underneath. I don't know how many I'm eventually going to have. So if I have just a few rows, I want to just return everything. It's when I don't have a few rows I think it's going to be way harder. So what if I said select, how do you order by? So select star, so select ID from, ID comma name from users, order by, I can just say ID. And then how do you make it descending? Desk. Okay. That's interesting. So the query is super easy. Wait, my beans. This sounds like something I'd read in Crip's chat. Under 1M, don't worry about it. Over 1M, use a cache layer with Redis. And dig down deep. It doesn't matter too much. Like the thing that I was trying to accomplish was this here. Like, if there's 500 players or fewer, just get all of them. So this was something where I wouldn't even need to sort it if I did this. So if there was a constant time way to check first, then I would just do that. But if there are more, then yeah, I'm gonna do things differently. And yeah, if I wanted to be constant, add a new, yeah, it doesn't matter that much. Okay. So we can say we need a way in connects to order by name desk. Yeah, okay. So get, really just be get users. Get users by defense skill. Turn this dot connects users dot select. So what we really care about are only a certain set of rows. ID and then the defense rows. There we go. Dale says any help is appreciated. taking user input from my test class of P1, which is, well, I can't read this. Raw paste. Using a loop to just print the interest as shown in the screenshot of the example output from our professor. However, it's saying I'm missing a return statement. So I'll just say this to anyone who's going to answer is like, since this is for homework, just guide toward the correct answer instead of just directly answering it. And yeah, antimatter tape, I don't know why that would happen. It might be something special about points for some reason. Oh, it actually works for me. Are you whispering exclamation point points? Because that works. It whispers me in response. Strange. Okay, so let's... Sorry, I just want to see this. Haven't used Java in a while, but this looks syntactically correct. But anyway, syntactically correct is not what you actually want, I guess. So one of the things, Baal, that I suggest you do, what IDE are you using? NetBeans. Okay, so here's what I suggest. I think this is going to help you out a lot. So if you look up NetBeans debugging. So check this out. They should have a button in the UI somewhere that just says debug on it. You might have already seen it. I haven't used NetBeans in an incredibly long time, so I don't know where it is or anything, but I believe it comes with one. Yeah. So there's a way for you to set breakpoints and everything. Let's just look up NetBeans UI. Maybe there's an easy way for me to show you this. Does this have it? It's probably one of these buttons up here. But anyway, so you should find a debug button. And then the other thing is in your code, you should have this bar over here on the side. You should be able to just click somewhere in this bar and set a breakpoint. Now, the reason why I'm telling you this is because what you can do is you can set a breakpoint right here. So on this line, click in the bar on the left side in NetBeans, and you should see a dot up here. Oh, it can't even compile? Oh, because of this? Oh. Well, anyway, you could just change the return to a system.out.println, and then it should compile. Anyway, then set a breakpoint here, and then debug your code. And what will happen is it'll get to this line of code eventually, and then it'll just stop the program completely. And what you'll be able to see is what is the value of P1, what's the value of amount. You'll be able to step over your code line by line and see exactly what's happening in here. And that will let you know kind of what's happening and how you should fix your problem. So the reason I'm telling you this instead of just how you fix your code is because I think you should have the tools to fix your own code. And if you're still having trouble after that, feel free to ask me. That's totally fine. But I think this will help out a lot for anything you ever try to do in Java. Well, really in any language where you can debug. Okay, so here we have select.order by, we want to order by def estimated skill, and it really doesn't matter if it's ascending or descending right now. I don't know what we're going to want. Do we want the best players to be at the start or the best players to be at the end? And yeah, I don't think it makes a difference. So let's just do things this way. It's giving me an error on the last bracket telling me I'm missing a return statement, which confuses me because I have the return statement within the for loop. I think I closed the code out already. Let me see if I can find it again. This one? Yeah. Yeah, so what I was saying is like this could just be a syntax problem that it's talking about of like, hey, you've got a for and you've got a return inside of it. And I haven't used Java in a while, and I'm mostly just trying to help you get to the solution to your problem rather than tell you what it is. But in this particular case, like I said, it could be because of this, that this is saying, hey, you can't return from inside of a for loop, or maybe there's something else. If you want to just give us the exact error message, that would probably help too. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, that there's a code path missing the return statement. Yeah, Java does know how to identify that as a problem. So at the end of all of this, the way you should think about this, check this out. Let's say you had a function that said public int get number. And all it had in here was like, if some condition, return that the number is 5. So this is sort of like what your function looks like right now. So what if you call get number? You say system.out.println get number. And you might say, well, this returns 5, right? Look, I got a return statement right there. But actually, it only returns 5 if some condition is true. When this is false, it's going to get to here, and it's going to say, I don't know what to return, and I know I have to return something because I can see that my function definition contains int. And so that's what's happening here. Java's telling you, whoa, don't know what to do. So yeah, Bail, you should have all the tools to fix the problem now, and tools to help you out later too with the debugging. That should be pretty nice. All right, so here we get all the users by this. So return this dot database wrapper. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Okay, so we've got all of these users now. We really just want to pass a certain number over. And this can't just return everything, right? What if we try selecting database.js? Yeah, it's not this. Oh, populate database, that's where it is. Okay, so what we need to do is create like 1 million users. Wow, EJ. Didn't I already make that joke to you? You just happen to link an image. You're a copycat. I know, Bale, don't worry about it. I always want to help people if I can. I wouldn't probably spend like 2 hours of my stream trying to help somebody, but then I would just give you my email address and I would say, yeah, send me an email afterward. And thanks, Best Form. Okay, so we're going to make a whole lot of rows. So let's just do this here. So return promise.all. So let's make 1 million promises, I guess. Wait, create user is already a promise, right? We have Lodash? Yep. So times, we're going to make 10,000 users. Promises.push create user. Perfect. And then Adam plus index plus 5. Oh, and then the email address needs to be unique too. Oh, fine. Num equals index plus 5. Index plus 5 is going to be num. And then perfect. Yeah, all that stuff's fine. Okay, great. Okay, then return promises, promise.all promises. Okay, so we drop the database one more time. I'm Bale, thanks for following. You used some sort of OpenGL in the past? Yeah, I have. Can you paste me that single function and I'll show you what it looks like using await? This one? Sure. Sure, EJ. I can do that. Can you make something like this for Roblox.com? Something like what for Roblox? Did I miss a line of chat? Yeah, King Exploits. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I know what Roblox is. I just don't know what you're referring to when you say, can you make something like this for Roblox? Alright, so let's go make this thing work. There we go. So this should create a whole lot of different users. A lot of them. And this is taking quite some time. Huh. Account bot? Are you, okay, I don't know what's going on right now. You created your account 2 months ago. You can code SQL, right? Yeah. Well, this is taking a really long time. Use database botland. Uh-oh. Oh, this is probably trying to open 10,000 connections at once, and so the database is throttling it. So it's only allowing it to get like 5 through at a time, so then the promises are retrying. Use that to manipulate the data requested from Roblox. Oh, so I don't know what Roblox's server setup is, but if they've done things correctly, then this shouldn't let people do what they're not allowed to do. Could have done an async function as well, I guess, if those exist in JavaScript. This is async the way I've done it. I am just pretty sure that there are only a certain number of connections allowed here, and I have completely exceeded that. Yeah, I don't know who actually defines this. Okay, so that should have worked. Use botland. Select count star from users. This should say something like 10,003, I think. 10,004. Yeah, that's fine. So we say select star from users. What do we see? A whole lot of data. So I don't need to let that finish. No, using SQL and .NET doesn't matter. What matters is what is the kind of stuff that they expose to the client. No problem. This is actually technically different, isn't it? This will run all of these sequentially. Like, I can't create the first user I can't create the second user without first creating the first user. Whereas the way that I did it is all the promises are going to run in parallel. I'm sure you could do this with async and await, or maybe that is what you've done. I assumed that this would wait for this line to finish. Why do you have so many users in the database? Oh, I wanted to test something in Connects. So I wanted to test what happens when you fetch all of the users and you order them by this. Does it actually return all 10,000 or no? So let's find out, because I don't know what the answer is. So let's just say console.log fetched size dd users, because it might try paginating this or returning a cursor or something like that. So we just need to get match make players, and we do this from here. So we run this, we open up Postman, and we'll just test this out here. So no, actually the best way to do this is over here. So there, internal server error, DB user is not defined. I made a single typo. So if we're praising await and async. I'm mesmerized by this picture. Why would you do this? Why not just not have a picture? Okay, I'll read this later. Hideo linked this in about await and async. Hey, I am making I'm making a game called Botland. What I'm working on right now is the matchmaking feature for the game. So the game itself, I can show you this, hopefully. Let me first test something really fast. Yeah, I was worried about that. Oh, it's just not sending a request back. Oh, thank God. Okay, so rest.send 200, comma, DB users. No, size. Man, come on. I put rest.send 200 and then the size of database users. Did it not build? What happened there? There it goes. Cool. Yeah, that's super fast too. Okay, good. All right, so let me show you the game that I'm working on. So this is my one full explanation of the day. I'm starting it now. This is an online strategy game about automation. I usually end up demoing this tons of times every day, and I do have a video about this, but you are going to get a personalized explanation about this now. So cool. So in Botland, you make bots out of different pieces of hardware. So over here, I've got lasers. I'm going to put, let's go with thrusters so that we move extra fast, and cloaking so that we can be stealthy. So here's the bot that I have. And now if I want to, I can write a script for it. I'll write a very simple script. I can say, hey, fire lasers. I can say cloak. I can say pursue an enemy bot. Then maybe pursue, whoops, not that. That's actually not going to exist anymore. Pursue CPU. And then finally, I want to just move to the left. So let's do that. So here's my script. I'm going to create this. I'm going to hit update. And then the only way for me to actually show you this working is to go make another player first. So let's go make another player really fast here. In Botland, you have to protect your own computer. So here I have this CPU, and I'm going to make a defense around this. Try to make it symmetrical if I can. There we go. And so now with my first bots, I can go attack that CPU. So I'm going to go attack that player. So here's the defense they created, and I have my bots, which have lasers, thrusters, and cloaking. So I can put these down, and they're going to follow the script that I gave them earlier. So they cloak every once in a while, and they fire some lasers, and that happened all really, really fast. I should have toned down the speed of that. And now this is phase 2, where I get another shot at trying to win, and I actually did. So I killed their CPU, I win, I go up in rank, I get some money, whatever else happens at the end of a game. So that's Botland. And what I'm working on right now is the matchmaking system, so that when you press the attack button over here, what happens is it tells you, like, hey, we found this player for you to play against, instead of you having to type in the name of that player. And by the way, later, if I log in on that account that got destroyed, I can now see that, hey, my defense was beaten, and I can watch the replay of that to see how was I beaten. And in this particular case, like, everyone's just using lasers. But in the future, it might be some strategy you just never even thought of before. Maybe they've got artillery bots that slowly move over to you, and they're shielding them from behind and also repairing them. And then they've got a cloaked melee bot going around the back, laying landmines or something. Like, there could be lots of different things that players come up with here. And I think that's why you'll watch these replays too. You'll try to see how was I beaten so that I can make my defense better. So I think it'll be interesting. I hope, because I'm putting tons of work into this. Is there going to be a friend system in Botland so you can try and beat your friend's defense? Yeah, I think eventually that'll be the case. And yeah, try to slow down animations. That's something that I could do very easily here. I have it sped up because for the sake of testing, I don't want to watch this constantly. But there, I just slowed them down. So now if you watch the same thing, it'll be 1/3 the speed. It's much easier to tell what's going on. As a player in the game, you'll be able to control the speed yourself. Because the speed doesn't make you better or worse at the game. It's just how fast are you watching things play out. It's like Pokemon. Like, if you watch with no battle animations on, the battles are going to go faster, but that doesn't make you better at the game. And if you watch with animations turned on or text speed going slower, then sure, just lets you understand things better. And thanks, Aegis. Wait, did I miss something in chat? I wish I could program. I'm so bad in math. And yeah, Goldest Player, I think learning this stuff is not, it's maybe not as bad as you think. The way I look at coding is that you can understand what's going on in any particular line of code in probably the course of about a month. Like nothing is going to be too complex if you boil it down to just one line. But coding is not about understanding one line. The human language equivalent of this would be you can understand how to pronounce a word in English in about a month. Actually, not in English. English is a really bad example for that. But in something like Spanish, where the letters actually let you know how to spell out the word or how to pronounce it. Um, in something like Spanish, you can learn how to pronounce almost any word in a month. But are you going to know what those words mean? No, that's going to take you a little bit longer. And then are you going to know how to construct sentences yourself? No, that's going to take a lot longer. So that's how programming is kind of like, hey, yeah, you can understand this stuff, but don't expect to be making Facebook after being able to just understand what this line of code is doing. And again, I'm greatly simplifying things, but I think that PDF will hopefully set your expectations a little bit better than that. Okay, so I actually can get a bunch of different players. Although if I try getting 1,000,000, there's going to be a problem there. Because we won't even be able to fit this many players into RAM. So we need to limit this at some point. There probably is a limit. There is. Adds a limit clause to the query. Oh, and there's an offset too. Oh, so then I do need to write this in a smarter way. Yeah, all right. So I need to use limit and offset in order for this to work the best. First, I'll need to count the data. Okay, then I'm going to do that as soon as I come back from the bathroom. Can I test the game? Not right now, you can't. The way that this is typically set up is such that when there's something to test, I'll have it online, but I don't want to frustrate you guys with the game. So, for example, I showed you how you could write scripts in the game, and I showed you how you can make different bots if you want. So, like, let's say I buy a bunch of things from the store over here, and I've got stun lasers and vampiric lasers and whatever else, armor and repair. And then I go make a bunch of bots over with that stuff. So I'm like, okay, cool. Here's this bot, and it's got melee and thrusters and landmines, and I create a whole bunch of these, and I customize their scripts. And then you're like, oh, cool. I've got a bunch of bots, and I got a bunch of cool stuff. And then I wipe out the database. You might be like, well, I don't really want to test it anymore now. So I'm trying to make it such that there are large swaths of testing times, and we're just not in one of those times right now. I think once matchmaking is working, we'll be closer, but there's probably still going to be a lot of database changes. Where could I start? I need a programming class with code blocks, but I went there too late because everyone was programming from 9th class and I just joined in 12th. Well, so Goldest Player, I think starting with code blocks is fine. Starting with Python, like anything you want to do. And that's what I said in the PDF. In fact, I linked it to you, yeah. So I really suggest reading this because that's one of the questions that's answered here of like, I really don't think it matters what you learn first. I think you can start with C++ and be totally fine. You can start with Python and be fine. You can start with Unity or Unreal Engine and code in C# or C++ there. Any of those can be valid paths to learning languages. I think the only thing that matters is really these things. Are you learning and are you having fun? And the reason this is important is because if you're not having fun, you're going to be demotivated pretty quickly. So that's usually one of the reasons why people don't suggest something like C++ first, is because it's typically a little more difficult. That doesn't mean it's a bad choice. It just means that some people are turned off quickly and then they stop learning coding. And if you stop learning coding, then you're probably not going to pick it up 2 years later and be like, yeah, I'm re-energized about this. It's not as easy. There's a level per user because you can do limit and offset by level of each user. So what this function is actually doing is it's pre-populating a lot of players for the matchmaker. So there's sort of a skill level for players, and I do plan on limiting based on that, but that's going to happen in a different layer than this. You can already limit the initial count to test if it's more than 500, so limit to 501. Yeah, the problem is I need this whole thing sorted and I need to get, so this is the whole, I drew out a bell curve earlier that was terrible. Like I need to get users from every part of the bell curve. I need to get some from here, some from here, some from here, some from here, and some from here. And that way, if you're one of the top level players and you want to play a match, the matchmaker already has some players in there populated for you. But all of this was me saying I need to go use the restroom, and then I got sidetracked. So I'll be right back, and then I can answer questions, and I can start to work on code again. All right, yeah, I'll be right back. All right, hey. Yeah, surprise T-Rex. I think I mostly agree with what you said about Python. I think, like I said, any language will work, and that's why it's up to someone who people have different motivations, right? Some people are very academically focused and can learn the most difficult thing at first, or they need to be eased into it, or they want something more game related, or just some content material that resonates with them. Yeah, Todd, I don't know if you saw earlier, but T-Blot linked in the lights of like how does it work. So this is all listed up there. How much dedicated wham does one need? Hey Sap. Gold player, like I said, I, I think that looking into what are the differences between languages at first is just not important for a beginning programmer. Pick Python, pick Java, pick C Sharp, pick C++. Any of them is going to be fine. Just try them out, learn the basics. If you don't like it, try something else out. If you do like it, just stick with it. I think you could make a bad choice like learning, lolcat or some joke language, but that's it. That's the only like bad choice you can make is if it's just a joke. Even if you learn something like Fortran, it's not a bad idea. Yeah, sure, you just. Is this ice Poseidon? Okay, so add a function on the account server that we use for pre-populating a database. I need to use limit and offset. Let's close out of this thing. Does PHP count as a joke language? So add a limit, and then we have offset as well. Yeah, so we're going to need to use both of these things. Otherwise, there's going to be a huge problem here. So where did I say get matchmake players? Get matchmake players. Get matchmaker players. don't know what to say here. You thought about having brackets? I have, yeah, and I don't think that that matters so much for version 1 of Botland. I think that brackets are helpful when you have tons of players in your game. Also, just a quick question. Are your guys' names actually white in chat? Like, is this the correct representation? Because I'm using a new program to read chat now, and I don't remember there being this many white names in chat. How many lines is Server.js? Server.js is a lot of lines. I need to split that up at some point. And Todd, thanks for following. Where do you live now? I live in Washington State. It's not white? Okay. So when am I programming this game? So, okay, I guess let me link in the FAQ at this point. Because there's like 3 questions I just saw. One was, well, where do you live? Which is here. Second to last question. The other one is, how long have you been working on this game? Which is answered here somewhere. Yeah, is it your full-time job? I started on September 8th, 2015. There's probably going to be a whole lot of other questions that you guys might find on here that you want answers to. Red is red? Huh. Weird that that doesn't work for me. Yeah, strange. I wonder why that's not correct. Print emotes completely remove time. Yeah, weird. Let me try the light theme and see if that works. Whoa, everything just changed. No, now your names are showing in black. Okay, well, that's not working. Whatever. Okay, so the way that we need to do this is first find out how many users there are. So really, this is the kind of thing that the database should just do for us. Like, I don't want to keep calling into this and write a crazy API for all of this. Oh, no problem, Goldest Player. No, I don't mind answering questions. It's just, like, I have written up documents on almost everything you could probably ask about at this point. And if I haven't, then it's at least on a to-do list for me to do that. So people have asked, how are you going to monetize Botland? How long have you been working on this? Blah, blah, blah. Like, all that stuff's been answered. All right, see you, Patrick. Thanks for stopping in. And what app am I using for chat? I just started using this today. What is it? It's get something tc.xyz. I don't know. Chat. Some XYZ URL. Get TC. Yeah, why did that not show up in my URL bar? Yeah, thanks, Patrick. Yeah, so this is what I'm using for chat. And I think I've got, yeah, I had a screenshot from earlier today. It shows favorites, how many people are viewing you at the time, the thumbnail of the stream, chat, obviously. It works with better Twitch TV emotes. Yeah, no. Do you want to upload this game to the internet? I mean, yeah, at some point, of course. Okay, so we're going to do this here. So first find out how many users there are. We're actually not going to do that there. We're going to say, and this isn't even really necessary, get matchmake players by skill. So first, check how many users we even have in the database. If there aren't many, then just return them all. So first, do we have a count in connects? We very likely do. Yeah, connects users count active. Interesting. So that'll return whether this thing is true. We just want to know all users, though, I think. And yeah, Goldest Player, there are a couple of files here that I just haven't refactored yet. I just went through a whole bunch of my code and refactored a lot of it, and I don't think this is important right now. Plus, these are all relatively contained functions that haven't ever provided any problems for me. So first, we check this. This dot connects users dot count. If count is less than, let's say, 500, we can probably deal with up to like 100,000 of these if we wanted, but I think 500 is a pretty good starting point. Can I write a YouTube link? Yeah, sure. You getting that storm that's in our area? It was windy and rainy out earlier today, but I actually see blue sky outside right now. So I don't know. I hope that storm doesn't hit. I was actually worried about the stream cutting out today, but I haven't dropped any frames. Power didn't go out. Everything's cool. So in this case, we're going to do return this dot connects. This dot... Actually, let's get the columns to select. That's everything in here. Cool. Great, great, great. So return this dot connects users dot select columns to select. Done. Okay, otherwise we want to return, well, a whole bunch of different stuff, I guess. Return this dot get matchmake players of different skills, or get, I don't know, of different skills is probably better. Cool. Oh, and we probably want to order these by their estimated skill. Do we even want to do that? Nah, I don't think we care. We just return them all in that case. Yeah. So we need a different one here. Hey, just thanks for following. So my power went out like 5 times. Really, wrecked? Man, that sucks. Wait, where are you at, wrecked? I don't even know if I knew you were in Washington. And DC Dreams, thanks for following. Do you not get bored without music? I would love to be listening to music. I just don't think that's the most... I don't think it's a very good option for the stream. I think I already have enough to focus on, and I also don't have the license to stream music. And I don't care what other Twitch streamers do. I don't want to do that. Oh, Puyallup. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I am... Well, I'm not in Puyallup. That's as much as I'll say. So yeah, the storm hasn't hit here so bad. So get matchmake players with different skills. That's fine. So we'll do this here now. So this should only be called internally. Yeah, and I'll just add this to my list for later, because I don't have a way of like previewing these things or anything anymore. So I'll have to check it out later. Okay, this should only be called internally. This function is to be used when there isn't just a small set of players to fetch for the matchmaker. This will try to get several players from different parts of the skills different skill levels. Is something wrong with my keyboard? No. Also, is this not one of the things that I have here? Yeah. It's this. Alright. So here we're going to do this. We're going to say order by this, and then the columns that we select, man, we're going to need this in both of these spots. I don't really want to pass this over, do I? I guess here. Fine. We can. And then we'll eventually want to know how many we limit this to. I have 500 for here. And no, Goldest player, you can ask, but like I linked you the FAQ for a reason. I do suggest that you look through it. A way to prevent chat spamming, add to Botland bot that I can send him a whisper containing points. Yeah, you should be able to do that. It works for me when I do this. It tells me how many points I have via whisper. I think you need to make sure, so when you're typing it, make sure you got the exclamation point on points. I think if you just whisper the word points, I don't think it'll work. But someone was reporting earlier that that wasn't the case. Anyway, here we need to do a limit to, let's say, 50 and an offset of, let's say, 0. And yeah, I'll add this to my list later too. Oh, it had a hiccup? Okay. But we need to do this in such a way that we're getting it from all different areas here. So we need to actually know the count of how many we have here. Count, so num users. And the way this is going to work, and then we need to make this unique at the end, because this is not being done inside of a transaction, so the database can change. So to do, make sure we return the unique set of IDs at the end of this, since that database can change as we're running this query. There we go. Okay. So we know how many users there are, and we know that we want const segments equals 10, const users per segment equals 50. And so const segment size equals num users divided by 10. So how's this going to work exactly? Let's say we had 10 users, then it'll be segment size of 1. But if we have 11 users, then it'll be impossible for us to get that one user. That actually doesn't really matter if we get them or not, does it? It kind of does. Yeah, I wrote it on my list for later. Using a TCP connection for sending those packets? Yeah, everything is taking place over TCP right now. How should I do this? I guess I should just start, or if I order this descending, then I'll get the player. Yeah, actually that's the best idea. We order descending so that we are guaranteed to get the users of the highest skill level as an entire segment. We don't care so much about the users of the lowest skill level, since there should be a lot of those. Well, a lot more at the lowest level than at the highest level. And also, this is not the end-all be-all of fetching users for matchmaking anyway. Okay, so this needs to be, I guess, math.ceiling of this, because if we said math.floor. So we said math.ceiling, how would this work? We would get 2 for everything. Yeah, that can't work. Do not watch, I lost an ear. Yeah, whenever I look over videos for users later, I don't usually put too much faith in ones from new users. Okay, so this is fine. I guess the way we need to do this though is something like this. Promises. Oh, a screamer. I see. Well. So what we'll do is this. This will be our promise that we have here. So limit to users per segment offset by index times segment size. And then what am I missing here? No, I'm using everything. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this should be good. Let's try that. And then what we'll get at the end of all of this, we'll get the users. All we care about. Wait, no. Domain goal display. Sounds bad. Alright, I'll cross these videos off my list, I guess. Hideo, right-clicking a username doesn't bring up the ban thing for you? Because I'm using a new chat client, so for me it's totally different now. But in BTTV it was just right-click a name. Okay, so this is going to return... not exactly what I want, I guess. Let's go take a look. It's promise.all. What is the return value of that? Oh, maybe it's a... Maybe it's what I expect it to be, actually. What does it return? Fulfillment, all the fulfillment value is an array with the fulfillment values. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, so then all DB user arrays. So we want to flatten these into one array. I'm pretty sure Lodash has a flatten function. Yeah, how does this work? Flattens array a single level deep. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Let's just try it out. ld.flatten. So if we have an array of many arrays, so 1, 2, 3, how does that work? Nice. And if this somehow had an object in it of like 2, 4, also nice. Nice, nice, nice. Condense them all into a single array. And also make them unique, I guess. Sorted unique. Designed and optimized for sorted arrays. Yeah. It should be this way, but I'm not positive because someone might be able to add their account to the database. Yeah, so we need to sort this again at some point. Despite that these were sorted when fetching, there are many promises that run at once. So it's possible for them to no longer be sorted. So this is like single array. Well, yeah, DB users. So we put this here. Okay, then we want to sort them again. Well, we want to make them unique. And then we want to sort them again. And so this is an array of objects. We can order it just by def estimated skill. And then we just return it. There, perfect. Okay, so out of all of this, we should have a bunch of different players from across the skill spectrum here. I think the best way for this to work is for me to give a bunch of different skills to test this out. So yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do here. I think this should work though. Give each player a skill value from 1 to 10,000. From 1 to 10,000. Hideo, I don't think that's a good idea though. Because usually streamers put URLs allowed by site. So like they won't auto ban YouTube.com, but they will auto ban like goldfarming.com or something like that. So if there was a URL shortener, then every URL would just be like Twitch or something like that / whatever, and you wouldn't know what it is. So I think there'd be a lot more exploits for that. But maybe it would just work. I mean, that's what Twitter does, right? Oh no, Twitter does it for the sake of the tweet length. Doesn't it expand it when you look at the tweet? I don't know. Anyway, we got to find a way to give these a different skill level for each player. So how would I do this? I guess we can just kind of do this in here. So where's connects? Database, right? Wrapper dot hash insult password. Can we just get connects from here? Probably. Or you just call this. I don't know why I didn't think of that. We can just call it get matchmake players. No, wait, no, we can't. No, I gotta modify the skills first. Darn it. They could filter the sites before shortening. No, I'm saying like your chat bot is typically what handles what's filtered or not. Twitch could filter it, sure. But let's say in my channel I only want YouTube videos, and in someone else's channel they only want, I don't know, Vimeo videos or links to bot.land or something. Hey, Smooth Dog. But yeah, and hey again, Tiburon. So give each player a skill value. We got to do that in here. So database wrapper has connects dot yeah, I'm gonna have to do this way. Fine. So where ID equals index, update so that, what's it called? Def skill estimate? Def estimated skill. Update that to be index. There. There we go. All right, let's try that. Hopefully that works. I sure hope so. Let's do this. Select def estimated skill from users, order by def estimated skill. Hey, cool. It's working. Nice. You can take a straw poll, Hideo. Yeah, I imagine it's a lot of people. Because I don't know why else there'd be so many people in chat, but not that many people chatting. I mean, I understand lurking, definitely. That's what I do when I'm in most other people's channels. But for 8 hours, it's a lot. Okay, so these should all be set now. Yeah, we can actually do this descending. So if I scroll up, I should see 10,000 here. 9,900. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now what we have to do is call into that function, return database wrapper dot get match make players, and this is going to return just 500 users, and we're going to have their skill values. And so then down here we'll print them all out. Is this a bad idea? DB user is not defined. It's coming from here. DB user is not defined. Oh, there we go. Hey, Nowzy. And hi, Extreme Bean. Nuclear nerd. Oh God, I have to add this to my list. I have a list of people, or a list of phrases that were mentioned in chat or by me that have pulled lurkers out of lurking. I find it fascinating. So now I have to add this because I don't think I've ever seen Extreme Bean type anything. And Nuclear Nerd, if I've ever seen you type something, it's been like once. Huh. Here you go. Huh. I'm getting the I am not a robot thing. I guess the answer for me is yes as well. Well, it doesn't count for me. I'm always listening to myself. Also, I got a really bad habit from streaming, which is that now I just talk to myself all the time. Because one of the things that was really difficult for me to get used to as a streamer at first was this concept of talking to people and not being able to see their response in real time. So it would really throw me off because I'm fine with talking to someone who can respond in real time. But when they're responding to things you said 15 seconds ago, I still just don't have the memory for what I said 20 seconds ago when people just say yes. So I have to ask very specific questions, I think. When you agree to wear a shock collar, I bet you drag lots out of lurking. And Goldest Player, I'm only going to be online for another probably 30 minutes or something. In fact, my uptime is what? Yeah, 7 hours and 40 minutes. Also, this is returning no users, so we got to figure out why that's happening. I'd like to at least finish this function. Streamers operate with 15 seconds lag. All right, so we select. Oh, this is wrong. This is columns to select. Order by this, that's fine. Limit to users per segment, that is 50. As we say, const total users to fetch equals 500. This is going to be math.ceil of total users divided by segments. Nucleon Shot said yes. I remember this. Can't fool me that easily. But it doesn't take much more than that to fool me. Like this code, for example. So index times segment size. That should be correct. We can print out the segment size and everything. In fact, we should be getting these users. Let's just stringify this. All DB user arrays. Huh. It has nothing in it. So what are these values then? Users per segment, segment size. Oh boy. Yeah, there's a lot about load dash. Segment size is null. What? Oh, num users. Oh, we're not calling this with any particular. Okay, yeah, that's my bad. MB guys, MB. So this has to be 500, and that has to be that. Or no, this has to be the number of users we actually have in the database. So let's do the actual number here. Select, whatever, count star. We have 10,004. That should fix everything. Almost. Almost. Num users. How is it not 10,004? Yep. Alright, what is this? Num users is not even printing out? What? Huh. 10,000 users in pre-alpha. That would be pretty crazy. Aha, here it is. Oh, that's not what I expected at all. Why does this return such a goofy thing? Also, what? I was calling the right thing. This isn't necessary. So count is just some strange thing that gets returned here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, what in the world? Those who type count and those who type count star? Is there actually... Is there something I wanted? No. Alright, got it. String and not a number. This doesn't really return what I want anyway. Oh, do I need to type... Is this what I was doing wrong? No, that's super weird. I don't understand why this is returning the value it's returning. It's easy enough to deal with, that's fine, but I just what in the world is this for? Count apparently looks like this. So what I want is the actual count, which is count 0 dot. It's like the weirdest thing to do. Values count 0 0. That probably works, but that's a silly way of coding this. Doesn't work. Take a look at that vid. I mean, I'll save it for later. Dash uni. Alright. See Lo Chiamavano Bador. If I could ever get that name out. Lo Chiamavano Bador. Thank you for watching. Maybe it's time for some honey on toast. Do you ever have any other game ideas that try to sabotage your progress on Botland? That used to happen to me all the time. Now, no. I believe in Botland, and I think I need to just continue to work on this for a while. Seems like it's the way to go. Oh, interesting. So I can do it this way now. But even then, something's going wrong here. Oh, that worked. Number users 10,004. Users per segment. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so what is going on here? Columns to select. Is this not what I expect? That is set to all of the correct things. Huh. So then what's going wrong? We have order by def estimated skill descending, limit to users per segment, which we know is 50, offset by index times segment size. Right, so my connects all looks fine. What's strange here is how they use this. They do connects.select_star.from_users. Can you not use limit just on the table? I don't think you can. I think that's what I'm doing wrong. So this needs to be this.connects.select columns to, well, we can just write it this way, I guess. .from users. And apparently that's what I was doing wrong. And what, now this is going to spew a bunch of information at me? Nope. Unless I didn't give it long enough. No, I did. Oh well, it's worth a shot. Okay, what else? So select star from users, limit 10, offset 30. The only other thing I can think of is that this index is not what I expect it to be. So stringify index times segment size. I get some funny whispers, guys. You have a 2-SQL with connects? Yeah, I gonna need to resort to that in a second, I think. How is its speed? Can it handle complex calculations super fast? I mean, not like it's gonna get converted to native code anyway, usually through V8, or at least it could be, right? So I think it should be fine. You can always test it. So this is all totally correct. The part I don't get then is, all right, let's do this maybe. DB rest. This shouldn't change the outcome of this program. Yeah, so there is something being returned here. That's strange. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, it pains me. No, 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 no. I can't believe I made this mistake. Okay. I thought I was in a for each loop. I'm not in a for each loop. I meant to do this. Alright, that should fix this. Wait, I wasn't expecting that answer? My answer? So there's some like noisy kids outside. EJ, I can fill you in on what happened afterward, or Mike can fill you in via whisper. Alright, so I think this is working. So what, we're getting like 500 users back? The important part is that, whoa, some whole lot of noise outside. Where's the DB response from this? This isn't needed. The rest of the stuff isn't needed. How are these languages created? That is a good question, and I think that's something that Wikipedia can give you a better answer to. I think that, so things started with not really a language so much as punch cards. I don't know if it goes farther back than that. Punch cards were an incredibly tedious way of programming things, because you'd make a mistake and then it was like, well, whoops, because they got to go get a new card and you need to keep them ordered. And I'm never going to highlight all this stuff unless I can do it this way. No, I can't. Is there any better way to select this? So what I want to see are just the def estimated skills of all of these. I guess I can do this over here. So this shouldn't matter. This part should matter. Okay. Anyway, eventually, they got to the point where they were typing in just opcodes into a program or into a computer. And that's what formed assembly. And from there, people said, well, we can make this even easier. Let's make a closer language to humans, to what humans can understand, that will get converted into these opcodes of assembly. Before punch cards were toggle switches under the CPU. Oh man. All right. But yeah, it just keeps going based on all of that. of like, hey, why is, Python acting this way? Why don't we do something differently? And someone comes up with a better thing. And now I feel like programming is much, much more accessible than even 10 years ago. Okay, so here's what we've got to take a look at here. Def estimated skill, we should have stuff from the low end of the spectrum all the way up to the high end in pockets. So here we see 950, cool. So we scroll down a bit and we end up with 1950 and then 2950, then 39, then 49, then 59, 69, 79, 89, 99, and that's it. Okay, so the only thing we're missing though is the ones on the lowest pocket. Those are totally missing. Why are they missing? Like, we have 949 users who are lower than this. Why are we not getting those? It's this last segment screwing up. What is that? What is what, Tritus? This output? The matrix? All right. This is just an offset problem, I think. So what we're doing here is we're getting index times segment size. Well, we're not getting the highest segment size because we stop at 10. So what we should really do is divide by 9 and then count up. What do you think about this? Let's just print this out. Stringify. So the offset here. And then we don't even want to print out the result here. I don't care about that right now. I mean, it's an inside joke. Hideo's here like all of the stream. I think he's probably heard the joke. Gonna make a mouse preset for memes. All right, so we get to 9,000, and I guess it's at the 10,000 end that we don't. Oh wait, no, I understand what's going on. Okay, never mind. This makes sense. So what we're doing is we're getting players from 0 to 50, then 1,000 to 1,050, then finally 9,000 and 9,050. So we're doing this. So let's use some sublime wizardry here. There. So this to this plus 50. There. So these are the different ranges we're getting. So we're never getting the ones around 10,000, which would be 9950 to 10,000. And it'd be nice to have those, but I don't know an easy way of getting those. I guess we'll just hard code something for now. Who was it who used to play carpet or towel with me? We tried to guess in Spurtman's pictures what it was he was taking as the background. This looks like the edge of a chair there? Or is that just a tassel or what? I think this is a blanket. Yeah, it's a blanket. Or maybe it's a couch covering. I don't know. It's a very difficult game, guys. All right, so we want to get the last ones here too. So but if we only have something like 500 users, this is going to screw up. I don't know. I think we just leave it at this. It's a plaid. Oh, Spurtman. I hope that was unintentional. That's very funny. All right. Yeah, I think we're fine here then. So note, if we, well, I should write this somewhere. I'm not sure where exactly. Num users, num user rows. And we'll need to know how many users we want to get. Why am I standing? Your feet must be dead. All right, let's find out. I wonder what the answer could be. All right, now I'm being a jerk. Yeah, I'm standing just because I think that it's healthier for me. I usually get more motion just moving around, shuffling over to here, then shuffling over to here, then typing up time. Yeah, so this seems to be working. And if we increase our limit, well, we find that we're fetching all the players. Okay, yeah, cool. Met a guy on CSGO that lives in Seattle. We could hear police sirens in his mic, and he said he pays about $800 rent a month and lives in the Seattle ghetto. There are murders every week. I told him about your stream. Well, cool. Yeah, I very aggressively advertised Botland the other day. I was playing a Hearthstone game with somebody, and there wasn't even like a segue into this. I think at one point I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm working on a game too. And I like never do this. Then I ended up showing it to him. Actually, one of those, yeah. I was gonna say I was actually chatting with a few users, and one of them, I only told one of them. It doesn't matter actually. When you push it into 24-hour testing, will it be open for all? Yeah, probably Wimbles. I'm actually not too sure. I don't want the game to scale kind of out of control because I know there's a lot of stuff I haven't coded yet, and I'm already under enough pressure I feel to get this done by like January, and then by what, like June or something, or July for the release. So I think if people were playing it, there'd be a whole lot more pressure to get stuff done. So if it's like 500 people or something who are playing it and they're generally having fun and they don't mind that the servers crash and they have their expectations set correctly, that's okay. But in general, people see a game and they're like, oh my god, it must have been made by 100 people and they must have infinite money and they can just handle anything, and why are the devs so stupid and why aren't they communicating with us? And like, I only have so much time during the day. So I definitely want to manage expectations around alpha. And I think that's possible if people only end up finding it through the stream. So like, it would be a shame if this was posted on Reddit and got like 5,000 upvotes and people crashed the server and then that's it. That was like, well, never coming back to Botland. I don't know if that's going to happen, but yeah. So this is working. I'm going to write where I left off here. So where I left off, I coded a whole lot, haven't linted, haven't checked in yet, haven't really lit up any scenarios. So here's the stuff that's left. Yeah, and I think this is going to take at least all of Monday. In fact, I might try to work on this on Sunday. I don't think I'm going to stream this weekend. I think that I might try to work on this on my own. And then next week, my wife's going to be gone. I might be streaming longer hours, but I'm not sure about that either. I don't want to commit to this stuff because if I burn myself out, like, that's it. I only have a month and a half pretty much before I go on vacation. So thank you all for watching. It's been a good stream. I got a lot done. I hope you guys liked it. Has your server all changed? It changed a bit. I'm going to need to write it down. Yeah, so let's go find someone to host. No 24-hour stream. And no, don't even spread the rumor about like there being a stream this weekend, because when I say there's a stream on a certain time, people are like, is it tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? Is it today? Is it 2 hours ago? And I'm like, guys, come on. I advertised this. Yeah. So, who is there to host? We got Day 9. I'm going to host Day 9. Day 9 has so many viewers that he probably doesn't care if I host him. But yeah, so take care, everyone. I will see you guys on Monday. I might stream on Sunday or something, but like I said, don't count on it. So yeah, take care.